Chapter 1, God Level Selection System. Woo, my head hurts, where is this? Qiling woke up from the bed with a weak voice. He looked at the completely unfamiliar environment before him, carefully recalling what had happened before, and felt that he was at a loss at this moment. He remembered that he seemed to be performing some special mission, and he was surrounded by enemies, and finally killed himself with them with a bomb. How could he appear here? How do you feel when you wake up? Just when Qiling was lost, a man walked over from the house and asked Qiling Dao. He has a short beard and looks about 40 or 50 years old. He has a special temperament of laziness and decadence. Although the whole person is a little rough, it is not difficult to see that he should be a handsome man. Who are you? Why am I here? Qiling said warily. Don't be nervous, you were picked up by me from the forest outside 3 days ago. The man said. My name is Yu Xiaogang, and everyone else calls me Master, you can also call me like that. Master. Qiling raised his eyebrows, but did not relax his vigilance because the other party saved him. Thank you, I will repay you if I have the opportunity in the future. After that, Qiling wanted to turn over and get out of bed and leave here, but fell to the ground unexpectedly. Are you okay? Be careful, don't worry. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward to help Qiling and helped him onto the bed. Your body hasn't recovered yet. You need to cultivate more. I happen to have some nursing medicine here. Let me give it to you first. But Qiling almost didn't hear what Yu Xiaogang said, because he looked at his body and fell into contemplation. Who owns this little arm and calf? Who owns this thin body? What about his thick arms that can race horses? What about his proud 8-pack abs? Then Qiling turned his head and saw himself in the mirror on the wall. I saw a little boy with black hair and black eyes sitting there with a dazed expression, and his delicate face was full of incredible expression. I don't know how your 6-year-old child survived such a serious injury. The voice of Yu Xiaogang's fading away gradually confirmed Qiling's conjecture that he actually became a 6-year-old child. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Moreover, this world seems to be different from what I know. Qiling frowned and thought. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang, how do I always feel that this name is so familiar? By the way, Yu Xiaogang, isn't this the name of Tang San's teacher in Douluo continent? Qiling suddenly realized, so, it seems that I have crossed into the Douluo world. Although his job is special, Qiling is also an avid fan of novels and animation. This is his only leisure after work. Knowing that he had actually come to the world in the novel, Qiling also started to get excited. After all, this was one of his dreams. After groping for a while, Qiling could already master the movement of this body. He slowly walked out of the house and saw a completely strange world before him. Here, where is it? Qiling said blankly. Oh, can you already walk down the ground? Yu Xiaogang walked over at this moment. Looking at you, could it be that the head was hit and you lost your memory? Qiling nodded. This is the most convenient explanation at the moment, just to ask Yu Xiaogang where exactly is this place. Under Yu Xiaogang's introduction, Qiling quickly learned that this is a junior college used to train soul masters, nodding college. And Yu Xiaogang can be regarded as a special teacher here, who does not teach, but has a special status. Wuhan? It seems that this place does not belong to my original world. Qiling frowned. I really didn't expect that this kind of dog blood thing would happen to me. I wonder if it will match me with another weird system. Ding dong. The host's vital signs are stable, and the God level selection system has been activated. Please choose from the following options for the host. After you choose, the system will continue to run. Option 1, refuse to live in this world, travel again, reward, time and space shuttle once. Option 2, live in the Douluo continent world with a brand new identity. Reward, innate talent with full soul power. A strange sound came from Qiling's brain, which made him raise his eyebrows. Has your mouth been opened? What to say? Humph, I'm not afraid of death, will you be afraid of a world like you? Qiling thought to himself as he looked at the two options the system gave him. I'll take a look, what kind of world this is like. Just as a vacation for myself. Ding dong. The host has chosen option 2 to get a reward, innate full soul talent. Suddenly, Qiling felt a strange power that suddenly filled his whole body. This power is so amazing and powerful, Qiling even feels that at this time his physical fitness is about to reach his peak state. Soul power, really a magical power. Qi inspired by this magical power, his current state should be equal to the spirit power of a 10th level spirit warrior, but he has not yet awakened his spirit. Interesting, I became interested in this world. Qiling smiled, I don't know what my martial soul will be. Chapter 2, Wuhan Awakened. Oh? You want to awaken your martial soul? Yu Xiaogang couldn't help being surprised when he heard Qiling's request. You have such a strong spirit power fluctuation, haven't you awakened your martial soul yet? Although Yu Xiaogang himself had a defect in his own innate martial arts, he could not break through 30th level in his life, but his life experience was not comparable to anyone. So he could tell at a glance that Qiling's spirit power was surging, even stronger than most spirit masters who had already obtained spirit rings. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of innate full soul power, and possessing such a strong soul power fluctuation, but has not yet awakened the martial soul, this even more shows that Qiling is gifted. Yu Xiaogang began to wonder what kind of peerless genius he picked up. Qiling didn't have a better explanation for this. He couldn't say that his soul power was given by the system, so he had to prevaricate the past vaguely. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang was not a person who likes to get to the bottom. So that's the case. In this case, you can go to the Wuhan Hall in Nodding City and go there for Wuhan Awakening. Yu Xiaogang said and took out a waistband from her body, you take this and they will let you test it. Yu Xiaokongo did not speak big words. Qiling took his waist card and came to the Wuhan Hall in Nodding City, where they got their high attention. After seeing the waist card, the guard at the door rushed in with a hint of panic to report, and even nearly fell. Not long after, an old man in red, with two young men, a man and a woman, received him. The old man in red took the token in Qiling's hand and seemed to be confirming the authenticity. After checking it, Qiling immediately showed an enthusiastic expression. It turned out to be the person recommended by the master. He must have amazing talent. Sisi, you take him to do the martial arts awakening. The red man said. Afterwards, the woman named Sisi brought Qiling into a room. In the center of the room, there is a table with a black base and a transparent gem, which looks very valuable. This is the precious jade specially used by the Martial Soul Hall to awaken the martial soul. You only need to place your hand on this precious jade and then the soul master in charge of the awakening will be able to awaken the martial soul smoothly. Children, don't be nervous, come, put your hand on this awakening stone, my sister will guide you to complete your awakening. Sisi said to Qiling with a gentle attitude, she has a very good impression of this extraordinary looking little handsome guy. But it is a pity that Qiling is not a shy little boy, but a straight steel man who has no friends. He looked at the nagging look and directly said, Auntie, can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. Ah, Auntie. Sisi suspected that she had heard it wrong. With her beauty, she would be called an aunt? Little friend, my sister is not an aunt, but my sister is. Sisi still wanted to explain, but Qiling had already put his hand on the time of awakening and ignored Sisi. Damn, nasty kid. While complaining psychologically, Sisi guided her spirit power and began to awaken Qiling's spirit. After all, my teacher is here, watching from the sidelines. No matter how dissatisfied I am, I have to continue working. But in the next second, the tiny dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace, replaced by immense shock and fear. I saw that the originally transparent and flawless awakening stone burst out with a particularly dazzling blood-red light. At the same time, the whole gem is like being dripped into the water by ink, gradually being rendered into a red gem. At the same time, an evil spirit soared into the sky, and a vicious demon phantom appeared in the air. On the extremely ugly head, there are 2 pairs of sturdy horns. Behind the muscular body of Jonza, 2 pairs of huge black bat wings are slightly opened, as if the devil have descended on the world. Although it was only a phantom, the terrifying temperament it exudes made the 3 of them stunned and afraid to move. The old man in red tremblingly muttered to himself, "True, God, is this, after all? The only awake person at the scene is probably Qi-Ling alone." He frowned slightly and said to the old man, "Hey, do you have this kind of awakening stone here?" "Ah? Yes, yes." The old man in red said subconsciously. "If so, let me use it. I feel that there seems to be something in my body." Qi-Ling said. The old man in red was taken aback. Qi-Ling said that there was still something in his body that hadn't come out. Could it be that there was another spirit in his body that couldn't make it? Would it be such a terrible demon? Without time to think about it, the old man in red immediately said to the man, "Su Yun Tao, come on, go and get the spare awakening stone here." Su Yun Tao woke up from surprise without any delay, and immediately took the spare awakening stone and came to Qi-Ling. Qi-Ling stretched out his other hand and placed it on this awakening stone. In the next moment, a majestic, sweeping aura radiated from the awakening stone. The whole awakening stone exudes dazzling golden light, giving people a feeling of wanting to worship. And in the sky above that awakening stone, a ghost of the dragon appeared. The serpentine body hovered in mid-air, and it was hard to see how long it was. Only from the head of the shocking dragon, I could feel the supreme majesty that can't be beaked or disobeyed. The dragon and the demon, the 2 dyed the whole room into a half-gold and half-red world, seemed to fight each other in a battle. Everyone in the room only feels that they are involved in a huge vortex, in danger of being crushed at any time. This feeling continued until Qi-Ling retracted his hand and the ghosts of the demon and the dragon disappeared. The old man in red was panting, as if he had just been fished out of the water, making it feel as if he was about to die in the next second. Qi-Ling looked at the appearance of a few people. There should be no extra energy to handle the certification of the Soul Master for himself. Thank you for helping me awaken my martial spirit. For other things, I'd better come to visit another day. Qi-Ling said regretfully. And just after Qi-Ling left, the 2 awakening stones actually shattered into powder at the same time. The few people in the Wuhan Hall looked at each other, the power that even the awakening stone could not bear, they could almost hear the dream. Quickly, report this child's affairs to the headquarters of Wuhan Hall. This child is not a peerless genius or a peerless demon. The old man in red said with lingering fear. This world will definitely change because of him. Chapter 3, Blood Demon Emperor and Shenlong Emperor. After returning to Yu Xiaogang again, Qi-Ling told him about the situation when he awakened his spirit. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became interested when he heard that Qi-Ling was a rare twin martial soul. Twin spirits? Are they rare twin spirits? And 2 equally powerful spirits? This is really rare. Yu Xiaogang said excitedly, looking at Qi-Ling's eyes, as if looking at a guinea pig on an experimental table. They are indeed 2 spirits, and they don't seem to deal with each other. Qi-Ling couldn't bear the enthusiasm of the master. Master, do you know these 2 spirits? You show the soul seal to me, maybe I will know it, Yu Xiaogang said. Afterwards, Qi-Ling showed his 2 soul seals at the same time. A demon with a devilish spirit, and a dragon over the world, appeared on Qi-Ling's left and right hands respectively, but this time, there was no more suffocating terrifying aura. After seeing Qi-Ling's 2 soul seals, Yu Xiaogang suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was astonished and speechless, as if the devil was startled, and he whispered to himself, This impossible. This is. Master? Is there something wrong with my spirit? Qiling asked. As if he was awakened by Qiling's question, the master rushed to his bookcase in a panic and pulled out an old-style sheepskin book. After searching for a while, Yu Xiaogang said affirmatively, "Yes, there is absolutely nothing wrong, Qiling, the martial arts you have are them." Qiling looked in the direction pointed by the master, and saw that on the page of the book, there were 8 martial arts icons arranged on 2 sides, which seemed to vaguely form a confrontation. In the patterns on those 2 sides, Qiling found his own martial soul respectively. 8 demons and 8 gods, these are the 16 martial souls in the legend, divided into 8 demons and 8 divine souls. Yu Xiaogang explained to Qiling when he was watching, these 8 martial arts soul is powerful and needless to say, there are few martial souls in the world that can compete with it. And your 2 martial souls belong to one of the 8 demons and the 8 gods, named Blood Demon Emperor, and Shenlong Emperor. At this point, Yu Xiaogang paused, as if it would cost him even to say this conclusion. He has a lot of energy. Devil and God. Qiling was taken aback. These 2 things, when they hear, are opposites to each other. How can they appear in my body at the same time? Yes, it is reasonable to say that demons and gods with different powers can never appear in a person at the same time, let alone a very special existence even among the 8 demons and 8 gods, the Blood Demon Emperor and Shenlong Huang. But in the legend, there will indeed be such the most special existence in the world. When such a special existence appears, the world will change its original trajectory and move toward a completely different future. Yu Xiaogang looked at Qiling said. Qiling, you are a person who will change the world. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaogang smiled again. Of course this is just a legend that I don't know where it came from, and only a nerd like me will read it. Maybe there are only 2 powerful ordinary martial artists in your body. Soul. By the way, Qiling, do you have any plans next? Is there a place to go? Yu Xiaogang asked. After a brief shock, Qiling said to Yu Xiaogang honestly, I don't have a place to go, and I don't know anyone. In this case, do you want to study here first? Yu Xiaogang said. About Wuhan, you still have a lot of knowledge to learn, and even if you don't know anything, you can come to me. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing Yu Xiaogang's invitation, triggering a god-level choice. Please choose from the options below. Option 1, stay at Notting College, accept Yu Xiaogang's teachings, and get rewards, 10 Core Theories of Wuhan, Part 1. Option 2, leave Notting College, study alone, and get rewards, self-esteem +1, and 100 gold coins. Qiling didn't expect that this could trigger the selection mission, and the reward was very attractive. You know, the 10 core theories of Wuhan are the lifelong gains of Yu Xiaogang, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are priceless. After all, no matter how powerful one's martial spirit is, it will be futile if it doesn't understand its effect. And more importantly, the Empire attaches great importance to soul masters. As long as you become a working student, you can temporarily solve your own accommodation and food problems, so there is no reason not to choose option 1. Ding dong! The host has chosen option 1 and received a reward, 10 Core Theories of Wuhan, Part 1. Seeing Qiling's consent, Yu Xiaogang looked extremely happy, and said, in this case, tomorrow is the start date of the school, you can go to the college to report. As for the place to live, you can only temporarily arrange you to live with the working students up. With Yu Xiaogang's recommendation, Qiling passed the enrollment very smoothly and became a working student at Notting College. Although Notting College is only a junior college of soul masters are the most noble profession in the whole continent, so the college has all kinds of facilities and the decoration is quite good. However, due to the small number of soul masters, Notting City is relatively remote, so there is only one dormitory building in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The students and teachers of each grade live in a large dormitory, a total of 7 rooms. The dormitory where the work-study students live, called Kishi, is the only dormitory with mixed ages. Work-study students of every age live here, and Qiling is no exception. Holding the daily necessities that belonged to him, Qiling kicked away the workers in the work-study dormitory. As a result, he saw that a tall, fat man was bullying a few freshmen. "Yo! Here comes another one!" The fat man looked very excited when he saw Qiling, and he eagerly walked over and said, "Boy! I am Wang Sheng, my spirit is a war tiger, and the future war spirit master is also here. Head! If you want to live in the future, you have to listen to me, do you understand?" Qiling looked at the gang of kids, shook his head helplessly and said, "Really, it seems that no matter which world you are in, school violence always exists. I don't know where you guys who haven't cleaned their saliva, learn so much trouble." Listening to Qiling's words, Wang Sheng felt confused. "It seems that you are the youngest boy, right?" Being so old-fashioned by a 6-year-old kid gave Wang Sheng a strange sense of difference. "Don't talk about those that are not, boy, did you hear what I told you just now?" Wang Sheng said with a fierce expression. "If you don't want to suffer, you can call me the boss obediently. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful tigers are." Chapter 4, The Boss of Kishi. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing the challenge of Wang Sheng, and the God level selection task has been triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, the strong dragon does not suppress the ground snake, swallows its anger, allows Wang Sheng to bully, and gets the reward, the title of Iron Waist. Option 2, follow the flames, to please the Wang Sheng, and get the reward, the title of Dog Legs. Option 3, use tough methods to teach Wang Sheng, establish yourself in the 7 houses, and get rewards, unlimited storage space. Looking at the rewards of the first 2 options, Qiling's cold sweat remained. Aside from other things, if you really get these 2 titles, you can just stop living and smoke yourself to death with socks. As for the infinite storage space of the third option, this is an absolute good thing. It allows Qiling to carry a storage space with him and use it whenever he needs to. It can be said to be a must-have tool for killing and arson. It makes no sense to miss it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, teach Wang Sheng and get a reward, unlimited storage space. So Qiling glanced at Wang Sheng coldly, ignored him, instead chose the best bed for himself and put his own things on it. "Oh! You kid, dare to ignore me!" Wang Sheng walked over and said angrily. "Also, this bed belongs to me. You can live in another bed for me." "Your bed?" Qiling smiled, "It's a good bed, but from now on, this is my bed." "Damn, brat, you are looking for death," Wang Sheng said, punching Qiling in the face, and there was a faint fluctuation of spirit power on his body. Obviously, he had already used the power of his martial soul and wanted to give Qi spirit a lesson. But Qiling didn't even look at Wang Sheng's fist. He just raised his right hand casually and caught his confident punch. Then Qiling's right hand exerted a slight force, and Wang Sheng was immediately begged for mercy. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts. What are you doing? Let go." Wang Sheng was so hurt that he even cried. He felt that his hand must have been crushed by Qiling. "Kid, listen well, I don't care what house game you are playing, but there is one thing, that is, don't mess with me," Qiling said with cold eyes. "Otherwise, I will make you dead and ugly." Seeing that Wang Sheng didn't answer, Qiling added a little force and said, "Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." Wang Sheng hurriedly begged for mercy, "From now on, you will be the boss of Kishi. I will listen to you." Seeing Wang Sheng's answer, Qiling didn't care about the details, just let him go, put the bed in place, and lay on it. Wang Sheng was frightened by Qiling, but he was a child after all, and he had the spirit that a newborn calf was not afraid of tigers. Seeing Qiling lying down at this moment, he leaned over and said, "Boss, you are really amazing. Did you beat me just now? Did you use a spirit ability? I can't even use martial spirit to beat you, so what spirit abilities do I use?" Qiling said indifferently. "You are too weak, and your physical fitness is also poor. If you exercise well in the future, you may be saved." "Oh. Okay, boss, I will definitely exercise well in the future," Wang Sheng said happily immediately. After all, it is human instinct to chase the strong. Although Qiling cleaned up Wang Sheng's meal, he was respected by him instead. "Actually, boss, I don't want to bully, so I have to take the lead," Wang Sheng said again. "It's just that our work students are being bullied too much. It won't work if we don't unite. Holding a group to keep warm is something that goats do only, Wang Sheng." Qiling looked at Wang Sheng, with an indescribable expression in his eyes. "You are a tiger, aren't you?" Qiling didn't know what effect his words today would have on Wang Sheng. After all, this was just his casual words. The impact on him now is that he has since added a loyal follower. Chapter 5, Refused to Wuhandian. The next day, Master Yu Xiaogang called Qiling out early in the morning and came to his room. This time, the master's attitude was different from the previous gentleness, a little more serious and serious. "Qiling, there is a visitor from the spirit hall," Yu Xiaogang said straight to Qiling. "It's the Father Philoma you met yesterday." When Qiling heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. There would be someone coming from the Wuhan Hall. He had already prepared. After all, judging from Yu Xiaogang's reaction yesterday, the spirit of his own body is definitely not an idle person. As the most powerful organization in the mainland, it is impossible not to win over him. It's just that they awakened the spirit of martial arts for themselves yesterday, and they have already completed their countermeasures against them today. This ability of action is quite terrifying in the underdeveloped technology. From this, it can be seen that Wuhan Palace is indeed not an ordinary organization. "You must have guessed the intention of the Wuhan Hall, Qiling." "Yes, they are here to recruit you," Yu Xiaogang said. "The power of the Soul Hall is beyond your imagination. If you join the Soul Hall, you will definitely get their full support, which will be of great benefit to your growth. As for whether you want to join the Martial Soul Palace, you can make a decision after you have met Father Philoma." Father Philoma is the old man in red that Qiling met yesterday, and the highest person in charge of the Wuhan Hall in Notting City. This time he personally visited the house, which shows how much Qiling attaches importance to. After seeing Qiling coming, Philoma's face immediately showed joy and said, "Little Qiling, hello, I'm Father Philoma, I just met you yesterday. Do you remember me?" Qiling reluctantly sat down on the seat. The other party's way of talking to the child made him feel awkward. "Remember, just tell me if you have anything, Father Philoma." Father Philoma was speechless. Although he had felt Qiling's temper yesterday, he couldn't bear such straight talk. "Well, in that case, I won't say much nonsense," Father Philoma said after finishing his thoughts. "Qiling, yesterday I have reported your matter back to the main hall of the Spirit Hall. The elders attach great importance to you. Now I have specifically asked me to ask you if you are willing to join my Spirit Hall." Qiling, who had been prepared for this, said calmly, "Oh? What good will it do for me to join the Wuhan Hall?" Joining the Spirit Hall, naturally, there are many benefits. Philoma seems to be confident of the invitation from the Spirit Hall. Not only can you be fully cultivated by the Wuhan Hall, you can also be qualified to meet the Pope. You know, this is a supreme honor. And you can get the best education, and even the best spirit ring, the best resources. Father Philoma continued, "In short, this is definitely an opportunity not to be missed for you." Seeing Father Philoma's impassioned speech, Qiling only nodded faintly and said, "I see, Father Philoma, please give me a minute to think about it." Philoma was speechless again for a while, but he believed that no one could refuse the invitation of the spirit hall, and that was an opportunity that no one could ask for. So he walked outside the house and said, "All right, it happened that Master Yu Xiaogang and I had something to say, Qiling, I'll listen to your answer later." After Philoma went out, Qiling immediately opened his system. The reason why he wants to disperse Philoma is also because he has just received the system information prompt. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing the invitation of Wuhan Hall. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, join the Hall of Souls and get rewards, the right to use Soul Hall's resources, a piece of soul bone, and the spirit power level up to 3 levels. Option 2, reject the Wuhan Temple and get rewards, Master Yu Xiaogong's affection degree plus 10%, Xian Tiangong practice method. There is no doubt that the reward of option 1 is so generous that people cannot refuse. This soul bone alone has been the lifelong pursuit of many soul masters. Not to mention being able to get the full support of the Wuhan Temple, will undoubtedly make one step up to the sky. But do you think that Qiling will be obedient in this way? Hehe, too naive. What Qiling likes most is to surprise these self-confident people. System, I choose option 2. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, refuse to join the Hall of Martial Spirits, and get rewards, Master Yu Xiaogong's affection degree plus 10%, Xian Tiangong practice method. In fact, Qiling chose this way, of course, not deliberately to embarrass Father Philoma. After all, no one would have trouble with the ready-made God-level rewards. Qiling refused the Hall of Souls, just because if he joined the Hall of Souls, he would be obedient to others, and he would be branded as the Hall of Souls from then on. And he has sold his life to others for a lifetime. In this life, he only wants to be free and happy, and he never wants to be a puppet for anyone. And there is one more point, that is, the Xian Tiangong of option 2, which is also an extremely exciting reward. As Tang San's cultivation technique, the value of Xian Tiangong is definitely not lower than a soul bone. After all, soul bones are precious, but there will be opportunities to obtain them in the future, but if you miss the opportunity to cultivate the profound sky technique, you will not know if you can obtain them in the future. Tang San wouldn't just teach others his skill at the bottom of the box. So, when Father Philoma and Yu Xiaogang walked in, waiting for Qiling's reply, Qiling smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Father Philoma, I'm already a student at Notting College. So I can't follow you to the Spirit Hall." Not only Father Philoma, but even Yu Xiaogang, Qiling's decision was extremely surprised. After all, that was an invitation from the Spirit Hall. For the Spirit Master, it was the highest honor, and no one could refuse it. Qiling, you have to consider it clearly. Wuhan Palace is not easy to join. If you miss this opportunity, you will probably regret it for life. Yu Xiaogang said. Philoma on the side also said, "Yes, Kid Qiling, even if you have already joined Notting College, I can still report to the main hall of Wuhan Hall, so that the elders." Father Philoma, I think you have misunderstood what I mean. Qiling smiled. I studied well at Notting College, and I have no plans to change schools. Qiling's remarks were already quite straightforwardly rejected. Father Philoma wanted to say more, but after seeing Qiling's eyes, he instantly realized that this is a man who will never change his will because of other people's words. It is futile to say more. Oh! Well, this is really a shame. Father Philoma said, "If this is the case, I will not force it. I will report your matter to the main hall." "Thank you, Father, thank you for your love for me." Qiling said, "If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first." Chapter 6, Wuhan. Qiling didn't feel regret at all when he refused the Wuhan Hall. Sooner or later, you will have the things you should have, but if you lose some things, you can never get them back. Presumably this is something that people must consider clearly when making a choice. After coming out of Yu Xiaogong's room, Qiling went straight back to Kishi. Before entering the door, he heard a noise inside, which seemed very lively. Today is the day when Notting College officially signs up. It must be the arrival of new work-study students, so it is so lively. So Qiling walked in and said, Wang Sheng, are you bullying the newcomer again? Didn't I tell you, this is... The appearance inside the 7th house was different from Qiling's imagination. Wang Sheng stood aside with a swollen nose, looking like he had suffered a lot. And on the softest bed, there was a cute girl with scorpion braids jumping around, and a handsome boy beside her shook his head helplessly. Yet, this bed is so soft, this will be my Xiaohu's sister's bed in the future, have you heard? The lovely girl said as she danced, her pink face filled with a sweet smile. With Qiling's arrival, everyone's eyes were attracted to him. Wang Sheng seems to have finally found the one who is the master of himself, and he threw his nose and tears on him and said, Boss, you are back, you must be the master of me, oh. Qiling kicked Wang Sheng away to prevent his nose from getting on him, and then slowly said, Speak slowly, if you dare to jump up again, I will give you another kick. Wang Sheng covered his face and said, Yes, boss, they are both new here, and they will occupy your bed with the boss. It's like this. Qiling didn't listen to Wang Sheng's one-sided words. There was a lot of bad water in this kid's stomach, who knew if what he said was true or false. Hey! Don't talk nonsense, you fat guy! Xiao Wu said immediately dissatisfied when he heard what Wang Sheng said. Obviously you said that if you want to enter this dormitory, you have to recognize you as the boss, so we can do it. You also said that this bed can only sleep with the boss. I defeated you, and of course it is the new boss. Qiling looked at Wang Sheng coldly, and Wang Sheng shuddered, and immediately ran away without looking back. Boss, I'll buy you soda. Wait for me. Then Qiling walked to the side of Xiao Wu, the pretty child. Since just now, Qiling has been paying attention to this boy, and he can feel that there is a special temperament in this boy. Hello, my name is Qiling. Qiling stretched out his hand and said, What is your name? The boy saw Qiling stretch out his hand to himself, and after hesitating for a while, stretched out his hand to hold it. Hello, my name is Tang San. I'm sorry to hurt your subordinates, but we really can't escape, so we will fight back. Ha ha ha, where is that guy my subordinate? Besides, he just owes it to you. Qiling smiled. Tang San, I have a hunch, we will become very good friends in the future. Tang San looked at the young man in front of him. Although he was not much older than himself, he had a temperament that had experienced vicissitudes of life. More importantly, he gave himself a very special feeling, which made people want to associate with him involuntarily. It's a great honor. I feel this way too. Tang San also laughed and said, I hope we can get along well in the future. Two young geniuses who had traveled from different worlds had met each other for the first time. As for what is waiting for them in the future, only God knows. Hey! You two, don't ignore me! Xiao Wu was left in the cold by the two, and said suddenly unhappy. Just now Xiao San and that Wang Sheng have been defeated by me, so now as long as I defeat you, I will be the boss here. Qiling smiled and said casually, Oh? Really? You are so powerful, then you are now the boss here, and that bed belongs to you. I just can't get used to such a soft bed. No. My mother taught me that there is no merit, and I must beat you. Xiao Wu jumped off the bed and said eagerly, I'm really good. Seeing that Xiao Wu couldn't be fooled, Qiling had no choice but to say, There's no way, okay, I'll be better than you. With that, Qiling picked up a stone casually and drew a circle on the ground. Did you see this circle under my feet? Qiling pointed to the circle under his feet with a radius of about 2 meters and said, As long as you can get me out of this circle, even if you win. Okay, you can't go back. Xiao Wu said happily, looking at the underground circle, then you have to be careful, see the trick. As Xiao Wu said, her right leg bent and jumped up. She jumped up like a rabbit and kicked her right foot towards Dongfang Bai. Although the power is not particularly strong, the speed is extremely fast. As early as when he saw Xiao Wu's mobility like a rabbit, Qi Ling was mentally prepared for Xiao Wu's explosive ability. At this moment, facing Xiao Wu's kick, he calmly parried with his hands, blocking her delicate little feet with his arms. I thought that Xiao Dance would just retreat like this, but when Qi Ling didn't expect it, Xiao Wu's body flexibility was so amazing, her body changed an incredible angle in the air, and her feet wrapped around Qi Ling's neck. Tang San on the side saw Xiao Wu's move, and couldn't help showing a wry smile. She just used this move to subdue herself, and then as long as she throws Qi Ling out, the situation is set. Obviously, Xiao Wu was also very sure of her tricks, and she fell down with the help of the weight of her upper body, planning to throw Qi Ling out with her legs. But then she was surprised to find that Qi Ling was still motionless under her own attack. The throwing skills I was so proud of actually failed. Very good technique, it can be said that you have achieved the ultimate in control of the body. Qi Ling and Xiao Wu maintained a stalemate, and said very easily. But unfortunately, your strength is too small. Qi Ling kept his body's center of gravity shifted back, and at the same time used a special borrowing method to firmly fix himself on the ground. No matter how hard Xiao Wu tried, she couldn't get Qi Ling out smoothly. Finding that this trick is useless, Xiao Wu immediately backflips and distances himself from Qi Ling, followed by a dazzling fast break. The biggest feature of Xiao Wu's attack is that he will intersperse kicking skills from time to time, which makes people hard to defend. But for Qi Ling, he only needs to cope with the changes. The most important thing is to maintain a stable mentality. With Xiao Wu's physical strength, she will soon be tired and unable to fight again. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xiao Wu to be out of breath. An all-round attack like her is certainly amazing, but the physical consumption is also very huge, and it is impossible to carry out a protracted battle. Damn it, Sister Xiao Wu won't admit defeat. Xiao Wu unwillingly attacked Qi Ling from the air again. But it seemed that it was due to excessive physical strength. This time, since she didn't hold it firmly, she fell backward from the air instead. Xiao Wu, who had lost her balance, had no time to adjust her posture anymore. Behind her was the hard foot of the bed. If she hit it, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 7, Bartley Sniper Rifle. Careful! Qi Ling didn't have time to think about it, and immediately flashed forward, grabbing Xiao Wu, allowing her to restore her balance and stand on the ground. Thanks, thank you. Xiao Wu said in a bit of a shock. After all, she hadn't even thought of the situation just now. There is no way, it seems that God is also on your side. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Qi Ling said helplessly at this time. You won this competition. From now on, you will be Xiao's sister of Kishi. After hearing Qi Ling's words, everyone noticed that just half a step of Qi Ling's feet had gone out of the circle in order to save Xiao Wu. According to his previous rules, he had already lost to Xiao Wu. How can this count? You came out of the circle to save me, this round is not counted, let's compare it again. Xiao Wu said unwillingly, she couldn't accept such a victory. Winning or losing is winning or losing. No matter what accidents happen, there is no possibility of doing it again. If you win, you win. Qi Ling said. There is no chance to come back in life. Wang Sheng, have you bought your drink yet? Qi Ling shouted back. Wang Sheng had already returned with a bunch of drinks. At this moment, he immediately stepped forward and said, Here is here. Boss, what's your order? From now on, the boss of Qi Shi will be Xiao Wu, you have to tell her well about her responsibility. Qi Ling smiled, I believe Xiao Wu is more suitable to be this boss than me. Although Xiao Wu still looked unwilling, but under Wang Sheng's praise, she immediately turned her anger into joy. I have to say that this kid's mouth is still so powerful. As a result, Xiao Wu, as the eldest sister of the work-study students, officially took up the post, and her lively personality quickly gained everyone's love. As for Qiling, he was happy and leisurely. After all, he was really not interested in these play-like activities. After a few more days, Yu Xiaogang suddenly called Qiling and Tang San into his room together. Tang San had already worshipped Yu Xiaogang as his teacher in the past few days, and received Yu Xiaogang's teaching together with Qiling. Tang San, Qiling, both of you are in a state of innate soul power. I have already understood your situation in the past few days. In Master Yu Xiaogang's room, Yu Xiaogang said to Qiling and Tang San in front of him at the same time. You two will prepare. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the hunting forest and choose the first spirit ring that suits you. Master, what type of spirit ring is suitable for our two spirits? Qiling asked. For this kind of professional question, the master is still quite reliable. After all, he is the first person in Wuhan world theory. It's very simple, Tang San, your spirit is blue silver grass, a weapon spirit of the plant system, so your spirit ring only needs to consider two characteristics and one function. Yu Xiaogang stretched out 3 fingers and said, toxicity and toughness, as well as the function of winding. Achieve these, then your blue silver grass can become a very good control system martial arts. It will greatly increase your combat power. Tang San and Qiling nodded silently. Yu Xiaogang was quite reasonable. This was indeed the most suitable development route for Tang San. What about me? Master? Qiling curiously asked, how should my spirit develop? Ahem, you. Yu Xiaogang frowned and said, Qiling, your martial arts soul is too special, and I can't give you a conclusion. It's just that, based on your personality, I suggest you develop into a powerful attack-type spirit war master. As for the spirit ring that suits you, I have been reading ancient books these days, and I only found a little fur. Yu Xiaogang took out a simple book and continued. Your two spirits, Blood Demon Emperor and Shenlong Emperor, are extremely powerful spirits, so they also have special requirements for spirit rings. The Blood Demon Emperor's martial soul, when absorbing martial souls, can only absorb the martial souls produced by the dark attribute soul beasts. Only in this way can the power of your martial soul be exerted. Otherwise, if the attributes are incompatible, it will let you the strength is greatly reduced. As for the Shenlong Emperor, the conditions are even more demanding, because the Shenlong is originally a very proud creature. Therefore, the spirit ring you absorb must contain the blood of the dragon clan, otherwise it will not be absorbed at all. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's analysis, Qiling's forehead wrinkled into the character Chuan. Unexpectedly, these two martial spirits would be so troublesome. The spirit ring is not easy to meet the age of the right one, and he has to absorb a specific spirit ring, which is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Sure enough, there is a price to be paid for being strong. However, the two of you don't have to have too much pressure. Tomorrow we will just try our luck. It is best to meet the right spirit ring. Even if you don't meet it, you don't have to be discouraged. Yu Xiaogang comforted the two. Spirit ring is the top priority for spirit masters. In order to find a suitable spirit ring, some people can look for it for several years. Because this is something that will accompany you throughout your life, it is naturally better to be more cautious. Well, that's what I want to tell you today. Go back and prepare first. The soul hunting forest is far away, so you can't do enough preparations. Yu Xiaogang said, tomorrow we will be at the gate of the college. Converge. After returning to the 7th shelter, Qiling lay on his bed, recalling the particularity of his martial soul, feeling a little depressed. The soul hunting forests Yu Xiaogang said were not many hunting grounds used by the empire to keep soul beasts in captivity. It was impossible for there to be two advanced soul beasts, let alone soul beasts that met their own requirements. On my own trip, there is a high probability that I will return without success. Ding dong! If the host is detected, it will go to the hunting forest. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, go to the soul hunting forest and hunt the soul ring with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Reward, a random soul guide weapon. Option 2, refuse to go to the hunting forest, get a reward, a 500-year soul ring with uncertain attributes. Qiling looked at the options given by the system. Although option 2 could get a 500-year-old spirit ring, the attributes were uncertain, so he would definitely not choose it. Because just as Yu Xiaogang said, if the spirit ring is not appropriate, he would rather wait for the next opportunity than the right way to go. And this soul guide weapon is very interesting. After all, how rare the soul guide weapon is, no longer needs to say, even Yu Xiaogang, there is only 124 bridge Minjiui. System, I choose option 1. Qiling said. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1, go to the soul hunting forest, and have received a reward. A soul guide weapon. The reward has been sent to the host's infinite space. Please check it. After receiving the reward, Qiling arbitrarily opened up his infinite space, wanting to see what weapon the system gave him, but when he saw the weapon, he opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't tell. Words come. In his infinite space, there is a big guy who is completely dark and looks quite shocking. It can be said that every man dreams of having such a thing. This is the true romance of men. Qiling now feels that his choice is really worth it. Even if you give yourself a 100,000 year spirit ring, you don't change it, because in your infinite space, it is a powerful Bartley sniper rifle. At the same time, the attributes of this Bartley sniper rifle were also shown in front of Qiling. Soul Guidance Device, Bartley Sniper Rifle, Level 4. Attribute Description, a powerful sniper weapon, which can fire a powerful sniper bullet, and has the power of one-shot lure for opponents below the Soul Sage level. This Bartley Sniper Rifle, as a soul guide, is obviously improved. Its gun body is bigger and its power is also more amazing, but it only has 2 bullets, and because of its special workmanship, it can't be supplemented at all. But this is enough. With this big killer, Qiling is full of confidence in this trip to the hunting forest. Chapter 8, Mandala Snake and Longming Golden Toad. Early the next morning, when Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were waiting for Qiling at the gate of the academy, they greeted Qiling, who was as happy as a child, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. What's wrong, Brother Qi, have you encountered any good things? Tang San asked curiously. Haha, it's nothing, Xiaosan, I'll show you when I get the chance, and I promise to shock you. Qiling said like a child showing off his beloved toy. Qiling, we have a long journey to the soul hunting forest. It is very likely that we will spend the night outside. Don't you need to take some luggage? Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but reminded him, looking at Qiling's empty back. Don't worry, Master, I'm fully prepared. As Qiling said, suddenly he took out a pile of luggage from his infinite space and piled it on the ground into a hill. Look, Master, what I prepared is enough to live outside for half a month. Looking at the small mountain of luggage in front of him, Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth in surprise. When did this kid also have a soul guide for storage? Moreover, the soul guidance device he gave Tang San was nothing more than a small space, far less than the space Qiling showed, and it was not even half the size of him. Such a large storage soul guide is no longer a question of value, it is a priceless treasure at all. Qiling, how many secrets he doesn't know. After getting ready to set off, the 3 of them walked together until noon the next day before they arrived at the hunting forest. Facing the boundless, endless towering giant trees, anyone would feel their own insignificance. Even though the master had done ideological work, Qiling and Tang San were deeply shocked. It's really big. There should be a lot of soul beasts in such a big forest. Qiling said. That's natural. This is a forest of spirit beasts raised in the empire. There are many types. Although there are few high-level spirit beasts, it is enough as your first spirit ring. Yu Xiaogang said. Let's go to this hunting forest first. The entrance of the hunting forest is heavily guarded by the Empire's army. After all, soul beasts, as the most important strategic resource, are the top priority of a country, and only allowed people can enter. Stop! Soul hunting forest, the country's important place. No entry is allowed without special permission. The non-commissioned officer on duty said meticulously, facing the three. There was no expression on Yu Xiaogang's face, but he took out a warrant very calmly and handed it to the non-commissioned officer. The non-commissioned officer took the warrant, looked down, his face changed immediately, and respectfully said, "So it's you, master. How offended, please forgive me." After receiving their own warrants, the three of them smoothly entered the soul hunting forest, preparing to find a suitable soul beast. Only sharp-eyed Qiling saw the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex pattern on Yu Xiaogang's token and his lonely expression, but Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything. Qiling didn't ask much. As soon as they walked into the hunting forest, the three encountered a lot of spirit beasts, most of which looked strange and different from ordinary animals. Tang San was holding a blue short sword and he was very excited. After all, he had only seen these spirit beasts in books before, and now he saw living creatures. Of course, he would feel different. However, the age of these spirit beasts is relatively low, most of them are only more than 10 years old, and they are rare even for hundreds of years. Tang San solved a few spirit beasts, but they did not have a spirit ring suitable for him. As for Qiling, he didn't even look at these soul beasts at all, not only because their attributes were not in line with him, but more importantly, your own martial spirits are Shenlong and demon gods. You have to find a spirit ring that fits your status, right? Can't give Shenlong a toad spirit ring? In this way, the three of them went deeper and deeper, and gradually came to the depths of the soul hunting forest, and more types of soul beasts appeared, and there were even many 100-year-old soul beasts. Tang San had hunted down a few soul beasts including lone bamboo before, but he still didn't have a completely satisfied choice, and several people continued to search. This situation did not end until a few people smelled a sweet smell. Yu Xiaogang smelled the smell in the air, and suddenly said excitedly, "Yes, that's it. Xiaosan, this is the most suitable spirit ring for you." "Really, teacher, what kind of soul beast is this?" Tang San asked. Before Yu Xiaogang could answer, Qiling had already groped his chin and said, "100-year soul beast, poisonous arrow demon, mandala snake." Well, the characteristics of this kind of soul beast are indeed the blue-silver grass that perfectly fits Xiaosan. The master is really thoughtful. Qiling, who has obtained half of Yu Xiaogang's 10 core ideas of martial spirits, can now be regarded as an outstanding martial arts scholar. At this time, even Yu Xiaogang praised and admired his insights. When Yu Xiaogang heard Qiling's words, he immediately felt a rare confidant in life. Excitedly said, "Yes, Qiling, do you think so too?" This choice, but I checked a lot of information and analyzed Tang San's martial arts, and made a judgment. You see, the body of this mandala snake, skin. Even its poison. As long as the Wuhan matter is involved, Yu Xiaogang can forget about it and completely immerse himself in his own world. This is already his old problem. But at this time Qiling couldn't help but pour cold water on him. "Master, don't get excited, the current situation is a bit wrong, you should take a look first." Hearing what Qiling said, Yu Xiaogang calmed down and looked in the direction of Qiling's eyes. In addition to the huge mandala snake, there was also a golden toad with a small body, but it gave people a very dangerous feeling. This is... Yu Xiaogang looked at the golden toad, but did not recognize it for a while. Longming golden toad, a very rare soul beast, generally a small but very dangerous soul beast. Qiling said at this time, looking at the size of this golden toad, it is at least 500 years old. Age. This dragon Ming golden toad is very small, compared with the mandala snake in front of it, it is not even enough to stuff its teeth. But I don't know why at this time, the mandala snake's face has a panic and uneasy look, and the huge body is twisting anxiously, as if he wants to escape at all times. This mandala snake is so huge, it must be hunting this golden toad. Tang San said, "Teacher, why don't we catch them while they are fighting?" "Little San, there were two mistakes in your words just now." Yu Xiaogang stared at Long Ming Jin Chan, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "First, they are indeed predators, but the dragon Ming Jin Chan is preying on the mandala snake. With the mandala snake's ability, it is not Jin Chan's opponent at all." "Hey? Why?" Tang San was startled, and the toad was actually preying on the giant snake? This is simply unheard of. Second. Yu Xiaogang continued, "What we have to do now is not to think of the fisherman's profit, but to seize the opportunity and run away quickly." Chapter 9, Show You a Big Baby. Longming Golden Toad is extremely aggressive and possesses a strong territoriality. Once it discovers our smell, it will definitely attack us. Yu Xiaogang said. Furthermore, Longming Golden Toad is the best among the soul beasts in attack, defense, and speed. There is no obvious weakness at all. It is impossible for us to defeat it now. But these are not the main points. The most terrifying thing about this soul beast is its cry. Scream. Tang San asked in confusion, "Is there anything special about its scream?" The cry of the dragon's golden toad resembles the dragon's chant, and it is named after it. More importantly, when the dragon's golden toad calls, all the surrounding creatures will fall into a forced stun state, which can be said to be a melee nemesis. Yu Xiaogang explained. So, Xiao San, although it is a pity, you should give up this mandala snake spirit ring. Let's look for other spirit rings. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's explanation, Tang San also felt frustrated. After all, spirit rings with appropriate attributes are something you can meet but not ask for. Who knows if you missed this time, if you can find a suitable spirit ring. But a mandala snake is enough for a few people, and coupled with a more powerful dragon Ming golden toad, the hunting difficulty is almost impossible to complete. Tang San didn't want to put a few people into crisis because of himself. Hehe, Master, Xiaosan, we don't have to leave here. Qi Ling said suddenly. Since it is a melee nemesis, then we can kill it from a distance, isn't it all right? Oh? Qi Ling, do you have a way to get rid of Longming Golden Toad? Yu Xiaogang asked in surprise, and Tang San also showed hope. Yes. Come, let me show you a big baby. Qi Ling said, taking out the Barrett sniper rifle from his infinite space. When the pitch-black, domineering Batley sniper rifle was placed in front of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, both of them were shocked and speechless. Although they don't know this thing, they can feel a powerful deterrence and a sense of deadly threat from it. There is no doubt that this is an amazing weapon. Qi Ling, what on earth is this thing? Yu Xiaogang asked, with this thing, can the Dragon Ming Golden Toad be destroyed? Absolutely. Only one shot is needed to ensure that there will be no ashes left from the toad. Qi Ling said confidently, this thing is called the Bartley Sniper Rifle, which is a special soul guidance device. This soul guide sniper rifle has an effective shooting distance of more than 4,000 meters, which completely exceeds the sensing range of Longming Golden Toad. Qi Ling said. The only question now is how to make sure we can hit it. After all, I only have 2 bullets. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is about to use the soul guidance device, and the selection task has been triggered. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, the host shoots in person, the shooting success rate is 50%, reward, 1 bullet from the Batley sniper rifle. Option 2, give it to Tang San to shoot. The shooting success rate is 99%. Reward, God-level pupil technique, fire-eyed and golden eyes, Tang San's favorability plus 5%. If you choose one of the two options, you will have one more shooting opportunity. The probability is still 50%, which is almost useless. And Tang San himself cultivated the pupil technique with the purple extreme demon eye, and he also mastered the technique of solving hidden weapons. Even if it was the first operation, the success rate was much higher than his own. And this god-level pupil technique, fiery eyes and golden eyes, the name is an amazing thing, naturally you can't miss it. So Qiling chose option 2 without hesitation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, Tang San will shoot and get reward, god-level pupil technique, fire-eyed golden eyes, Tang San's favorability plus 5%. Little San, here you are. Qiling said, and handed the Batley sniper rifle to Tang San, you come to shoot this shot. Me. Tang San looked at the Bartley sniper rifle in his hand, and told himself with a heavy touch that it was not only sturdy in appearance, but also extremely powerful inside, but I haven't used this thing. Oh, it's the first time in everything, Xiao San, I believe you, just let it go. Qiling said, and began to teach Tang San how to operate this sniper rifle. Tang San, who had been obsessed with hidden weapons all his life, was naturally full of curiosity about this novel weapon, eager to try it out. So when he chose the gun point, got down and started aiming, he immediately activated the power of the purple magic pupil to the maximum, and firmly locked the Longming golden toad. Longming Jinchan's vigilance is very strong, and if he makes a bold move, he will only stun the snake. Qiling said from the side. And only when it launches a tweet attack, is it the only time to reveal its flaws. Xiaosan, that's the best moment for you to attack. More importantly, we must use the dragon's golden toad's attack to subdue the mandala snake, otherwise, once it is frightened and escapes, it may cause our actions to fall short. It would be extremely stamina consuming for Tang San to maintain the state of the purple demon eye, but fortunately, the confrontation between the mandala snake and Longming Jinchan quickly ended. As if unable to withstand this pressure, the mandala snake took the lead in attacking, and his body shot at Longming Jinchan like a sharp sword, taking a desperate attack, trying to catch it by surprise. But it is a pity that Longming Golden Toad's reaction speed is even higher than that of mandala snake. Just as the mandala snake's body plunged into the air, Longming Jinchan's legs violently exerted force, and instantly disappeared from the spot. When Longming Jinchan appeared again, there was a green snake blood in his mouth. There was a wound on the mandala snake's body. The invulnerable mandala snake can't even resist a bite of Longming Jinchan. Observing all this, Tang San couldn't help but swallowed. He actually wanted to hunt down such a monster. He really couldn't help himself. Attention, Xiao San. Qiling said at this time, Longming Jinchan is about to speak. Get ready. The mandala snake, who sensed the strength gap between the two sides, naturally refused to wait for death, and immediately fled toward the distance. But unfortunately, Longming Jinchan had already prepared for this. No matter how far the mandala snake rushed out, Longming Jinchan had already opened his mouth, and then a melodious dragon roar came from its mouth. It's hard to say what kind of bizarre picture this is, a toad actually made a dragon roar in its mouth. But the fact is like this, the mandala snake seemed to have suddenly stopped, falling from mid-air, into a state of dizziness. It's now, Xiao San. Qiling said to Tang San, shoot. Tang San, who was always ready, had already pressed the trigger of the Bartley sniper rifle at the moment Qiling gave the order, and the bullet shot at the Longming Golden Toad at a speed almost breaking the speed of sound. Longming Jinchan, who was tweeting, never thought that he would become someone else's prey, and he was directly hit in the head. And its originally small body was lost in half, leaving only the lower body still struggling. It's done, haha. Qiling said excitedly, go, Xiaosan, let's go and collect your spirit ring. Don't be sobered up by that mandala snake and let it run away. Chapter 10, save Tang San. Qi Ling took the lead, and rushed over. After confirming that the mandala snake was still dizzy, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a powerful ability! It can actually stun soul beasts with similar spirit power for so long. Time is terrible. Little San. Hurry up, start with this snake's mouth, and you will end it. Qi Ling said, be careful not to get bitten by its teeth, I won't detoxify. According to Qi Ling's instructions, Tang San used his own dagger to produce it from the soft inside of the mandala snake, and then a yellow century-old spirit ring floated up. But Yu Xiaogang, who was a step late, looked at Longming Jinchan in thought. Longming Jinchan, who had lost his head, did not stop breathing completely at this time, relying on his body's instincts to pant, showing its powerful vitality. Master, what are you thinking about? Qi Ling smiled, well, are you scared by the power of the Barrett sniper rifle? God, this is really divine. Qi Ling, you have your first spirit ring. Yu Xiaogang said suddenly. The first spirit ring? Mine. Qi Ling was taken aback, then looked at Longming Jinchan on the ground. Master, you're talking about it, isn't it the toad? It's golden toad. Yu Xiaogang corrected. Longming golden toad itself contains a trace of dragon blood, which just meets your martial spirit requirements. Moreover, whether it is the age or the skills it possesses, it can be said to be tailor-made for you, it is simply a match made in heaven. But, Master! Qi Ling was speechless for a while, even if it has dragon blood, it is still a toad after all. Could it be that his passive skill Crow's Mouth was activated again, and he really wanted to equip the Shenlong Wuhan with a toad spirit ring? Hurry up, Qi Ling, if it dies on its own, this spirit ring will belong to the junior. Yu Xiaogang said. This. Qi Ling felt speechless for a while, but this dragon Ming Jinchan, excluding its race factor, was indeed his perfect choice in all aspects. Reluctantly, under the eager attention of the master, Qi Ling had no choice but to lift the knife and drop it, breaking Longming Jinchan's last breath, and at the same time a golden century-old spirit ring appeared in the air. Looking at the golden spirit ring in front of him, Yu Xiaogang wrinkled his forehead slightly and said, the color of this spirit ring. Qi Ling, the age of this spirit ring has exceeded 500 years, or even close to 600 years. It is enough as a second spirit ring, but as a first spirit ring, it is a bit too much. It's okay, Master, my martial arts soul is very special, enough to withstand a soul ring of this age. Qi Ling believed. What's more, since you want to absorb a toad's spirit ring, it must be in the most satisfying state. Yu Xiaogang, who couldn't hold back Qi Ling, and considering the particularity of his martial spirit, had to agree to him to absorb this spirit ring that was beyond the age limit. So Qi Ling and Tang San stood in front of their respective spirit rings, stretched out their hands, and touched the spirit rings in the air. Soon, the spirit ring touched by Qi Ling gradually condensed onto the martial soul in his right hand, and immediately after that, he felt a special power pouring into his body. But what is strange is that Qi Ling did not suffer huge pain because of the excessive absorption of the spirit ring, as Yu Xiaogang said. He felt that the spirit ring seemed to be flowing water, completely absorbed by himself in a very natural way, and he even felt a little comfortable. It was as if he was not absorbing this spirit ring, but this spirit ring was yearning for him. More accurately speaking, it was longing for his martial arts spirit, and even felt impatient. The reason for this is that although Longming Golden Toad has a trace of dragon blood, how can it be respected by Shenlong? It's like the inferior nobles finally have the opportunity to become the royal family, how can they not be thirsty for it? It didn't take long before Qi Ling had absorbed his first spirit ring. After he opened his eyes and stood up from the ground, he felt his body condition was better than ever before, and his strength doubled. Master, I have already absorbed the spirit ring, where is Xiao San? Qi Ling said to Yu Xiaogang. Qi Ling? How did you finish absorbing the spirit ring so quickly? The spirit of the Demon really has its own uniqueness. Yu Xiaogang said, but his brows became tighter. Little San's situation is not optimistic. I don't know why, he has been unable to absorb that spirit ring for a long time. When Qiling heard it, he immediately looked at Tang San, who was aside, and saw Tang San as if he was fished out of the water, sweating profusely, and a very painful look appeared on his face, as if he was fighting something. Things are fighting. And in his hand, there was a golden spirit ring floating on the blue-silver grass martial spirit imprint, which appeared and disappeared from time to time, but could not be absorbed smoothly. This was also the cause of his pain. After a little analysis, Qiling immediately understood the reason why Tang San could not absorb the spirit ring smoothly. This is because when the mandala snake died, although it was in a dizzy state, it was in a complete state without receiving any damage. If you die in this way, it is natural that you will not look down on your eyes, which is why such a big rejection reaction will occur. But if it continues like this, Tang San will be unable to absorb the spirit ring for a long time, and it is likely to have extremely serious consequences. At the worst, it will even lead to confusion of spirit power and eventually death. Ding dong! It is detected that Tang San is facing a predicament. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, use Xiantian Gong to rescue Tang San, and get rewards, Xiantian Gong Realm plus 2, Tang San Favorability plus 20%. Option 2, let it go, Tang San has a 30% success rate in absorbing the spirit ring, and he will be rewarded, Tang San's favorability is minus 20%, and he loses the progress of the mysterious heaven practice. Undoubtedly, Qiling would naturally choose option 1, which could not only increase the realm of Xiantian Gong, but also gain Tang San's favorability. Why not do it? As a spirit master's own power, there is no way to transfer things like spirit power to each other, but the Tang sect's unique knowledge, Xiantian Gong, is different. Because this is, in the final analysis, a kind of inner strength mental method, as long as the same clan is of the same origin, it can be transmitted to each other. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1, rescue Tang San, and have been rewarded, Tang San's favorability degree plus 20%, and the realm of Xiantian Gong has risen by 2. The current host Xiantian Gong realm is the 3rd level. Even Tang San's profound heavenly skill was only the 1st realm at this time, Qiling's profound heavenly skill was already much higher than him. It can be said that it is easy to rescue Tang San. After putting his hand on Tang San's shoulder, a burst of vigorous profound heavenly power was transmitted to Tang San's body through Qiling, causing Tang San's brows to stretch immediately, and the fluctuation of spirit power stabilized. Tang San, who was struggling with the mandala snake's spirit ring, only felt a warm and reassuring power flowing slowly through his body, which made him feel familiar, just like his master. The same around. With the help of this power, Tang San quickly suppressed the mandala snake's spirit ring, erased the unwilling resentment it had when it died, and took the spirit ring's power to his own use. Chapter 11, The Arrogant Xiao Boss. When Tang San completely absorbed the mandala snake's spirit ring and opened his eyes, what appeared before his eyes were Yu Xiaogong's anxious expression and Qiling with a smile on his face. Little San, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yu Xiaogang asked with a look of concern. Your martial arts spirit, and the spirit ring you just absorbed, are everything normal? After feeling his physical condition, Tang San said, Teacher, I'm fine. It's better to say, I've never felt better now. That's good. Yu Xiaogang was relieved. Just now you had something wrong in absorbing the spirit ring, and you almost lost your life. Or Qiling didn't know any way to save you, you have to thank him well. Hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, Tang San was startled. The familiar feeling he had just felt was originally from Qiling? What is going on here? But in any case, it is an indisputable fact that Qiling saved himself, so Tang San said to Qiling, Thank you, Brother Qi, I owe you again. Haha, what are the words of thanks between the good brothers? Since you have absorbed the spirit ring, Ziosan, we should go back as soon as possible, so as not to delay the school curriculum. Qiling said. After the three men rectified a little bit, they began to walk back, and finally returned to Notting College in the morning of the third day. Yu Xiaogang was weak and tired after a few days of trekking, so he went back to the house to rest, and Tang San and Qiling walked towards the dormitory. As soon as I walked into the academy, I saw several working students trotting panicked, rushing to the back of the school. Qi inspired to be curious, he stopped a person and asked, "Hey, you are not in class, what are you running to the back mountain?" "I've been bullied to the end, so what kind of class?" The working student said subconsciously, but after seeing the person's appearance, he immediately recovered. "Qi, Boss Qi! Boss Qi, you are finally back. This time is fine. Speak slowly, what's going on? Who is the bully?" Qiling said. "Yes, it's the 6th grade boss Xiao." He took a group of people and surrounded Sister Xiao Wu, and Wang Sheng had already passed by with the working students, said the working student. "Oh? Boss Xiao?" Qiling scratched his head. He, who was not interested in these little kids, really didn't know such a person. Is he amazing? Why bother with Xiao Wu? It's because he often bullies the work-study students, Xiao Wu can't see it, and stop him, so that he can bear his grudge, the work-study student said. Boss Xiao is a master at the realm of soul masters, and I heard that there are still a few people in the 6th grade who have reached the realm of soul masters, so I dare to trouble Sister Xiao Wu. Furthermore, we also heard that Boss Xiao made a statement that if he wins this time, Sister Xiao Wu will be his pet, and all work students will be his servants. Everyone in the college will listen to him in the future. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a challenge from Boss Xiao, please choose from the following options. Option 1, hold your breath and let Xiao Boss be bullied, and get a reward, the title of worry. Option 2, tell the teacher, let the school handle the matter and get a reward from the teacher. Option 3, lesson Xiao Boss, guard the dignity of working study students, get rewards, reputation +3, spirit power level +3. There is no doubt that Qiling will naturally choose the third option. Whether it is swallowing his breath or telling the teacher, it is not Qiling's style of doing things, his enemy, he still prefers to use his fists to defeat. And more importantly, option 3 can increase your spirit power level by 3. You know, after he absorbed the spirit ring, his spirit power level had reached level 14, and even Tang San was only level 13. After increasing to level 3 again, Qiling's spirit power level reached the terrible level 17. This was an impossible level at his age, and he was the first person in the academy well deserved. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, teach Boss Xiao personally, and get rewards, reputation +3, spirit power level +3. Humph, the tiger is not at home, and the monkey is arrogant. Qiling said angrily, little San, go, let's meet this Boss Xiao, how many hands have he grown? On the back mountain of the school, the working students and Xiao Boss were facing each other. Xiao Wu and Xiao Boss, as the leaders on both sides, stood at the forefront of their respective sides. Little rabbit, it's too late for you to regret now. As long as you give up now, I will only accept you as a pet. Xiao Boss looked at Xiao Wu and said with a smile. Of course, whether day or night, I will take good care of you. I'm Pooh. I think you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You don't have the skills, and your appetite is not small. Xiao Wu said with her hands on her hips and a domineering big sister. Boss Xiao, if you are afraid, give up quickly and be my little brother obediently in the future. I'm afraid? Ha ha ha, little rabbit, do you first figure out the current situation is good. Xiao Boss laughed. Now we have the upper hand. If you can't send any more people, you will have to play in person. Boss Xiao and Xiao Wu used a wheel-to-wheel battle to determine the outcome. The two sides sent people to the court to compete, and if they lost, they replaced the next one. Whichever side had no one to send, the other side would lose. This seemingly fair rule is actually very detrimental to working study students, because the strength of working study students is generally low, and only Xiao Wu is in the realm of Soul Master. And on the side of Elder Xiao, including him, there are 4 people in the realm of Spirit Masters, and the others have at least 8 or 9 levels of spirit power. Seeing that the people on her side were defeated one by one, Xiao Wu couldn't help stomping her feet in a hurry, muttering to herself in anger, "Where did those 2 guys go? Really, the critical moment is not there. Little rabbit, you have no one else, should you go on the court yourself?" Boss Xiao said proudly, "Or, you plan to give up and become my pet like this? I happen to have a set of bunny girl clothes here. Why don't you put it on to open your eyes?" Ha ha ha. Seeing that Boss Xiao's mouth became more and more unclean, Xiao Wu was stomped with anger, and planned to go on stage by herself and teach him a lesson. But at this moment, there was an exceptionally reassuring voice, "Xiao Wu is the boss of our 7 houses, how come he will be on the court in person? Let me, my little brother, come." Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu immediately beamed her eyebrows, but said in her mouth, "Humph! You are back, I thought you were lost outside." "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I was delayed for some time on the road, and I came back late." Qiling smiled. "Xiao Wu, leave these people to me. Xiao San, check the injuries of other classmates, and treat them if necessary. Be careful, Brother Qi, they are crowded and powerful, and they are quite unscrupulous." Tang San said, "Or, let me go with you." "In-law, it's just a bunch of kids, I haven't put them in my eyes yet." Qiling said, "I don't even need to move my hands against them." Chapter 12, Slap him 100 times. After passing the work-study students, Qiling came to Boss Xiao and said, "You are Boss Xiao? You said you want Xiao Wu to be your pet." Boss Xiao looked at Qiling, who was only up to his chest. He didn't know why. He was obviously older than his age, but the other party had a special temperament, and he could not breathe. "Hey! That's right, this is our gambling agreement. If you lose, of course you have to accept your gambling." Xiao Boss pretended to be calm and said. Qiling looked at Boss Xiao with murderous eyes that made Boss Xiao feel frightened. Just when Xiao Boss was about to be unable to hold it, Qiling suddenly laughed, "Haha, interesting, let's talk, how do you want to fight?" "Hey! The rules are very simple. We use wheel warfare, and the 2 sides send 10 people to each other, everyone." "Oh, forget it, it's troublesome." Qiling said impatiently, "One by one, when do you have to fight? I don't have time to play with you. Let's do it, as many as you have. As long as you can kill me, even if you win." Boss Xiao was taken aback, then looked at Xiao Wu, who nodded and said, "Yes, what he said is what I said." For Qiling, Xiao Wu can be said to have complete trust. Although he is as old as himself, for some reason, his body makes people feel safe, as if he is omnipotent. And more importantly, when Qiling competed with himself, he easily crushed himself. Xiao Wu didn't believe that the people like Boss Xiao would be stronger than herself. "Hey! Overwhelmingly, you are just a new first-year work student, and you actually uttered wild words, saying that you want to challenge all of us." Boss Xiao said contemptuously, "I think you are looking for death. You are wrong. It's not that I challenged all of you, but all of you challenged me." Qiling smiled softly. "And what you have to challenge is not how to beat me, but how to live in my hands." Qiling's arrogant words immediately aroused the strong dissatisfaction of the Xiao Boss and the group. After all, he was just a first-year student who had never seen his face. In their eyes, he might not be as strong as Xiao Wu. "Don't speak big words, come if you want to compare." Are we still afraid that you won't succeed? Damn it, give this kid a long time to see and let him know that we are not annoying. Smelly boy, I'll be beaten and cry later, go and regret it. For a moment, everyone in the elder Xiao and the group summoned their own spirits, and 4 of them even had spirit rings attached to them, showing their identity as a spirit master. With so many people possessing martial spirits at the same time, even if they were just a group of children, the scene was spectacular enough. Boss Xiao looked at his men and felt confident again. How is it? Little devil, just take advantage of this to admit defeat, I'm not so angry. Boss Xiao also summoned his own spirit, the wolf's beast spirit possessed, making him look a little more mighty. Give up? Why should I give up? Qi Ling said with a constant smile, don't you think that you can beat me this way? No, no, no. Finally, Wu Hun, it's not like that. Qi Ling smiled and stretched out his right hand, Wu Hun possessed, Shenlong Emperor. The soul mark on Qi Ling's right hand lit up again, and the mighty and domineering Shenlong phantom appeared above him. And this time, his first spirit ring was also lit up at the same time, adding even more powerful strength to the Shenlong. The dragon in the air seemed to open its mouth and let out a silent dragon chant, exuding a powerful aura. All the people affected by this momentum couldn't help taking 3 steps back, and some even fell directly on the ground. And when the Shenlong rushed down and entered Qi Ling's body, a terrifying aura immediately radiated from his body, as if he was the supreme in this world, and people didn't dare to look directly. Papa! 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 Just when everyone was still shocked by the power of Qi Ling's martial arts spirit, he suddenly disappeared in place, and then with 3 crisp sounds, he had already appeared in the camp of Elder Xiao and his group. Except for Xiao Boss, the 3 One-Ring Spirit Masters were slapped by Qi Ling and fell to the ground with a fan, his face was swollen. And the possession of their martial souls was also relieved with it, and Qi Ling's slap had caused them to lose all resistance. This is not just a difference in strength, it is simply a unilateral crush. Even if they were both soul masters, these people had absolutely no power to fight back in front of Qi Ling, and could not react at all. Elder Xiao's people were all silent at once, staring at the 3 people on the ground who were screaming. The 3 masters of one's own side have not even survived a face-to-face encounter, so they were killed? Are you dreaming? I counted 3 times. After 3 times, the people who are still standing here. Qi Ling glanced at everyone, kill without mercy. 1 2. The people who reacted, look at me, I look at you, and suddenly ran up in panic at the same time, yelling, help, help. Killing. After all, it's a group of children. It's okay to have fun. Once they realize that they are in danger, these talents can run as fast as they can, regardless of organizational discipline. You. Boss Xiao was dumbfounded. The only ones who were still standing in the field were him and Qi Ling. The huge team he had just disappeared in an instant. Seeing Qi Ling slowly approaching him, Boss Xiao felt as if he saw the of death. He didn't think that the person who could defeat the 3 spirit masters in an instant could win. You just said, what if you win? My ears are not so good, I didn't hear it clearly. Qi Ling asked with a gentle smile, but in the eyes of Boss Xiao, it was even more terrifying than the demon of hell. I. Elder Xiao stammered speechless, wanted to ask for mercy, but couldn't say anything. Seeing Boss Xiao not speaking, Qi Ling turned around and shouted, Wang Sheng. How is the injury? Can you still move? Boss. I'm okay. Wang Sheng rushed over with a panda eye. The operation of Boss Qi was really exhausting and made him excited. Boss. What do you want me to do? Go, give him 100 slaps. Qi Ling pointed at Boss Xiao and said, so that he can know that some things shouldn't be said nonsense. Telling. Boss. Wang Sheng agreed, and then came to Xiao Boss with a vicious look. What are you, what are you doing? I'm a nobleman, and my father is. In a panic, Boss Xiao moved out of his noble status, trying to rely on it. I don't care what kind of noble you are the king of heaven, I can't beat you today. Qi Ling said domineeringly, Wang Sheng, give me a hand. Okay. Boss. Wang Sheng raised his hand excitedly, and slapped him in the face. Boss Xiao, who was slapped in the face, wanted to resist, but couldn't do anything. Because Qi Ling's eyes were staring at him, he didn't know why, as long as Qi Ling looked at him, he would lose all the power to resist. And Wang Sheng's slap is getting more and more vigorous. He is usually bullied by Boss Xiao. This time he seized the opportunity and of course would not let him off easily. Chapter 13, Domination Academy. 76, 77, 78. While counting, Wang Sheng continued to implement Qi Ling's instructions, struggling the face of Boss Xiao. Even though Wang Sheng had already used the spirit of martial arts and protected his hand with his spirit power, he could use the force so many times, at this time, he felt that his palm was slightly numb. That was the case, let alone being smoked. Boss Xiao is now a real one with two big heads, with swollen faces on the left and right sides, completely unable to see the chic style of the past. He regrets very much now, and is trying hard to remember, how did he provoke Qi Ling? Why did he let others off easily, but not himself? In the end he was sure that he must have said that he wanted to accept Xiao Wu as a pet, and angered him. Because at that time, Boss Xiao clearly felt Qi Ling's cold killing intent. That is the anger of the strong who dismissed the weak, but was challenged by the weak. It was this trace of killing intent that completely collapsed Boss Xiao's will to resist, even if he was so insulted by Wang Sheng who was weaker than himself, he did not dare to fight back. And Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Boss being so miserable, and couldn't bear to say, Hey, Qi Ling, or just forget it, you broke him, how can you be my little brother? Well, you have the final say, as long as you calm down. Qi Ling smiled, and then said to Wang Sheng, stop. Okay, boss. When Wang Sheng heard this, he immediately stopped, shook his hand, and stepped aside. How about it, Boss Xiao, do you want Xiao Wu to be your pet? Qi Ling stepped forward and said maliciously. Do you need me to pour you some more water? Xiao San will give you another beat. No. No need. Old Xiao's swollen face was like a pig's head, and he barely squeezed out a few words from his mouth. Q, Boss Qi, you will be the boss of all of us. Wrong, I'm not a boss, I'm just a subordinate of the mighty and domineering Xiao Wu sister. Qi Ling smiled. From now on, Xiao Wu will be the boss of this entire academy, you understand? Understand. Understand. Boss Xiao reacted immediately and hurriedly said to Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu. From now on you will be the boss of all of us. Sister Xiao Wu, you let me go east, I will never go west, you let me go north, I will never go south. What you say, Sister Xiao Wu, is the imperial decree of all of us. Although Xiao Wu was happy in her heart, for the sake of her elder sister's image, she said to Boss Xiao with restraint, Well, I know, you go back first. I will call you when something happens. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Boss Xiao Fei fled like an amnesty. After Xiao Wu waited for Boss Xiao to leave, she immediately hugged Qi Ling's neck happily and kept jumping up and down. Yet, Qi Ling, you are so amazing. How easy it is to get them done. You are my idol. A group of working study students surrounded Qi Ling one after another at this time. They had been bullied many times by Boss Xiao before, and they had never been as proud as they were today. Boss Qi, you are amazing. Thank you for helping us out. Boss, your martial arts soul is so handsome. Is that a dragon? This is the first time I have seen such a martial arts soul. Boss, I must study with you in the future, and strive to become as powerful as you soon. Wang Sheng stretched out his hand to stop them, and said triumphantly, Don't make noise, Don't make noise. I am the first person to recognize the boss, you are all my juniors. Do you know? You people, have you forgotten what I just said? Qi Ling said helplessly, Xiao Wu is your eldest sister, you all listen to her. Understand? Also, Wang Sheng. Qi Ling said to Wang Sheng, since you are their senior, should you say something? Today everyone, go to the restaurant on the second floor to eat. Let Wang Sheng treat. Yet. Great. Xiao Wu was the first to jump up happily, and then all the work-study students, pulling the pale-faced Wang Sheng, rushed to the restaurant together. Little San, how about it? Qi Ling said to the remaining Tang San after everyone left, do you think I did too much? No, both grace and prestige, thunder means, Brother Qi, you are a natural leader. In this respect, I am inferior to you, Tang San said. Haha, that's good, I'm still worried that you blame me for stealing your limelight. Qi Ling said, reaching out to put his hand on Tang San's shoulder, and walked to the restaurant with him. Let's go, I have to let Wang Sheng, this kid, give some blood today. In the end, the meal did not cause Wang Sheng to bleed, because after a little rectification, the boss rushed to the restaurant and paid Qi Ling and the others the meal. As the boss of Xiao, who has been influenced by the struggle of the nobility since childhood, he can see clearly that from now on, if he wants to live in the academy, he must improve his relationship with Qi Ling. So Boss Xiao immediately put aside the little grudge in his heart and rushed to show his favor to Qi Ling. And he promised generously that from now on, he will cover all the work of the working students, and the working students only need to collect money. Since then, the work-study students in Kishi have had a much more comfortable life, and they also sincerely thank this young but full of momentum boss. However, they soon discovered that their boss didn't seem to like class very much. On weekdays, Qi Ling appears in class very rarely, and it seems that he would rather sleep in the dormitory than go to the classroom. Brother Qi, it's impossible for you to keep not coming to class like this. Tang San kindly persuaded. If you don't learn, you will retreat. Even if Brother Qi is extremely talented, you can't help but learn. Hey, Xiaosan, learning is important, but why should I spend time listening to those pedantic nerds and making some ridiculous remarks? Qi Ling said with disdain. You are a disciple of the master, you should feel it too? Compared with what the master said, what those teachers said is full of loopholes. Tang San nodded secretly, agreeing with Qi Ling's statement. Although the master's theory is very peculiar, the facts prove that the master's theory is almost all right, but it is too advanced. But, Brother Qi, even if that's the case, you can't help but come to class, Tang San said. Ha? Little San, you shouldn't be such a pedantic talent, right? Qi Ling raised his eyebrows. The person who dares to learn the Tang sect's top secret is such a behaving person? Or, do you have any reason to persuade me to listen to things that are completely useless and even harmful? Of course there are reasons. Tang San said with a smile. Oh? What reason? Qi Ling asked curiously. People who don't have enough class hours in school cannot graduate. Little San, let's go to class. Qi Ling stood up from his bed and said to Tang San. Chapter 14, You Do Not Deserve. In the class at Notting College, all students witnessed a miracle at the same time they actually saw Qi Ling alive in class. As the real boss of the college, the place where Qi Ling appeared the most was the bed in his dormitory. Because of this, many students saw him for the first time, and they were curious to see what is different about this boss. Wow, what's the wind blowing today? Why did Qi Ling come to class? Xiao Wu said in surprise when he saw Qi Ling's figure. I called Brother Qi. Tang San said beside Xiao Wu. Brother Qi is talented and intelligent. I can only understand 60% of what the teacher says, but he can understand 10%. It would be a shame if such a talent is abandoned. Are you sure he will come to class? He will listen carefully. Xiao Wu said dubiously. Recalling Qiling's disdain for the academy teacher, Tang San secretly left a cold sweat, probably. So 3 minutes later, Qiling, who was sitting in the first row, had already entered his dream, falling asleep fast, even faster than when he was in the dormitory. The teacher who was teaching was Liu Xian. He was not very old, but he treated the students very harshly. He frowned when he saw someone dared to sleep in his class. Qiling, stand up for me. Liu Xian put down the textbook in his hand and said. Sleep in class and don't listen to the instructions. Do you still see me as a teacher? Get me out of the station. Qiling rubbed his eyes and said sleepily, Yan, I'm sorry, teacher, I don't want to sleep either. It's true that your lectures are not only boring, but also full of loopholes. Liu Xian heard Qiling's words, his eyes widened, as if Qiling said something incredible. Damn it, Qiling, what are you talking about? How come there are students like you that dare to question the teacher? I don't care if you sleep in class, but you must make it clear to me that the class I teach is full of loopholes. Otherwise, you will never take my class in the future. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a threat from the teacher. Please select the host from the following options. Option 1, admit your mistakes to the teacher, ask the teacher for forgiveness, ignore the teacher's mistakes in class, and get rewards, teacher favorability +1, textbook +10. Option 2, point out the teacher's mistakes, correct the teacher's behavior, and get rewards, the second half of 10 core theories of Wuhan. Faced with these two options, Qiling naturally chooses the second one. With all the 10 core theories of Wuhan, Qiling can be regarded as a master of Wuhan theory, not to mention that he can compare with Yu Xiaogang. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, a positive theory with the teacher, and has been rewarded, the second half of 10 core theories of Wuhan. Okay, teacher, if that's the case, then I will tell you what is wrong with what you said. Qiling stood up and said confidently. In this class, you are teaching the basic theorems of Wuhan, but it is almost completely outdated knowledge. Many things have been proved to be wrong. Beast spirits cannot use the spirit rings of plant spirit beasts. It's ridiculous, you don't even know the nature of spirit rings and spirits. The highest innate soul power can only reach level 10? The frog at the bottom of the well is just sitting on the well and watching the sky. There are far more geniuses in this world than you think. If a Wuhan has a defect, it is destined to be unable to break through. It's just that you haven't found a suitable method. The defective Wuhan must have a corresponding method, and you can go and repair it. The most ridiculous thing to me is this one you said. Qiling pointed to a sentence in the textbook. Soul masters who are born with abandoned martial souls are destined to have no major development in this life? What is abandoned martial arts? What is a good martial arts? There is no useless martial arts soul in this world. A waste soul master. Qiling's words were so shocking that everyone in the classroom was shaken silently by him. But Tang San looked at Qiling with an expression of admiration. What he said was exactly the same as the master. Even though he knew these things, he couldn't talk like him. Maybe this is the difference between the two. You arrogant. Liu Xian was trembling with Qiling, pointing to him and said, the waste spirit is destined to not develop. What's wrong with this? A fool with no talent is a person with no value. Everyone's martial arts spirit is doomed, so everyone's value is already doomed. This is the law of this society. You are wrong, teacher. Qiling said without retreat, it is you people who divided them into 3, 6, or 9 classes, that killed their possibility. Because of the quality of Wuhan, denying the value of a person is basically similar to the behavior of a robber. You don't have the right to easily define a person's life. Those who do this kind of thing are not worthy of being a teacher. Liu Xian stepped back shocked by Qiling's words, then pointed to his nose and said in disbelief, you said I am not worthy to be a teacher. It's really unreasonable. He has no respect, disobeys the teacher, and is arrogant. I think you are not worthy of being a student. Liu Xian waved his hand and pointed to the door. Get out of here, you are not welcome. Never come to my class in the future. Haha, that's right, I don't want to take a class with a teacher like you. Qi Ling said as he walked out the door. Listening is useless, learning is harmful, pedantic and stereotyped, presumptuous as a teacher. Seeing Qi Ling walking outside, Xiao Wu also said emotionally at this moment, Little San, I didn't expect Qi Ling to know so much. I think what he said makes sense, let's go and support him. Tang San hesitated, but, teacher, he. What else? I've seen that person displeased a long time ago. Xiao Wu said, standing up and saying, you teacher, if you can't talk about people, you can dominate people with power. You are not a hero at all. Sister Xiao Wu, I won't go to your class anymore. As he said, Xiao Wu followed Qi Ling and walked out the door. The students in the classroom saw that Qi Ling and others might not know anyone, but the name of Sister Xiao Wu, they were like thunder. He immediately became restless. Let's go. This kind of teacher's class does not matter. I don't want my life to be defined by others. That's right, let's go to Master Yu Xiaogang and listen to him in class. I heard that Qi Ling and Tang San are taking classes with him. What I said, no wonder Qi Lao University is so knowledgeable, I can't understand what I say. I will go to Master Yu Xiaogang now and listen to him teach us. Qi Ling didn't expect that by making a fuss so casually, he accidentally let Master Yu Xiaogang get the recognition of so many students. He worked hard for what he hadn't done for half his life, but he did it easily by himself, which is really good luck. Chapter 15, Millennium Spirit Ring. Seeing more and more students rushing out, Liu Xian calmed down and began to feel scared. This is not just a teaching accident, but a teaching disaster. It is very likely that you will lose your job. After all, the Soul Master Academy is different from ordinary schools. Every student is a precious Soul Master, and the school's annual funding is also related to the number of students. In case these students really do not go to school, it is very simple for them to change schools, but they are afraid that they will be peeled off by the principal. Qi Ling. Stop for me. Liu Xian chased out and shouted, you confuse so many classmates to skip class with you, so it's too irresponsible. Teacher, I want you to figure it out, I never said a word to them. Qi Ling said. My classmates just feel spontaneously that your class is not worth it. Damn it, since you say that I am not worthy to be a teacher, then dare you compare with me. Liu Xian said helplessly. If I lose, I will admit what you said. If you lose, you will leave the school by yourself, and you are not allowed to confuse other students. Looking at Liu Xian, Qi Ling pointed at himself, then pointed at him and said, you mean, you are a teacher, the second ring Great Spirit Master, you want to compare with me, the first ring Spirit Master. Moreover, the bet on both of us is that I have to leave the academy if I lose, and if you lose, Mr. Liu Xian, you only need to admit my point of view? I'm really touched by such generous terms. Teacher, your test is really fair. As the proponent of the test, Liu Xian couldn't help but feel blush. The gap of a soul ring is not just as simple as one soul ability, it is a comprehensive gap including soul power and various aspects. Not to mention, he, a teacher, actually wanted to bully his students in this way, but for his own future, Liu Xian chose to do so. Why? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, just leave the college directly. Liu Xian said. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a challenge from Liu Xian, please choose from the following options. Option 1, reject the unfair challenge, think of other ways to fight back, and get rewards, prestige -1, 10 gold soul coins. Option 2, accept Liu Xian's challenge, defeat him, and get a reward, a 1000-year spirit ring with matching attributes. Looking at the reward of this option too, Qiling raised his eyebrows. This was really a timely reward. The biggest difference between myself and Liu Xian lies in my soul power. Although I have overabsorbed the first spirit ring and possessed super twin spirits, the difference between the Soul Master and the Great Soul Master is not so to make up for. But if you have another 1000-year spirit ring, then everything will be different. Not only will his soul power not be weaker than him, it will even be stronger than him. And with the first spirit ring as a foreshadowing, Qiling can now absorb this 1000-year spirit ring as the first spirit ring of his second martial spirit. Because of emotion and reason, I have no reason not to choose the second item. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing the second item, accepting Liu Xian's challenge and receiving a reward, a 1000-year spirit ring with matching attributes. Please select the spirit ring attribute by the host by yourself. So Qiling smiled and said, haha, how could it be? Since teacher, you want to compete with me so much, then I will do as you wish. Tomorrow morning, on the school playground, we can have a fair duel. Teachers and students are also welcome to come and give me a testimony. Okay. It's a deal. Liu Xian was afraid that Qiling would go back. I will be waiting for you tomorrow morning. After returning to the dormitory, Qiling once again became the focus of everyone. After all, although the Soul Master Academy is very special, it was the first time that they saw students who dared to challenge the teacher. The boss is worthy of being the boss, he just has boldness. Wang Sheng said with a look of admiration, I dare to challenge the teacher, I can't even think about it. Haha, Qiling, great! When you said that teacher, it was really enjoyable. Xiao Wu said excitedly, don't worry, until tomorrow, I will bring everyone together and cheer for you. Okay, I beg you, Xiao Wu. Qiling smiled, don't let me lose to him in momentum. Don't worry, I'm the omnipotent Xiao Wu sister, this little thing is on my body. Xiao Wu confidently patted her small chest and said. And Tang San said with some worry at this time, Brother Qi, there is a spirit ring gap between you and teacher Liu Xian. This is not easy to ignore. What are you going to do? Shanren has his own tricks, Xiaosan, you just wait for a good show. Qiling smiled, anyway, there is still one afternoon, enough for me to surpass him. Naturally, Tang San didn't believe what Qiling said. If he could surpass Liu Xian in one afternoon, Qiling didn't care, but in the afternoon, he found a place with no one to absorb his second spirit ring. In fact, Qiling had also considered whether he would wait for a period of time to absorb the second spirit ring directly for the Dragon Emperor, which would be better. In this way, when one's own endurance is sufficient, he can allocate 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years of spirit ring to the second spirit. But after thinking about it, Qiling still chose to raise the two spirits simultaneously. This is because the two spirits in his body, unlike Tang San, are two spirits of one evil and the other righteous. If one party is too strong, it is difficult to guarantee that no accidents will happen. System. I chose to equip my second martial arts spirit, Blood Demon Emperor with a 1000-year spirit ring. Qiling said to the system, give me a suitable spirit ring. Ding dong! The host selection has been confirmed, and the spirit ring with appropriate attributes is being configured for your martial soul Blood Demon Emperor. Congratulations, you have obtained the spirit ring of the Millennium Soul Beast, Blood Bat Monster, please complete the absorption as soon as possible. Immediately, a purple spirit ring appeared in front of Qiling, glowing with a long blue light, which seemed mysterious and yearning. Qiling summoned the Blood Demon Emperor martial spirit in his left hand, and the blood-red light covered his whole body, and then stretched his hand to the 1000-year spirit ring in front of him. As soon as he touched the spirit ring, Qiling's brows instantly frowned. It is completely different from when the Dragon Emperor absorbed the spirit ring. The process of the Blood Demon Emperor's absorption of the spirit ring is full of pain that makes the scalp numb. This feeling was as if the blood demon emperor in his body was madly devouring and biting the spirit ring, like a merciless killing. Eating the weak and eating the strong is the only law of dark creatures. As an arrogant creature without the dragon clan, the blood demon emperor has brought horror and cruelty to the extreme. There is no need for your consent at all. All you do is plunder and take. The strong is supreme, the fittest survive, those who follow me live, and those who oppose me die. After the blood devil emperor had absorbed the spirit ring, Qi Ling seemed to wake up from a nightmare, breathing quickly at his left hand. What a terrible Wuhan! I can't imagine what I would be like without the dragon emperor in my body. Qi Lingzhen said with lingering fear. Chapter 16, Glaring Eyes. The Blood Demon Emperor and the Shenlong Emperor are both top martial spirits, but they are also the most dangerous martial spirits. If there is only the Dragon Emperor, the host will become more and more indifferent to all feelings in the world, arrogant above all else, and eventually turn into a ruthless machine. If there is only the Blood Emperor, the host will be filled with cruelty and fear, becoming a devil who only knows to kill, and ultimately crazy. Qi Ling is very fortunate now that his choice is correct, otherwise, once one party is dominant, it will be him who will never recover. But at such a big risk, Qi Ling's gain is worth the fare. Looking at the purple ray of spirit ring on his left hand, Qi Ling just wanted to shout, "Who else?" After obtaining this 1000-year spirit ring, Qi Ling's spirit power level has not increased, but the spirit power in his body has indeed increased, and it has also increased a lot. In other words, although the spirit power level has not changed, Qi Ling's spirit power quality has greatly increased. At the same spirit power level, his spirit power quality is at least twice that of others. In this regard, he already has the capital to defeat Liu Xian. It is as if two people also have only one spirit ring, but it is 10 years, 1000 years, even if the spirit power level is the same, the 1000 years spirit ring can easily crush the 10 years spirit ring. And there is one more thing, that is, the two first spirit abilities that Qi Ling has obtained are both divine abilities. When Qi Ling saw the effect of his skills, he wondered if he was on the hook, so how could Liu Xian fight himself? Both of his own skills, using one at random, are enough to crush him. Hey, for the sake of fairness, I'll just use a martial arts soul. Qi Ling reluctantly shook his head and said, "No way, I am such an excellent person." At last it was the duel moment of the next day. The school's classmates and teachers had already gathered in the playground, leaving a dedicated competition venue for the two. "Teacher, do you think Qi Ling has a chance to win?" Tang San asked Yu Xiaogang beside him. Yu Xiaogang said with a calm expression, "If there are no other variables, Qi Ling is definitely not Liu Xian's opponent. Even if he is a twin spirit, but he has only one spirit ring, he cannot cross this gap. Unless," Yu Xiaogang continued, "he can get another spirit ring." Liu Xian stood on the martial arts arena, excited like a rooster in battle. "Although the method is not glorious, but my goal is indeed achieved. After all, I was going to compete with a first ring spirit master as a second ring spirit master. If you can't win anymore, just stop living. No matter what kind of genius the student is, whether it is the boss of the student, but the student is a student, how can he win his own teacher?" The only thing he was afraid of now was that Qi Ling would avoid fighting. If that were the case, as a teacher, he couldn't say anything. Therefore, when Qi Ling put his hands in his pockets and slowly appeared, the big stone in Liu Xian's heart finally landed. "You are finally here, classmate Qi Ling, I thought you were afraid to come." "How come, teacher, I have never escaped this word in my dictionary." Qi Ling smiled. Liu Xian snorted coldly and said, "Hey! Student Qi Ling, if you apologize to the teacher now and write me an apology letter publicly, I can still." "No, teacher, let's start quickly." Qi Ling said, "I am a person who hates nonsense." "Damn, you nasty student! I don't think you can see the coffin or cry." Liu Xian furiously said, he kindly found him under the stairs, but he didn't appreciate it. If that's the case, then you regret it. Wuhan, Shadow Wolf, possess. As Liu Xian said, his martial soul imprint emerged from his body, surrounded by 2 spirit rings, one white and one yellow, showing his identity as a great spirit master. Although the Shadow Wolf is a very common martial soul, it is a very good agile attack type martial soul with a good attack power. Liu Xian, who was possessed by Wuhan, seemed to have a thin layer of hair growing on his body, the color of his hair turned grey, and his eyes turned into a shape unique to wild beasts. More importantly, his limbs, including his hands and nails, have evolved toward the shape of a wolf, allowing him to move faster and attack more efficiently. First spirit ability, extreme speed. Liu Xian said, the white spirit ring on his body lit up, and he immediately submerged in his body, already using his first spirit ability. My first spirit ability can increase my speed by 30% within a certain period of time. Liu Xian moved flexibly on the ground. Well, now you can't even catch my shadow, right? Is it the only way? Qiling asked Liu Xian with a smile. What? Liu Xian asked in confusion. I mean, do you only have this kind of strength? Qiling smiled, then you'd better use all your spirit abilities as soon as possible. I'm afraid you won't have a chance after a while. What are you talking about? You arrogant kid, die for me. In anger, Liu Xian rushed towards Qiling desperately, and at the same time stretched out his own sharp claws at him. Everyone who saw this scene took a deep breath. Qiling has not yet possessed the spirit of martial arts. He could never take such a quick attack. But then, there was a shocking scene. Liu Xian's attack was actually caught by Qiling steadily. His arm was directly blocked by Qiling, without causing any harm to him. Hey! Tang San, who was watching the battle, suddenly asked in doubt, Brother Qi actions just now are so strange. What's wrong? Xiao San, have you found anything strange? Yu Xiaogang asked. No, sir, it's just that Brother Qi actions just now. Tang San organized a few words and said. He seems to have taken action before Mr. Liu left. That's why he can come first and block Mr. Liu's attack. At the same time, the onlookers also discovered that the color of Qiling's eyes had changed. He was originally a black pupil, but his eyes changed to gold at this time, which made people feel strange and extraordinary. This is Qiling's second ultimate move for Liu Xian. After he absorbed the spirit ring yesterday, he learned the reward given to him before the system, the God-level pupil technique, Fire-Eyed Golden Eyes. As a God-level pupil technique, the realm of Fiery Eyes and Golden Eyes has 3 levels. Qiling's current realm is in the first stage. Needless to say, the first layer of Fiery Eyes can enhance vision. More importantly, it has a very abnormal ability, predict the future. According to the details of the opponent's body movements, Qiling can know the opponent's next attack route and attack method, and at the same time choose the best response route. This powerful foresight ability allows Qiling to easily block Liu Xian's attack even if he didn't use martial soul. Chapter 17, The First Soul Skill, 9 Heavens Dragon Yin. Looking at Qiling who easily blocked his attack, Liu Xian's face was full of incredible. He is only a 1-level spirit master, and he hasn't used martial arts. How could he be able to stop his attack? Impossible, it must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Liu Xian shouted, how can you stop my attack? Second spirit ability, Shadow 100 Claw Strike. Liu Xian's second spirit ability is an attack type skill that can launch hundreds of attacks against the enemy in an instant. It is the best attack method for agile attack spirit masters. But what made Liu Xian collapse was that in his own claw shadow, Qiling was like catkins drifting in the wind. Only a few slight movements of his body dodged all his attacks. His own speed is obviously much faster than Qiling, but he can't attack him. It was as if whenever he launched an attack on him, he was no longer there, making Liu Xian feel very strange. And this was because the pupil power of the fiery eyes and the golden eyes of Qiling were strengthened, making Liu Xian's attack in his eyes as slow motion. At the same time, coupled with the foresight ability, before Liu Xian's attack came, he was already moving, and of course he was able to avoid his attack with a slower movement. When Liu Xian's attack ended, Qiling looked at him panting, and said with a smile, "No way, Teacher Liu. You fell down before I could exert any strength. Let me tell you, Wuhan, it's not so useful." Wuhan possessed Shenlong Huang. The Shenlong martial spirit once again possessed Qiling's body, and this time, on top of Qiling's martial spirit, there was an additional yellow century-old spirit ring. Liu Xian looked at Qiling's martial spirit, his face turned ugly. Qiling's spirit is very strong, he knows that, but he is obviously only a one-level spirit master. Why does he feel that even his spirit power is crushed by him? You are only a first-level spirit master, even if the spirit possesses the body, what's the use? Liu Xian said calmly, pretending to be. Even if I can't hit you, you can't hit me. Can you keep up with the speed of the agile attack type spirit master? As Liu Xian said, he began to move quickly around Qiling, fully demonstrating his speed advantage. In his opinion, Qiling's speed is far lower than his own, so even if he can dodge his own attack, but can't keep up with his own speed, he is already invincible. But Qiling looked at Liu Xian moving at high speed in front of him, but smiled and shook his head. Teacher Liu, people and their physique cannot be generalized. I really can't match your speed, but why do you think that I can't beat you faster than you? First soul ability, 9 Heavens Longian. Looking at Qiling's posture, Tang San suddenly changed his face and hurriedly covered his ears. No, Brother Qi will use that trick again. Xiao Wu curiously asked, that trick? What is it? Xiao San, why do you cover your ears? There is no time to explain, Xiao Wu, you should cover your ears quickly. Tang San said. Although Xiao Wu looked confused, she still obediently covered her ears. Afterwards, they heard a melodious and magnificent dragon chant from Qiling's mouth. The domineering dragon chant sounded in every corner of the world. All the animals that heard the dragon chant fell on the ground and shivered, not daring to look up. The people at the scene were not better than these animals, and they were all dizzy and unable to control themselves. As for Liu Xian in front of Qiling, he was stunned and unable to move. He could only watch Qiling walk towards him slowly, but could not react. This is the effect of Qiling's first spirit ability, Zhuxia Longyan, ignoring any conditions for forced dizziness. No matter how high the opponent's spirit power, no matter how many spirit rings, and no matter how strong the spirit power is, this kind of dizziness cannot be immune. The only difference is the time of action and the effect. No matter how fast the movement speed is, it is useless to be interrupted by the control skill, let alone the method of forced dizziness. Seeing Qiling gradually walked into him, Liu Xian began to panic, but his body didn't listen to his own consciousness and couldn't move a single bit. And Qiling didn't say anything, just smiled and raised his fist, with a howling wind, and punched Liu Xian in the face. Liu Xian watched Qiling get this punch, closed his eyes in horror, waiting for the severe pain that interrupted his nose, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel the pain. After opening his eyes, Liu Xian saw Qiling's fist and stopped in front of his nose. Haha, stop teasing, teacher, how could I hit you? Qiling suddenly laughed, you are a teacher. This round, even if we draw it. After speaking, Qiling turned around and walked out of the field, without looking back at Liu Xian. Liu Xian also recovered from the dizziness, but his feet were soft, and he sat on the ground, and his spirit possession was also relieved. All the students saw this scene and immediately began to cheer, Boss Qi is mighty. Boss Qi is domineering. Everyone could see that Qiling was basically a crushing victory, only to save Liu Xian a bit of face, so he didn't stop him from coming to stage. So all the classmates, as if surrounded by heroes, surrounded Qiling and walked out of the playground. Not bad, Qiling actually defeated that Liu Xian. Xiao Wu said admiringly, moreover, he played so easily, really relieved. Indeed, both the strength of Brother Qi and his final response can be said to be impeccable. Tang San said admiringly. It's no wonder that the teacher always asks me to learn from Brother Qi. In these respects, I am indeed inferior to him, and it can even be said that the difference is far. Haha, then let's go back quickly. Xiao Wu said happily, he has made such a big show today, but he has to have a good meal. The study and life in the college went so fast, and 1 year passed after a blink of an eye. Wang Sheng and Xiao Boss had all gone to take the exam at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and the other classmates also went back to their homes. Only Tang San, Qiling, and Xiao Wu remained in the work-study dormitory. Tomorrow the college will be on holiday, Brother Qi, Xiao Wu, don't you two go home? Tang San asked them while packing his luggage. Xiao Wu lay on the bed and said with a lonely expression, I won't go home, and there will be no one. Maybe, I will just stay in the college. Qiling also said, I have nowhere to go. Unlike Tang San had a place where he grew up and could be called home, but Qiling was already in the academy as soon as he came to this world. As for the various past lives, the memories now look more like a dream that exists in the depths of my memory. That's it. Tang San nodded lightly and suddenly suggested to the two of them, then, you two, do you want to go home with me? Chapter 18, Worship. Wow! This is the mountain village where you grew up, Xiaosan? The scenery is so good. Xiao Wu praised the quaint village in front of her sincerely. After being invited by Tang San, Qiling and Xiao Wu followed him and came to Shengun village together. The elder Jack of the village couldn't help looking extremely happy when he saw Tang San actually returning with two classmates. Oh! This is not a junior. Oh, I said I would go to the college to pick you up. I didn't expect you to come back by yourself. Old Jack said enthusiastically, these two are your classmates, right? They are indeed talents. Qiling and Xiao Wu greeted Old Jack, and then Tang San asked, Village Chief, where is my father? Is he still at home? When Old Jack heard this, he said unnaturally, I originally planned to pick you up with your father, but when I went in the morning, I only found this in your house. As Old Jack said, he handed a piece of paper to Tang San's hand, on which was the handwriting of Tang San's father Tang Hao. The general content of the letter was to let Tang San take care of his health, and he needed to go outside to handle some of his own affairs. In other words, this is a farewell letter. Looking at the paper in his hand, Tang San fell into endless loss. He thought he could see his long-lost father when he returned home, but who knew it was nothing. Tang San was full of helplessness and loss at this time. Hey! Xiao San, what are you going to be surprised? Qiling suddenly patted Tang San on the shoulder, then hugged him and said, it's rare to come to your village, don't you take us to your house? Xiao Wu also said to the side at this time, yeah, Xiao San, take us to your house. My stomach is hungry, you want to make me a lot of delicious food. Seeing Tang San being dragged away by the two, Old Jack smiled comfortedly, they are really two good boys. I'm relieved that Xiao San can meet such a friend. After arriving at Tang San's house, the three of them were shocked by the messy scene inside. Tang Hao was not a detail-oriented person, even more so after Tang San left. It is undoubtedly a daydream to expect him to clean up the house carefully. It seems that we are a bit busy. Qiling said helplessly, if you don't want to sleep in the ash at night, we'd better hurry up. The three of them fetched water to scrub, cleaned up the dust, and finally cleaned up the house, then Tang San showed his hand and made a delicious dinner for the three of them. After eating and drinking, the three of them sat at the door of the smithy, watching the setting sun gradually fall. Tang San suddenly laughed. Little San, what's wrong with you? Did you eat bad food? Xiao Wu asked concerned. No, it's just that I am very happy today. Tang San said slowly, I felt the feeling of home today. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. Thank you, Brother Qi, Xiao Wu, today is the happiest day I've had. Tang San said with a longing look on his face, if you really are my relatives, then it will be fine. Hey, silly boy, what's the problem with this, said Qiling, who was leaning on the door frame, you have called me Brother Qi for so long, what's wrong with me being your brother? And me? Sister Xiaoho can be your sister too. Xiao Wu also said from the side. Brother Qi is my eldest brother, I naturally have no objection, and to be honest, I can't imagine Brother Qi being a younger brother. Tang San smiled. What Tang San said was true. In the academy, no matter how old the students were, they would yell Brother Qi when they saw Qiling, and no one felt awkward. This is Qiling's natural temperament, spontaneously makes people feel a sense of security, and is willing to respect him more. As for Xiao Wu, just be my sister. Tang San said, you will have 2 older brothers to protect you in the future, aren't you happier? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression suddenly became lonely, and she lowered her head and said, Then if there are bad guys who want my life in the future, you can't beat those people, what should I do? Tang San looked back at Qiling, and found that the other person was also looking at him, and the two laughed tacitly. If there is such a day, Tang San said. Then let them step on our corpses. Qiling continued. Xiao Wu looked at the 2 men who were extremely serious in front of her, and her eyes gradually turned red. Not only Tang San, but today is also Xiao Wu's happiest day. Brother Qi, Brother 3. Xiao Wu suddenly called out, it's great. I have a brother. Hearing Xiao Wu's name, Tang San became excited, and even Qiling smiled. Okay. Since the 3 of us are brothers and sisters today, how can we not celebrate? Qiling said, suddenly taking out a jar of wine from his infinite space. Little San, don't say I won't give you a chance. As long as you can drink me today, this big brother, I will let you be. How about it? Qiling said with a smile. Tang San also smiled and said, okay. Then I will give up my life to accompany the gentleman today. The 2 put a big bowl and filled the bowl with white wine. Xiao Wu smiled and said, then I will be the referee. Brother Qi, Brother 3, you have to be prepared, Xiao Wu referee is selfless. Ha ha ha, don't worry, even if the 3rd is playing tricks, he is not my opponent. Today, the big brother, I am determined. Qiling said confidently. In fact, it was exactly the same. Although as the most outstanding genius of Tang sect, Tang San's alcohol volume was really poor. After 3 bowls of wine, his eyes began to straighten. Ha ha ha, how about it, Xiao San, are you convinced? Qiling said to Tang San after drinking another bowl of wine. Serve. Take it, brother. After saying this, Tang San fell to the ground, unable to wake up no matter what. Ha ha ha, 3rd brother, can't you? Xiao Wu said, patting Tang San on the back, forget it, Brother Qi, let me drink with you. Okay. Come on, full. Qiling smiled. In the end, Qiling moved Xiao Wu and Tang San back to the house from the ground one by one. Looking at the 2 who were awake, he said with emotion, ah, Invincible is really lonely. After that, the 3 of them spent the entire holiday in Shengun village, catching fish and birds every day, which can be regarded as a childhood experience. After returning to the college, 5 years passed in a blink of an eye, and in a blink of an eye it was the 3-person graduation season. Master Yu Xiaogang looked at the outstanding 3 people and couldn't help but proudly said, well, you 3, you are going to Soto City today. Master, are we really going to that Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked inexplicably. There are a lot of intermediate spirit master colleges who are willing to recruit us unconditionally. Is that Shrek really that good? Ha ha ha, don't worry, Xiao Wu, and Xiao San, Qi Ling, Shrek Academy will never let you down. Yu Xiaogang said, seeming to think of someone. After all, that's that person's academy, how can it be boring? Chapter 19, Evil Eyes White Tiger Dai Mubai. Soto City, the commercial center of the Barak Kingdom, welcomed 3 different guests today. All those who saw these 3 young people would not help but praise in their hearts, a good group of young talents. Needless to say, Xiao Wu has completely emerged as a beauty at this time. The black scorpion braid hangs over her calf. The slim waist that is less than a grip is enough to make countless women envy, not to mention her tight small butt, and slender tightness. Thigh. Although Tang San on the side wasn't so outstanding, he had a certain temperament on him, and he felt very easy to get close to. Wen Runruya was what described him as a person. The most eye-catching thing is Qi Ling among the 3. His appearance is full of aggressive handsomeness, which makes girls blush unconsciously at one glance, and they will sink completely at the second glance. With black hair and black eyes, and a tall figure, Qi Ling seemed to enjoy God's favor, and there was no flaw in his body, as if he was a synonym for perfection. This is Soto City? It's really a big city. Haha. Qi Ling looked at the prosperous city in front of him and said with enthusiasm. The point is, there are a lot of beauties on the street, it's really good. Don't you think, Xiaosan? Tang Sanyi covered his face and said, Brother, let's find a place to rest first. After we have eaten, we can do other things in no hurry. After a brief lunch, the 3 of them began to look for a place to stay. Soon, Xiao Wu was attracted by a very unique hotel. Wow! Brother Qi, this hotel is so beautiful. Shall we live here? Xiao Wu's eyes seemed to be shining, and he said very happily. It was a 3-story hotel. It seemed small in scale, but the configuration was quite top-notch. The whole hotel seemed to be wrapped in a huge rose flower. It was amazing enough in terms of shape first. Rose Hotel, the name is also elegant, not bad, brother, I think we will live here. Tang San also nodded and said. Qi Ling looked at these 2 inexperienced younger siblings, feeling cold sweat shed. One of these 2 people is innocent to the extreme, and the other is completely afraid of things other than hidden weapons. It's no wonder that this is a kind of love hotel. But before Qi Ling stopped the 2 of them, Xiao Wu ran in first, and Tang San and Qi Ling had no choice but to keep up. Boss, give us the 3 best houses. The best. Xiao Wu said to the waiter at the counter as soon as he entered the hotel. When the waiter looked up, his eyes lit up. Although she was still young, Xiao Wu was already a rare beauty, and she would naturally attract others' attention. Oh, this guest, are you alone or? The waiter didn't say any more, because he had seen Qi Ling and Tang San walking in. Looking at Xiao Wu, then Qi Ling and Tang San, the waiter made a jaw-dropping expression. Do students now play like this? At such a young age, he came to a love hotel, or 1 woman and 2 men. The waiter feels that his values are being shattered bit by bit. Looking at the waiter's expression, Qi Ling didn't need to think about what he had misunderstood, and patted his forehead helplessly. I am afraid I will misunderstand if I change myself. Don't worry about the other things, just do your job well and open 3 rooms for us. Qi Ling stepped forward and said. Ah! Oh, good. The waiter hurriedly started looking for housing information. I don't know why, there is an unquestionable aura on this young man. I'm really sorry, 3 guests. Not long after, the waiter raised his head and said, I don't know what happened today, there is only 1 room left, you see. There is only 1 room left? How do you live? Qi Ling raised his eyebrows. It's okay, brother Qi, we are so small and we don't take up space, and we can live in 3 people. Xiao Wu seemed to be very interested in this house and insisted on living here. Well, Xiao Wu, we are not too young anymore, we should pay attention to these problems, Qiling said. My two elders and Xiaosan have nothing to do, but you, a girl, can't pay attention to this. What does it matter? You are my brother. It's not a matter of course for my brother and sister to sleep together. Xiao Wu said confidently. But Qiling felt helpless, and glanced at Xiao Wu's figure. This girl is really well developed, not to mention the righteous brother, even his own brother can't help but be moved. Oh, brother Qi, I'm going to live here. When Xiao Wu couldn't help it, she immediately used her invincible assassin, hugged Qiling's arm and started acting like a baby. Oh, okay, let's live here, the big deal will be fine if I hit the floor with Xiao San. Qiling was helpless, he could say that there was no way for Xiao Wu to act like a baby. Yeah, great. Xiao Wu also knows this. Although her elder brother is a straight man of steel, he is the most soft-hearted to the girls. This trick can be said to be no disadvantage. Just as Xiao Wu was about to step forward, when he received the room card from the waiter, a voice suddenly came from the door. I said, this room should belong to me, right? A few people looked back and saw a rather tall young man walking in through the door with his arms around two beautiful twins. Depending on his age, he should be a few years older than Qiling. His blonde hair set off his handsome face, enough to make the girl scream. What's more unique is his eyes, which are actually full of pupils with a unique charm. The teenager passed a few people, came to the counter, and said to the waiter, "Are you a newcomer? Don't you know if you have to leave a room here for me?" With that said, the boy took the room card from the waiter first, but was stopped in midair when he took it back into his arms. Qiling dragged the other side of the house card and said, "This man, it seems we came first, right? Hey, so what? In this city of Soto, no one has dared to fight against my evil-eyed white tiger Daimyo Bai," the boy said, looking directly at Qiling. "Haha, that's a coincidence, what I like best is to fight against those who are self-righteous," Qiling said with a smile, and then with a strong hand, he pulled the room card back from Daimyo Bai's hand. Daimyo Bai's room card was taken away, and the whole person was shocked. He didn't care about it just now, but he still snatched the room card from his hand, which showed that he lost to the opponent in the power confrontation. Judging from his age, he should be younger than himself, but with such strength, Daimyo Bai couldn't help being aroused to win. "Well, if that's the case, then we will speak according to the rules," Daimyo Bai said. "You come to a fight with me, and if you win, this room is yours. If you lose, let me get rid of it." Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing Daimyo Bai's challenge. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to compete with Daimyo Bai to avoid conflicts and get rewards. Daimyo Bai's favorability degree is -100%, and she loses Shrek Academy's admission qualification. Option 2, accept Daimyo Bai's challenge and defeat Daimyo Bai, get reward, Daimyo Bai's favorability plus 10%, Shrek Academy pass. Unexpectedly, rejecting Daimyo Bai's challenge would actually reduce him so much favorability, and defeating him would increase his favorability. Is this Daimyo Bai a shameless? But it didn't matter, Qiling was going to teach this kid a meal. How could he allow someone to be more arrogant than himself? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2. Defeat Daimyo Bai and get a reward, Shrek Academy pass. With this certificate, you can directly pass the entrance test of Shrek Academy. Chapter 20, the second spirit ability, Tyrannical Fist. I'll fight, we're still afraid of you. I promise that your mother who hits you won't know you. How did Xiao Wu say that she had been the eldest sister for 6 years, and how she was used to Daimyo Bai's arrogant appearance? She immediately stepped forward and said. Tang San frowned and said, "Xiao Wu, you are a girl, you want to talk. Ha ha ha, okay, Xiao Wu, well said, not only does his mother who is going to beat him don't know him, but his grandma who is going to beat him doesn't know him. Qiling laughed. Come on. Four-eyed boy, let me see what you can do. Tang San shook his head helplessly. With his elder brother, it is impossible to make Xiaowu a little lady. What do you call me? Four-eyed boy. Dai Mubai shouted as if he had received a huge insult, I want you to die. Beihu, possess. As the natural four pupils, this has always been Dai Mubai's pride. He has not been called so frivolously before, and he couldn't help but furiously and directly carried out the spirit possession. After a strong flash of white light, Dai Mubai's body had undergone tremendous changes, and his whole person seemed to have become a humanoid giant tiger, full of deterrence. And from Dai Mubai's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings rose up, showing his sole sovereign identity. The third spirit ability, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. After Wuhan possessed his body, Dai Mubai immediately used it. His 1000-year spirit ring skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, further transformed his whole body, and his physical attributes also improved simultaneously. Come on, kid, use your martial spirit, I want you to pay for what you say. Dai Mubai said. Do you really want to look at my martial spirit? I'm afraid you will look down on it. Qiling smiled, I can't come to school the first day, so I just beat my senior to death. Humph. You guys are really here to sign up for Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai said, don't worry, if you can really beat me, I will exempt you from the exam and let you enroll. Haha, thank you, senior. Qiling smiled, I think this is my martial soul. The Shenlong soul seal on his right hand lit up again, and the domineering aura of the Shenlong Emperor instantly swept everyone present, and everyone involuntarily took a step back. Tang San looked at Qiling's prestige and envied him, he could never have such a demeanor as his eldest brother, it had nothing to do with strength, it was purely a personal innate temperament. And Dai Mubai looked at Qiling's martial soul, and was shocked. With such a domineering aura, even he couldn't resist it. This was something that had never happened before. Hey, what a dragon emperor, really prestigious, no wonder you dare to challenge me. I have to admit that your martial arts soul is the top class I have ever seen. Dai Mubai admitted honestly. But it's a pity that you are only a second ring Great Spirit Master, but I am a third ring Soul Master. And I have more of the power of a 1000-year Spirit Ring, you are definitely not my opponent. Qiling shook his head helplessly, then said, isn't it just a 1000-year Spirit Ring? Don't you think it's precious? With that, 2 spirit rings appeared under Qiling's feet, 1 yellow and 1 purple. Dai Mubai looked at Qiling's 1000-year spirit ring, his eyes widened in shock, and said in disbelief, how is this possible? You only have 2 spirit rings, how can you absorb the 1000-year spirit ring? Tang San smiled helplessly, and sure enough, whoever saw his elder brother's spirit ring would be shocked. This is true for Yu Xiaogang, including his own teacher. Tang San still remembered that when Yu Xiaogang saw Qiling's spirit ring, he almost had doubts about his many years of theory. It was obviously unreasonable for him to absorb the spirit ring beyond his age. In the end, Yu Xiaogang could only attribute Qiling's particularity to his martial soul, allowing him to do such an amazing thing. Ready, Dai Mubai, take my punch. Qiling said, if you take my punch, if you are still standing, then I will lose. Hey! Arrogance. First spirit ability, Beihu protects the body. Dai Mubai said, the first spirit ring lit up, and a white protective shield appeared around his body. Come on, just let me see, you, a great soul master, how can you knock me down? Okay, be careful. Second spirit ability, Tyrannical Fist. The purple second spirit ring lights up and gathers on Qiling's right fist, bursting out suffocating spirit power fluctuations. And as Qiling continued to compress his soul power onto his right fist, this pressure continued to increase, and even the surrounding houses creaked overwhelmedly. Qiling's second spirit ring came from a 3,000-year-old unicorn rhinoceros. The characteristic of this spirit beast was that it could only rush forward and attack, and could not change its direction. What is exchanged for is its unparalleled impact. Even the 10,000 years soul beast didn't dare to resist its attack head-on, and it was easy to break the mountain and crack the rock. And Qiling's tyrannical fist is such an indomitable move. Unleashing all the soul power of his body by this punch, the attack power can reach an astonishing 40 times. When Qiling shook this punch, Dai Mubai, who never knew what it was, felt regretful for the first time. You said I have nothing to do, so why provoke this monster? Can a person block this fist? I'm afraid it's the teacher of the academy, so I don't dare to hold it back. Is he going to die? But I still have such an important mission, I can't die yet. Immediately, Dai Mubai shook his mind. Are the things that he had just thought of just now? In the next moment, Dai Mubai felt a real pain. His chest cavity began to sink under this punch, and his body, under the huge impact, began to fly backwards. Boom! In the huge roar, Dai Mubai smashed through the wall of the hotel like a cannonball, and was knocked out by Qiling. At this time, the people in the hotel all had the expression of seeing a ghost. They didn't see how Qiling punched, they saw Dai Mubai being beaten out, like a spiritual event. Hey! Qiling let out a sigh, looking at the big hole that Dai Mubai had knocked out, and said, it seems to be working hard. You won't kill this kid, right? Everyone hurried out looking for Dai Mubai's figure, and finally found him in another store across the street. Judging from the big hole in the wall, he should have been beaten here directly from the opposite side. Dai Mubai also woke up from a coma after a long time. After confirming that he was still alive, he stood up with strong support and gave Qiling his hand. Thank you for your mercy. Dai Mubai's words count, this room belongs to you. Dai Mubai knew very well that if Qiling's punch was solid, he would undoubtedly die, but being able to stand here now only meant that he had stopped. You are also very good, you are worthy of the soul. Qiling smiled, I used this punch to let you lie in bed for a month, but you don't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. How? Would you like to punch me again? Chapter 21, Shrek Academy. When Dai Mubai heard Qiling's words, his legs softened and he almost knelt to the ground. Give another punch, don't even think about going out vertically. Don't. Just let me go. Dai Mubai begged for mercy, I gave up, and you will be the boss of Shrek Academy from now on. After that, Dai Mubai was supported by the two twins and walked out swayingly. With his physical fitness, he should be able to recover in a day. Before leaving, Dai Mubai handed Qiling a card, Qiling, you can use this card. I will cover all your expenses these days. Thank you for your mercy. Oh? Unexpectedly, you are still very bold. Four-eyed boy. Qiling took the card and said. Listening to Qiling's words, Dai Mubai almost tripped over, and said nonchalantly, Qiling, can I change my name? You call it that way, it makes me lose face. Well, let's change the name. Qiling turned to look at Tang San, then call you Xiaobai. Dai Mubai wanted to cry without tears, so Xiaobai would be Xiaobai. It was better than the four-eyed boy, and it was so cute that it might attract the attention of girls. After Dai Mubai left, Xiao Wu immediately hugged Qiling and jumped up happily, Brother Qi, you are so amazing. One punch knocked that tiger down. I think that guy is just a silver pewter spearhead. It doesn't look good. No, it doesn't look good. He doesn't look as good as Brother Qi. Qiling put her down and said, Dai Mubai is still good at strength. If you and Xiao San fight him seriously, neither of them should be his opponent. Of course, they are fighting him decently. Tang San nodded lightly and said, Indeed, without using hidden weapons, I have less than a 30% chance of winning against him. So what, he still loses. Xiao Wu said, let's go, Brother Qi, Brother Third, let's take a look at that room. Unsurprisingly, the rooms of the Love Hotel are full of suggestive meanings. When people walk in, they will involuntarily blush and heartbeat. Xiao Wu looked at the room in front of her, especially on the cabinet on the side, those slings, candles, leather whips, and other tools that she could not recognize at all. Her blushing seemed to be bleeding. She finally understood why Qiling would show a strange expression when she said she was coming here. It was still too early for her. Little San, I don't think the ventilation here seems very good, ha ha ha. Qiling said suddenly, why don't we go out and find another hotel? Oh. Tang San also looked like he was waking up from a dream. He was so obsessed with hidden weapons that he had never seen such a scene. Big brother, I think you are right. After the three finally found a place to live, they acted separately in the afternoon. Until the next morning, the three officially went to Shrek Academy to participate in the college's registration ceremony. After coming out of the city, the three of them walked all the way to the south, but they became more and more desolate, as if they had come to a farm, with large farmlands on both sides of the road. What's going on? How do I feel? We seem to be getting more and more remote. Xiao Wu wondered, aren't we sold to the mountains by the master? Haha, where is there a place to dare to buy Xiao Wu for you? That's not yours. Qiling smiled. Okay, Brother Qi, you bullied me again. Xiao Wu said, jumping on Qiling's back, in order to punish you, I want you to carry me. Qiling grabbed Xiao Wu with both hands, and said helplessly, you girl, just tell me if you want me to carry you, why are you making a bend? Not long after, sharp-eyed Tang San saw a small village in the distance. It seemed to have a population of about 100 households, and the scale was not large. There seemed to be a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village, not knowing what they were doing. Big brother, Xiao Wu, there is a village there, let's ask for directions. Tang San said. After the three of them came close, they found that something was wrong. The people at the entrance of the village were actually teenagers of the same age, lining up with their parents. The three looked at each other, and Qiling said cautiously, couldn't it be, right here? The fact is just as the three of them thought. After they came to the entrance of the village, there was a table and a 60 or 70-year-old man sitting behind. And behind the old man, on a shabby sign, modeled with 5 large characters Shrek Academy, and a strange-looking monster was painted beside it. At this time, the old man seemed to be in conflict with these people. A middle-aged man said emotionally, liar. You are a liar college, and I pay my registration fee. My son is a high-achieving student in the school, a 12th level soul weapon master, and he has a century-old soul ring. You actually said that you don't meet your registration requirements? You are clearly deceiving. The old man stood up impatiently and said to them, I'll tell you again and let me know the admissions standards of Shrek Academy. Don't just sign up just because you can get the Viscount title. Shrek is the most peculiar existence even among soul beasts, so we can only recruit monsters in Shrek Academy. For those who are over 13 years old or whose spirit power has not reached level 21, don't waste everyone's time. Once the registration fee is paid, it will not be refunded, so do it yourself. As he said, the old man's whole body was surging with spirit power, 6 spirit rings appeared on his body, and at the same time a long stick appeared in his hand. This seemingly inconspicuous old man is actually a soul emperor with a spirit power of 60 or above. Seeing such a strong man, the students suddenly dared not make trouble, and left in a hurry. About 1/3 of the people left on the scene obviously felt that they met the requirements. And the old man glanced at the remaining person, and said to a young man sitting behind him, Mubai, you come on the remaining person, as long as they are qualified. Yes, teacher. It was Dai Mubai who Qiling and the others had met yesterday. He hadn't seen each other overnight, and his injury was almost healed. Seeing Dai Mubai, Qiling suddenly laughed. When everyone was still hesitating, he was the first to walk up and said to Dai Mubai, "Yo! Ziobai, we're here to see you." "Thank you." Seeing Qiling, the muscles on Dai Mubai's face twitched, and he said helplessly, "Brother Qi, don't make fun of me. You take care of me. The three of you don't need to test, just go in." When the old man on the side heard Dai Mubai's words, he couldn't help but glanced at Qiling more. After all, he could not underestimate Dai Mubai's words. "Is there anyone? If there is no one, I will take them in." Dai Mubai looked at those people and felt a little anxious. Why didn't the person he had been waiting for didn't show up? At this moment, a girl who was particularly noticeable came over. She looked shorter than Xiao Wu, but her body development was much higher than her peers. Black hair and black eyes, fair skin, proud figure, but without a trace of expression on the beautiful face, full of temperament that is thousands of miles away, a typical iceberg beauty. Seeing this person, Dai Mubai's eyes immediately heated up, because this was the person he had been waiting for. Chapter 22, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. You. Dai Mubai walked up to meet this girl, but he, who has always been a love veteran, seemed to be unable to speak in front of this girl. The girl was naturally Zhu Zuqing. She gave Dai Mubai a look with disgust, then walked to the old Soul Emperor and said, "I want to join Shrek Academy." The old man looked at her, then at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai shrugged helplessly. So the old man gave Zhu Zuqing a test and let her enter the college. After that, Dai Mubai led a few people to the academy, and along the way introduced various buildings in the academy and the place where classes were held. Qiling is not very interested in these, because Shrek Academy has limited funds, so the various facilities are not as complete as Nodding Academy, and it is more like a Hope Project school. "Can you beat Dai Mubai?" At this moment, a cold voice came from Qiling. Zhu Zuqing didn't know when he came to Qiling's side, and he was quiet as if it were really a cat, without a sound. "Why do you ask? Do you want to beat him?" Qiling curiously asked. What Qiling did not expect was that Zhu Zuqing nodded, and then said, "Yes, I must defeat him. No matter what the price is. Since you can beat him, you must be better than him. I want you to teach me how to be as strong as you." "No, miss, do you have such a deep hatred? What can't you solve with a hot pot?" Qiling said helplessly, but he was thinking in his heart, "Dai Mubai, a big carrot with a heart, is a killer. What a curse! You don't need to worry about this, in short, I will come to you." Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, and ignored Qiling, and walked forward quickly, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone then came to the second examination room, where many people were already preparing for the examination. The examiner, like the old man at the door before, was also a powerful Soul Emperor. After Dai Mubai came, he whispered in the old man's ear, and then the old man nodded and said, "Well, I see, you can take them directly to the 4th level." They passed the first 3 levels. At this time, those students who had finally passed the test were angered and expressed dissatisfaction. Why can they go through the back door? This is not fair. Why do we have to pass 1 level, but they can go straight to the 4th level? The examiner glanced at them and said indifferently, "With just a few of them, the soul power exceeds the 25th level. Some of you who have the soul power also exceeds the 25th level can pass." Hearing the examiner's words, those people suddenly stopped making a sound. After all, they could reach the 20-level spirit power, which is already an incredible genius. 25 level, what kind of monster it must be? "Teacher, if it is 25th level spirit power, then I should be able to pass it too." A pleasant voice came, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The speaker was a young girl in a white dress, with short hair and delicate face. The whole person had an indescribable sense of comfort, which made people happy. More importantly, Her every move showed excellent temperament. Obviously she had received a very high education, and she was an out-and-out noble girl. The examiner glanced at her and said, "Well, you can go over." With the experienced eyesight of the examiner, it is natural to see that this girl has outstanding talents enough to pass the trial. After all, if even the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect master cannot pass this trial, then it is indeed too strict. But those students didn't think so, and immediately yelled that there was a shady, Qiling must have been reserved for the quota, and asked for a full refund from Shrek Academy. The old man was upset by the quarrel, especially when he heard the word refund. His eyebrows jumped. This is an important source of income for Shrek Academy. If he is screwed up by himself, he must not be smashed by the principal. When he turned his head, he happened to see Qiling, who was smiling like a fox. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, aren't you guys dissatisfied? Then I will give you a chance. That kid over there, stand up." The examiner pointed at Qiling and said, "As long as you can beat him, you can pass the test immediately." "Me?" Qiling was taken aback for a moment. He was shot while lying down. "That's right, it's you." The examiner said with a smirk, "Mubai, you can bring other people in first. As for whether this kid can pass the test, it depends on his good fortune." Hearing that Qiling was left behind, everyone reacted differently. They were fortunate and puzzled. Xiao Wu was about to lose her temper, and when he started working with the examiner, Qiling stopped her. "Don't worry, silly girl, you go in with Xiao San first, and I'll be there later." Qiling touched Xiao Wu's head and said, "Okay, brother Qi, you have to come here soon." Xiao Wu said, "If they don't let you pass, then I won't be on it." After a few people left, Qiling looked at the remaining students in front of him. There were no more, no less, just 10 people, and they were all people who had no impression of him. But fortunately, anyway, according to his own memory, these people would definitely not pass the following test, otherwise there would be no Shrek 7 Devils. In that case, let yourself send them a ride, so as to save them a little time. When several students saw it, even though this Qiling looked uncomfortable at first sight, he was only one person, but there were as many as 10 on his side. "Are you afraid that he could not be beaten? Everyone, don't be afraid, no matter how strong he is only one person. As long as we unite, we can definitely beat him," said one of them, and the others followed suit. Martial Spirit, Possession. The 10 great spirit masters summoned their martial spirits together. The yellow and white spirit rings complemented each other, and they were also very impressive for a while. Although they didn't go through any actual combat cooperation, they were considered outstanding. They quickly formed a simple formation, with strong attack on the front, agile attack on the side, and support at the back, which can be said to be simple and practical. The examiner looked at the cooperation between the 10 people, couldn't help but laughed, and then looked at Qiling gloating. As an examiner, he could see at a glance that Qiling's strength was the strongest among these people, so he wanted to give him some hardship. Originally, he was afraid that these students would not be useful, but now it seems that it should be enough to cause Qiling some trouble. "Oh? What's the matter, you guys are so united, doesn't it make me look like a bad guy?" Qiling said helplessly. "But it's a pity, fellow students, even if your cooperation is perfect, there is still no chance of winning with me." When the 10 great spirit masters heard this, they all showed angrily expressions. For the first time they felt the strength of unity. How could they easily bow to Qiling? "Don't speak big words, you are only one person, how could you be our opponent?" The leading young man continued, "Let you see the strength of our unity." "Ha, unity? You call this kind of cooperation, unity?" Qiling smiled, "Dare you give your back to others? When you are in danger, will you stand in front of others? More importantly, if there is only one admission place today, would you give this place to others?" Chapter 23, I want to hit 10. After listening to Qiling's words, the small fire of trust that had just formed among the 10 great soul masters was immediately extinguished. They looked at each other. It seemed that the other party was the one with unpredictable minds, always trying to his admission. Even if there is no doubt, start to consider whether to retain physical strength, otherwise the next test will definitely become more difficult. The examiner looked at the 10 successful people who were provoked by Qiling in a few words, and couldn't help but cover his eyes speechlessly. They personally ruined their last chance of winning. On the other hand, Qiling had such a thorough grasp of the human heart, and achieved the effect he wanted in a few words, which is really terrifying. Is he really just a 12-year-old child? If such a person can be guided well, the future is limitless, but if he goes astray, the harm it will cause is unimaginable. The examiner secretly decided that he must report Qiling's affairs to the principal so that he can pay attention to it. And Qiling, in fact, didn't think so much at all, because it didn't make any difference whether these people were united or not. If you want to kill them, one trick is enough. Okay, don't talk to you anymore, get ready. Qiling said, this time, I want to fight 10. Dragon Emperor, Possession. After Qiling's martial spirit possessed, feeling the terrifying aura, the faces of the 10 students became even more ugly, and some even started to retreat and plan to give up this competition. And this can't be blamed on their lack of determination, because Qiling will inherit the terrifying aura of the Shenlong Emperor after being possessed by the Shenlong Emperor, and will automatically suppress people with lower spirit power than himself. This kind of suppression is only psychological now. When Qiling's strength grows to a certain level, this kind of coercion will form a substantial weakening. At that time, there was a certain level of difference between Qiling's strength and even standing in front of him. It was a real trash smasher. Damn it, everyone, don't be scared by him, let's go together and see how he handles it, said the teenager who took the lead, and rushed up first. His martial soul is a tiger-like beast martial soul, but it fits his personality very well. At this time, using his soul skills, his hands became the shape of tiger claws, shining with a metallic luster, and it looked up. Powerful. Others also knew that this was their only chance, and they displayed their spirit abilities one after another, rushing towards Qiling. Seeing so many people attacking him, Qiling was thinking about a question: should he let them lie in bed for a month or half a month? Forget it, today I am in a good mood, so let them go. So Qiling took a deep breath, opened his mouth and let out a dragon chant, which was his first soul ability, 9 Heavens Longian. As soon as this magical skill of opening the hanger came out, the scene changed directly. All the enemies in front of Qiling were stunned on the spot, and some people were directly disarmed from the possession of the spirit. The 10 great soul masters, under Qiling's move, all lost the ability to resist and could only be slaughtered in place. Of course, this is also because the difference in strength between them and Qiling is too huge, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a long time of dizziness. Teacher, can I pass the test? Qiling said to the examiner on the side, or do I have to punch them alone? The corner of the examiner's eyes jumped. Okay, you go in quickly. The examiner waved his hand and said, really, what kind of monsters have been recruited this year? My ears hurt so much. Coming out of the examination room, Qiling walked towards the final 4th pass. Dai Mubai said before that the 4th level is the actual combat level, which tests the student's strength in actual combat. Although Dai Mubai said that the examiner for the 4th pass had always been him, and as long as he held a stick of incense in his hands, he could pass the pass, but Qiling knew that the examiner for the 4th pass had another person. This person is the vice principal of Shrek Academy, the 76th level soul sage known as Fudo Mingwang, Zhao Waoqi. As the number 2 figure in Shrek Academy, Zhao Waoqi's strength is beyond doubt. After all, even in the mainland, he has some reputation. If Tang San wanted to fight against Zhao Waoqi, they would definitely suffer a big loss if they were not there, so Qi Inspiration felt a little worried. After all, this Zhao Waoqi is not a believable man, or an old hooligan, which is more appropriate. But it is a pity that even though Qiling has quickened his pace, he is still a step late. Before he walked into the fourth examination room, he had heard Tang San cry out, "Xiao Wu!" Qiling's heart jumped, and immediately ran in, seeing Xiao Wu lying softly in Tang San's arms, unconscious, with blood still hanging around the corner of his mouth. At the side, Dai Mubai and the Oscar who came later, supporting Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, also suffered serious injuries. Xiao Wu. Qiling hurriedly stepped forward to check Xiao Wu's injuries. Fortunately, she didn't hurt the root cause, she just fainted temporarily. Hey, it's really rare for the little girl to have a mind control spirit ability. But it's a pity that your spirit power is too far behind me, and it hurts yourself. As Zhao Waoqi commented lightly, he walked over. He shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with Tang San's attack just now. What's the matter? Little ghosts, this stick of incense has only burned 1/3, so you can't hold it. It's too bad, ha ha ha. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a challenge from Zhao Waoqi, please choose from the following options. Option 1, escape Zhao Waoqi's challenge, directly choose to admit defeat, and get rewards. If you lose Shrek Academy's admission qualification, the character's favorability is -10%, and the spirit power level drops by 1 level. Option 2, accept Zhao Waoqi's challenge and use all conditions to create favorable factors. Under certain rules, defeat Zhao Waoqi and get a reward, primary ring sealing technique. Even without these rewards, Qiling would not hesitate to choose the second item, for no other reason, just because Zhao Waoqi hurt Xiao Wu. Even if he is against Zhao Waoqi, he doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning, but as long as there is a breath, even if the bones of his whole body are crushed, he will go up and bite him. Otherwise, how could he be called Xiao Wu's brother? And more importantly, Qiling looked at the reward of option 2, and this primary ring sealing technique was lost in thought. Perhaps, I may not be able to defeat him. Congratulations to the host, you have chosen option 2, accept Zhao Waoqi's challenge and defeat him under certain rules, and get a reward, primary ring sealing technique. After receiving the reward, Qiling immediately chose to study. After learning about the ability of the elementary sealing technique, he couldn't help but gain confidence. He had no chance of winning against Zhao Waoqi. Chapter 24, Ring Closure. After Tang San heard what Zhao Waoqi said, he immediately stood up and asked Zhao Waoqi to single out. He is also Xiao Wu's elder brother, even if he has all his cards, he can't let Zhao Wuji live well. Little San, sit down. Qiling pressed Tang San's shoulders and let him sit next to Xiao Wu. Take care of Xiao Wu, this guy lets me come. But, eldest brother. Tang San had something else to say. After all, he had acquired a new hidden weapon that was just right to deal with Zhao Wuji. Don't worry, Xiaosan, you are also injured, so don't try to behave. Qiling said, I am your eldest brother, and I will not let you be bullied by others. Qiling's words gave Tang San no reason to refuse. He could only look at Qiling's rising back and said to him, come on, big brother. Oh? You kid, you haven't seen it just now, are you also new here? Zhao Waoqi looked at Qiling and said contemptuously. But it doesn't matter, whether you are 4 or 5, let's go together. Teacher Zhao, there is one thing, I want to ask you. Qiling said when he came to Zhao Waoqi and looked directly at him. Hey? What's the matter? If you mean to surrender, I will be disappointed in you. Zhao Waoqi said with a sneer. No, Teacher Zhao, I want to ask you to light another incense, and then have a one-on-one, fair game with me. Qiling said. If I win, then please let us pass together. Zhao Waoqi listened, as if he heard some funny joke, and said, ha ha ha, you kid, is it a show of head? I am the Soul Saint, and you actually said that you want to start a one-on-one match with me, or fair. To deal with you little ghosts, Lao Tzu can't use all his strength, even with only 2 spirit rings, Lao Tzu can beat you all. Little devil, don't underestimate my Zhao Wao Qi. Thank you for the teacher's accomplishment. Since the teacher is so fair and just, then I am not ashamed to dismiss the teacher's kindness. Qi Ling smiled. Then, sir, you can use 4 spirit rings to fight with me. It won't count as me bullying you. Qi Ling Zizuo said this because he had just obtained the ring sealing technique. Although he was only a beginner, he had a very powerful ability. As long as the other party's permission, Qi Ling can seal the opponent's 3 spirit rings, and also seal the other's spirit power. Although this function must be approved by the other party, it seems a bit tasteless, but if it can be upgraded to intermediate level, it will have a qualitative change, and you can forcibly seal a spirit ring skill of the other party. It is conceivable that if a skill is directly sealed in actual combat, how much impact can it have, and it is likely to directly influence the outcome of a battle. It's not an exaggeration to call it a magical skill. After hearing Qi Ling's explanation, Zhao Wao Qi had a feeling of lifting a rock and hitting his own foot. Being sealed with 3 spirit rings not only means that 3 of his most powerful spirit abilities cannot be used, but also that his spirit power will be suppressed to the realm of the soul sect of 4 spirit rings. But I just boasted about going to Haikao, and now I want to make him regret it, isn't it? Just slapped him in the face. Fudo Ming Wang Zhao Wao Qi, if he couldn't even follow his own words, he would be laughed out of his teeth. What's more, even if he only has the strength of the soul sect, his own combat experience, physical fitness, and control of soul power are not comparable to these children, and I have no reason to fear him. Well, if that's the case, then you can use that sealing technique on me as much as you want. Zhao Wao Qi said boldly, also, you can be convinced. Okay, then ask Teacher Zhao to show his spirit ring first. Qi Ling said. Zhao Wao Qi shook his head indifferently, and then 7 spirit rings appeared around his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, showing the strength of his soul sage. Afterwards, Qi Ling stretched out his hand and activated the ring sealing technique, and Zhao Wao Qi's 3 black 10,000-year spirit rings gradually disappeared. But Zhao Wao Qi felt his spirit ring disappear, and the expression on his face finally changed. Actually, I really couldn't feel any existence of the 3 spirit rings, couldn't mobilize spirit power, couldn't use spirit abilities. The feeling can be said to be very strange. This kid is really a bit wicked, wouldn't he overturn? Zhao Wao Qi couldn't help but have such thoughts in his heart. Then, Teacher Zhao, please advise. Qi Ling said, summoning his martial soul, Shenlong Emperor, possession. After seeing Qi Ling show his martial soul, Zhao Wao Qi finally knew where his confidence came from. Indeed, this kind of momentum is not like what a great soul master can possess. This kid is super strong. But even so, how could he easily be intimidated by a kid as the king of Fudo Ming? Immediately after Zhao Wuji roared, the muscles all over his body began to swell, and bear-like hairs grew. He was originally tall, and now he is even more like a human-shaped beast. Great King Kong Bear, possession. Facing such a powerful enemy, Qi Ling didn't have any nonsense, and directly chose to attack, with a melodious dragon chant in his mouth, already using his first soul ability. Even if Zhao Wao Qi had only 4 spirit rings left, his strength was far superior to him, and any mercy and contempt for his subordinates would be an insult to his title of King Fudo Ming. Long Yin heard, and Zhao Wao Qi's expression changed, because he found that his body was actually dizzy. Although his soul ring was sealed, his spirit and physique were still in the state of soul saint. Just now Xiaowu used charm on herself, but she didn't use it at all. Why could this kid stun herself? Naturally, Qi Ling would not go to explain more. He grasped every moment, came to Zhao Wao Qi as quickly as possible, accumulated his right fist, and then hit Zhao Wao Qi. Second soul skill, tyrannical fist. With an incomparably overbearing punch, if Zhao Waoqi does this, he will be seriously injured if he is unprepared. First control with 9 Heavens Dragon Yin, and then use tyrannical fist to fix the tone. This is a simple combination of Qi Soul skill. Although quite straightforward, it is very easy to use, and it can almost be said to be a must. But unfortunately, this time his opponent is not so easy to deal with. Zhao Waoqi was Zhao Waoqi. At the last moment, he relieved his dizziness and immediately used his spirit ability. First soul ability, Fudo Mingwang body. Zhao Waoqi's body suddenly became as hard as steel, and his defense power was greatly increased. There seemed to be a circle of soul protection around his body. Although this was only a century-old soul ability, it was displayed by Zhao Waoqi, and it immediately had a different effect, which perfectly matched his own spirit. But even so, Qi Ling's full punch was not so easy to receive. Under 40 times the attack power, Soul Venerable Dai Mubai couldn't hold it for a second. Only the soul sect strength of Zhao Wuji was left. Feel good. After Qi Ling's right fist hit Zhao Waoqi, he made an extremely heavy sound, as if hitting a piece of pig iron. And Zhao Waoqi's face immediately changed after Qi Ling's fist hit him. He had thought that Qi Ling's fist would be heavy, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy, as if it was not a fist that hit him, but a rhino sprinting with all its strength. There was a stalemate between the two, which was a collision of the spirit power of the two sides, and even more a contest between strength and defense. Chapter 25, Fight against Zhao Waoqi. When the two of them were in a stalemate, Zhao Waoqi suddenly groaned, and his huge body rose from the ground and flew towards the wall behind. Boom! With the earth-shattering noise, Zhao Waoqi's huge body directly smashed the entire wall, and he was buried under the ruins without responding. Seeing that Zhao Waoqi was actually beaten into the air during a power confrontation, everyone showed a surprised expression, especially Dai Mubai, who knew Zhao Waoqi's strength. Unlike Dai Fei himself, he is known as the king of Fudo Ming. What Zhao Waoqi is best at is defense. Qi Ling's ability to take him flying is simply a fantasy. 1. Did you win? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but said expectantly while looking at the ruins. No, not yet. Tang San, who had the purple magic pupil, could see more clearly than anyone, and naturally understood the situation inside. Ms. Zhao takes the initiative to unload and endure the punches of the elder brother. Although this will cause more damage, it can dissolve most of the strength of the elder brother. Although it seems that Teacher Zhao has suffered a loss, he has avoided the destruction of his immovable king's body. Teacher Zhao can still fight again. But the eldest brother's tyrannical fist is not a short-term move. The situation was just as Tang San said. Qi Ling found that he still underestimated Zhao Waoqi, but he didn't expect that he actually saw the depth of his move and took the initiative to adopt a strategy of concession. One's own Tyrannosaurus fist is about working hard and going all out. If you use the second fist, it will only have half its power, and it will no longer be able to produce such an effect. Sure enough, in terms of actual combat experience, these old fritters are much better than myself, and I have been taught a lesson before entering school. The ruins of Zhao Waoqi were buried, suddenly turned up into the air, and then Zhao Waoqi touched the corner of his mouth and walked out with a smile. Good boy, you can vomit blood from me, you are the first one in so many years. Zhao Waoqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Happy, come again. Okay, Teacher Zhao, please advise. Qi Ling didn't mean to flinch, and rushed towards Zhao Waoqi. As synonymous with strength and defense, the Dolly King Kong's Yongwuhan's speed is not so satisfactory. This is also the first reaction of most people when fighting against him, using speed to deal with him. Qi Ling is no exception, constantly looking for opportunities around Zhao Waoqi. But Zhao Waoqi's fourth soul skill, location tracking, perfectly solved this problem. No matter how Qi Ling dodges, he will be overtaken by Zhao Waoqi and eventually face his attack. Boy, I took a punch from you, now you come and palm. Zhao Waoqi said. The second spirit ring on his body lit up, and the palm of his hand seemed to enlarge a circle, enveloping his soul power. Second spirit ability, powerful diamond palm. Under Zhao Waoqi's positioning and tracking, Qi-Ling could not evade this trick at all. In desperation, Qi-Ling could only throw a punch, and used the Tyrannosaurus fist to meet Zhao Waoqi's powerful Vajra palm. Boom! This time, Qi-Ling was replaced by the one who was knocked out. Although he was not as powerful as Zhao Waoqi, he stopped after crashing into a table. The Tyrannosaurus fist, whose power has been halved, can no longer withstand Zhao Waoqi's powerful Vajra palm. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were raised. Qi-Ling, who stood up from the ground, didn't mean to shrink at all, but walked up to meet Zhao Wuji. But after arriving in front of Zhao Waoqi, Qi-Ling made an unexpected move. For everyone, he released his spirit possession. Seeing this scene, everyone was depressed. They naturally thought that Qi-Ling was planning to surrender to Zhao Waoqi when he lifted his spirit possession. It seems that this is his limit. Everyone, including Tang San, thought so. After all, Qi-Ling was able to achieve the current results. It was amazing enough, as the sole sovereign Daimyo Bai asked himself, if he was standing on the court, he would definitely not be able to hold on to the present. Hehe, there is more than half of this incense left, kid, are you going to give up? Zhao Waoqi said proudly, but he was also a little guilty. If he wasn't a cunning, he might not necessarily lose. Boy, don't be discouraged. You are proud to be able to fight with me up to now. After all, I am the immovable king Zhao Waoqi. Go and inquire. Teacher Zhao, don't get me wrong, I didn't intend to admit defeat. At this moment, Qi-Ling said with a smile suddenly. I just want to change to a more convenient way. Everyone didn't understand what Qi-Ling meant, but in the next second, they all stared in shock. I saw Qi-Ling's right hand, the Dragon Emperor martial spirit, gradually disappearing and disappeared. Then, his left hand suddenly burst into blood-red light, and another martial spirit mark appeared on it. This, why does Qi-Ling still have a spirit? Daimyo Bai said in shock. Furthermore, this spirit is so unknown and evil, and it is completely two extremes from his previous spirit. Tang San, do you know what's going on? Everyone looked at Tang San, but saw him ponderingly said, Big brother is a born twin martial soul, and now he is using his second martial soul. But it's a pity that I haven't seen it yet. Big brother has fought with the second martial spirit, because so far, there is no opponent that is worth his use. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help being even more surprised. What is special about Qi-Ling's second martial spirit? With his current state, is it enough to defeat Zhao Waoqi? After the Blood Demon Emperor's soul mark on Qi-Ling's left hand lit up, it quickly turned into a demon's phantom, which seemed to roar at the sky and entered Qi-Ling's body. And accompanied by it were two purple thousand-year spirit rings. The two spirit rings of the Blood Devil Emperor were from the Blood Bat Demon of 1,000 years and the Shadow Spirit Leopard of 6,000 years. The quality of the spirit ring was higher than that of the Dragon Emperor. After the Blood Demon Emperor possessed his body, Qi-Ling's own temperament had also undergone tremendous changes, and an elegant and mysterious feeling emerged spontaneously, just like a noble boy in a castle. His hair and eyes turned into red wine-like colors at this time, his facial lines became softer, and his smile became alluring, making the scene throbbed. Well, Teacher Zhao, let's continue. Qi-Ling said. Zhao Waoqi looked at Qi-Ling in front of him, and changed his martial spirit. He really felt completely different, but the spirit power he consumed when he was fighting with him just now won't change. Hey! Boy, even if you play so many tricks, what's the use? What can you do with your remaining soul power? Zhao Wuji said. What you can do, Teacher Zhao, you will know right away. Qi-Ling said. The figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost, and then rushed towards Zhao Waoqi at a very fast speed. Chapter 26, the Blood Emperor first showed his power. Seeing Qiling's attack on him, Zhao Waoqi smiled disdainfully. Although Qiling's current speed is much faster than before, no matter how fast he is, if he doesn't have enough attack power to break through his defense, he will do nothing. Moreover, if he can obtain such a fast speed, he will inevitably sacrifice his attack power, so it is even more unlikely to pose any threat to himself. At the moment, Zhao Waoqi put on a defensive posture, thinking, what if I just stood and let you fight? With my defense, tired and exhausted you. And the fact is exactly the case. After Qiling launched 2 attacks on Zhao Waoqi very quickly, he immediately retreated quickly. Those 2 attacks were like scratching Zhao Waoqi, leaving no traces. However, just such 2 inconspicuous attacks made Zhao Waoqi's face changed, and there was even a hint of puzzlement in his tone. You kid, what did you do to me? This time, everyone onlookers, including Tang San, did not figure out what happened, because in their eyes, Qiling only attacked Zhao Waoqi twice, which shouldn't surprise him. Correct. Only Qiling knew what he had done. He smiled and said to Zhao Waoqi, sorry, Teacher Zhao, as you said, my soul power is not much left. So, I have to borrow some from you. Blood Demon Emperor Wuhan Talent Passive Skill, Emperor Plunder. Any attack of the host, as long as it hits the enemy, can rob a part of the opponent's spirit power according to the effect of the attack and turn it into its own use. This passive skill is an ability of the Blood Demon Emperor. As long as it is an attack from the Blood Demon Emperor, it can be triggered. And just now, Qiling robbed a part of his spirit power when he launched an attack on Zhao Wuji. Although this number was very small, it was almost negligible, but as a soul saint, how well Zhao Waoqi controlled his soul power, he immediately felt the anomaly in it. Damn it, your martial arts spirit is really evil. Zhao Waoqi said cautiously, it seems that fighting with you for a long time is an unwise choice. I'll solve you as soon as possible. His spirit power will be absorbed less and less, and Qiling's spirit power will slowly recover, and the fool will fight him for a long time. Zhao Waoqi set his attention and immediately rushed towards Qiling. But Qiling seemed to have made up his mind, not to give Zhao Waoqi a chance to determine the outcome with a single blow, to launch his erratic body skills, to wander with him, just not to confront him. Hey, kid, do you think it's rare to live with me like this? It's naive, have you forgotten what you just happened? Zhao Waoqi sneered and said, soul skills, enhanced gravity, location tracking. Immediately, the 2 purple spirit rings on Zhao Wuji lighted up, and his 3rd and 4th spirit abilities were activated one after another. Increased gravity can increase Qiling's own gravity, thereby reducing his speed. When Qiling's speed slows, he can use location tracking again, and he can easily force him to face off against him. The combination of these 2 spirit abilities is quite restrained against the spirit master of the sensitive attack system. Zhao Waoqi is confident, and Qiling can't escape his palm. But facing Zhao Waoqi's pursuit, Qiling only smiled, and then the 2nd spirit ring on his body lit up. 2nd spirit ability, Night Demon shouts wildly. Qiling's figure suddenly became fuzzy from time to time, and sometimes a black shadow, as if constantly exchanging between the shadow and the entity. At the same time, his speed suddenly nearly doubled, and his fast naked eyes could barely keep up with his speed. Everyone could only see a cloud of shadows wandering in the room. What shocked Zhao Waoqi was that his own increased gravity did not seem to affect Qiling at all. My own location tracking can't capture Qiling's location at all. Damn it, you kid, what tricks did you do? His 2 great tricks failed one after another, and Zhao Waoqi couldn't help but asked angrily. The crowd onlookers are also very curious about this. Zhao Waoqi's 2 soul recruiting skills are terrible, they have already experienced it, but they have suffered a lot, and now that Qiling is invalid, how can it not be surprised? This should be the effect of Qi soul skill. After all, Ning Rongrong was born in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the world he has seen is not comparable to others, so he immediately analyzed. It seems that Qiling's second spirit ability can not only increase his speed, but also add some magical effects to him. Smart, you got it right. Qiling showed his figure and said, during the use of the second spirit ability, my speed will increase by 100%, and all the deceleration and lock-in skills that target me will not work. Teacher Zhao, it's a pity that none of your two soul abilities are effective for me. Zhao Waoqi's face became more and more ugly, unable to lock, unable to work. Isn't it clear that this is aimed at yourself, this kid? Is it specifically to find yourself? Hey! Even if you have a lot of tricks, what's the use? Zhao Waoqi said without admitting defeat. Your attack, there is no way to break through my defenses, and if you want to use the attack just now to absorb my soul power and make me exhausted, then I advise you to save it. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, although you only have 4 spirit rings, your spirit power is still much higher than mine. Qiling said. If I want to use the attack just now to defeat you, Teacher Zhao, I am afraid that the speed at which you can absorb soul power is not as fast as you can recover. When Zhao Waoqi heard this, he couldn't help but smiled triumphantly, but before he was triumphant for 2 seconds, Qiling immediately said, then what I have to do is much easier. I just need to increase the rate of absorption, so that you can't recover. Won't that work? First soul ability, Blood Demon 100 Claws. In an instant, the first spirit ring on Qiling lighted up, and his whole person seemed to be a shadow, attacking Zhao Waoqi. Qiling's hands stretched out from this shadow, and instantly turned into hundreds of claw shadows, covering the sky above Zhao Waoqi, blocking all his escape space. Zhao Waoqi, who was not good at speed, naturally couldn't avoid such intensive and fast attacks. He could only run his own Fudo Ming King body and use his powerful defensive ability to force him through. And this is the effect Qiling wants. Because of the passive ability of the Blood Devil Emperor, every attack of Qiling would take away a trace of Zhao Waoqi's soul power. A single blow may be nothing, but the cumulative number of hundreds of attacks will become a terrifying number. The sky full of claw shadows hardly caused any damage to Zhao Waoqi, not even small scars. But when Qiling finished his attack, Zhao Waoqi was panting, sweating profusely, and seemed to consume a lot of energy. You nasty kid! Zhao Waoqi gasped and said, damn, what kind of evil spirit are you? I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao, please be careful, I will continue to attack. Qiling said, his figure rushing towards Zhao Waoqi like a ghost. Zhao Waoqi faced Qiling's attack, he couldn't hide, and he couldn't help defending himself. It could be said that he was eaten to death. When he was in a hurry, he roared, and his entire body's spirit power suddenly exploded, launching an indiscriminate and fierce attack on his surroundings. Since there is no way to hide, no way to defend, attack with yourself. Chapter 27, Zhao Waoqi lost. Zhao Waoqi's thoughts are very good, but how could Qiling, who used Night Demon Screaming, be so easily attacked? In Zhao Wuji's fierce attack, Qiling was like a ghost, shuttled in the gap of his attack. Every time Zhao Waoqi attacked, he would touch Qiling's body, but he was always avoided by the slightest difference, and his movements were graceful as if he was dancing, making Zhao Waoqi angry enough. As a result, after Zhao Waoqi's operation, Qiling didn't fight, but rather exhausted himself. And when his attack stopped, Qiling did not let go of this opportunity. It was another Blood Demon 100 Claws attack, and Zhao Waoqi's spirit power had already dropped to a very dangerous level. Damn it, Lao Tzu! Lao Tzu is the immovable king Zhao Waoqi, how could he lose to? Zhao Waoqi said, stepping out, but at this time, he was very tired, he staggered and almost fell. And when he raised his head, a clean and white hand appeared in front of him, his index finger was complete, and he made a snapped posture. Ms. Zhao, let's end our competition here. Qiling said, I'm really sorry, this time, I will pay you back for my sister. As he said, Qiling lightly opened his fingers and flicked Zhao Waoqi's brain. Of course, along with it, there was also the powerful soul power that belonged to Zhao Waoqi that he had absorbed before. I saw that where Qiling's fingers flicked, it seemed as if a shock wave had formed, and the surging soul power burst out, like a small bomb. And Zhao Waoqi, who was in the middle of the explosion, suffered all the damage, and his whole body was suddenly blank, his head was blank, and he fainted like this. Boom! Zhao Waoqi's heavy body fell back to the ground. The stick of incense on the table just burned out the last bit of ashes. Zhao Waoqi fell, and Qiling stood there intact. Fudo Mingwang Zhao Waoqi was really defeated by a great soul master. Dai Mubai felt like he was dreaming, and he couldn't think of killing him. Qiling could really defeat Zhao Wuji. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. At this moment, Qiling shouted at Dai Mubai. Ah, ah. Dai Mubai returned to his senses and said, Brother Qi, what's the matter? Now that's the case, we should be considered past. Qiling smiled. Dai Mubai suddenly felt speechless. You gave the chief examiner a hammer and asked yourself whether you passed the test? After getting an affirmative answer, Qiling said with confidence, that's good. Don't worry, Teacher Zhao's ring sealing technique has been unlocked. He who has recovered his spirit power should be able to wake up soon. At this moment, Xiao Wu let out and woke up from the coma. Qiling immediately asked in a related manner, Xiao Wu, are you awake, do you feel better? I'm fine. Xiao Wu said, Brother Qi, how is the assessment, have we passed it? Don't worry, Xiao Wu, Teacher Zhao has been brought down by me, and we passed the assessment. Qiling said with a smile. Xiao Wu's head tilted, wondering if she had misheard. She just had to pass the test, why did her elder brother knock the examiner down? And a few of them, just now was severely taught by Zhao Waoqi, his elder brother is so powerful, and he was brought down in a blink of an eye. After another while, Zhao Waoqi clutched his head, woke up, and said, Damn it, you stinky kid, you are really ruthless. Teacher Zhao, please forgive me. Of course I have to go all out with Fudo Mingwang. Qiling directly buckled his hi-hat and choked back at the words behind Zhao Waoqi. I don't know Mr. Zhao, have we passed the assessment? Zhao Waoqi was beaten up by Qiling, and he was upset, but the test was set by himself, and the conditions were agreed to, so there was really no way to trouble Qiling. And even though he was unhappy, Zhao Waoqi had to admit that he was terribly talented for being able to defeat himself with the realm of a great soul master. It can be said that among the people he has met, no one is higher than him. He is also happy to be able to recruit such students. What's more, I will be their teacher in the future. Are you afraid that I won't have a chance if I want to clean up them? Now the most important thing is to accept them first. For such a genius boy, one less is a huge loss. Past, past. Zhao Waoqi said impatiently, Mubai, you take them back to your dormitory first, and get ready for class tomorrow morning. Really, I didn't expect my old Zhao Yingming all his life, but today I overturned the boat here. After Zhao Wuji glanced at Qiling, he turned and walked out of the room. When Zhao Waoqi walked out of the room, Xiao Wu immediately hugged Qiling and jumped happily. Oh! Brother Qi, you are so amazing, you really knocked down that stinky bear. Yo! Xiao Wu let out a painful cry, and Qiling hugged her quickly, and said, You girl, if you get hurt, don't jump up and down like this. Xiao Wu put out her tongue mischievously, I am happy, not next time. Then Dai Mubai brought a few people to the dormitory of Shrek Academy, because the few of them happened to be 5 men and 3 women, Qiling lived in a room alone. That night, everyone slept very early, because during the daytime battle with Zhao Waoqi, everyone's energy and physical strength had been exhausted to the extreme. Of course, in addition to Qiling, because of the Blood Demon Emperor, his state is actually the best, even better than Zhao Waoqi. Qiling, who couldn't sleep, simply came to the roof, lying on a few broken bricks and tiles, admiring the bright moon in the sky, accompanied by a glass of good wine, so happy and happy. While Qiling was enjoying his own free time, suddenly, all the sounds of insects and birds around him became quiet for an instant. They seemed to feel something terrible. When they came to this place, it seemed that even the moon in the sky was stagnated in the sky because of this person's arrival. Inspired by the abnormal changes in the air, he sighed helplessly. After all, he was very familiar with this person. "Uncle Hao, do you want to make such a big battle every time you come? You frighten the birds and insects." Qiling seemed to be very casual, facing the air beside him said. In the next second, a middle-aged man appeared on the place of a few bricks beside Qiling. As soon as this person appeared, it was destined that no one could ignore him. The heavy pressure radiating from him seemed to crush the world. But what is strange is that he has such a strong sense of existence, but he seems to be sitting there all the time, no one can see when he appeared there. He is Tang San's father, Tang Hao, the legendary Haoshan Douluo, a true titled Douluo. Chapter 28, Zhao Wao Qi, Miserable. For Tang Hao, Qiling had met several times in the past few years. After all, as Tang San's eldest brother, how could Tang Hao not come forward to test whether Qiling has this qualification? The result of the trial was that Tang Hao admired Qiling very much, and the two even formed a friendship that was year-end, and occasionally they would drink something like this. After pouring a glass of wine for Tang Hao, Qiling said, "Uncle Hao, are you not going to see Xiao San?" Tang Hao drank the wine in his glass in one sip, exclaimed "good wine," and then said, "No, my business is not finished yet. I can't see him until then." In fact, Qiling knew that what Tang Hao said were just excuses. He just felt guilty for Tang San, so he refused to meet him. "Hey, forget it, just do it with you." Qiling said, "You father and son, it's really not worrying." Tang Hao smiled infrequently, and said, "It is said that the eldest brother is like a father. When I was away, you worked so hard to take care of the third. Don't worry, Xiao San is my younger brother. I don't take care of him, who will take care of him?" Qiling said, "I have no father or mother. Xiao San and Xiao Wu are my only family members. I care more about them than anyone else." "Haha, in that case, it's my own father who is not responsible anymore." Tang Hao smiled, "Xiao San has your big brother. It is his luck. Well, today I came here, just to see what the school is like in the third grade. Now it looks like a very interesting school." Tang Hao said. "That's natural. This is the school recommended by Master Yu Xiaogang. It's naturally good." Qiling said, "The teachers and classmates here are very suitable for juniors." Speaking of the teacher, today Xiao San seems to be under Zhao Wao Qi's hand. Is he injured? When Tang Hao uttered these words, Qiling only felt that the surrounding air had solidified, and the insects and birds that had begun to sing became quiet again. Qiling smiled helplessly. Yes, he had forgotten that after Zhao Wao Qi taught Tang San, he was taught by his old son Tang Hao in the evening, and he didn't need to be beaten by Wu Hun. From then on, Zhao Wao Qi also discovered that it was so cool not to be beaten by a martial soul. "Uncle Hao, be gentle with teacher Zhao, after all, I have let him suffer a loss today." Qiling said. "Oh? You can actually make Zhao Wuji suffer?" Tang Hao said in surprise, "He is the strength of the soul saint, how did you do it?" "It's nothing, just a little trick is used. Teacher Zhao can be said to be calculated by me," Qiling said. "After all, my brother and sister were beaten. As a brother, I have to seek justice for them." Tang Hao listened and laughed, "Ha ha ha, if you win, you win. You can calculate Zhao Wao Qi, and it shows that your kid has a good mind. Unexpectedly, you still have such an ability. Now that you can count the soul saint, and give you 2 more spirit rings, wouldn't you be able to count title Douluo?" Qiling also smiled and said, "Where, it's just Teacher Zhao who asked me. Now that I have repaired Teacher Zhao, you see, Uncle Hao. Well, since he has already suffered a loss, then I will." Tang Hao thought, "Then I will punch him less. Originally I wanted to hit him with 100 punches, but now I can only hit him with 99 punches. Alas, it's really cheap for him." Qi inspired to a moment of speechlessness. 100 punches and 99 punches, is there a lot of difference? But after Tang Hao left, not long after, a faint scream came from the direction where Zhao Wuji lived. "Teacher Zhao, you can't blame me for this. I have tried my best to help you get lenient treatment. If you are to blame you for offending a terrible father." Qiling thought in his heart. By the next morning, when Qiling heard the principal's summoning and went to the big playground, Qiling had already met all the Shrek 7 devils. The wretched Oscar, the rude Ma Hung Jun, and the 7 Shrek monsters are similar to what Qiling imagined, each with its own characteristics. After arriving at the playground, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was not the Principal Flanders standing in the center, but Zhao Waoqi with 2 panda eyes and a swollen nose. "Xiao Wu, did your brother beat Teacher Zhao so badly yesterday?" Ning Rongrong asked Xiao Wu next to him in a low voice. When he disbanded yesterday, Zhao Waoqi's face hadn't been hurt so much. "Well, I don't know, maybe he suffered an internal injury," Xiao Wu said confidently. Zhao Waoqi felt the gazes of a few people, watched them whispering, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He wanted to explain something, but he couldn't say it, because when that person was leaving, he deliberately told him to keep it secret. Fortunately, at this moment, Principal Flanders spoke and relieved him. "Well, it's not bad. It seems that we have recruited a group of little monsters again, really good. Dear monsters, I, Flander, Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you on behalf of the Academy, and thank you for choosing Shrek Academy. However, I have one more question to ask you before I officially enroll." Flander's expression became serious, and he said solemnly, "You really want to join Shrek Academy?" Before that, Daimyo Bai had already introduced the Shrek Academy to everyone. Although the Academy had many powerful teachers, most of them were people who were dissatisfied with the imperial authority. This also means that if you join Shrek Academy, you will definitely not be met by the Empire or even the Spirit Hall, and will have a great impact on your future prospects. Although joining the Academy does not mean a break with these forces, it is bound to be marked as belonging to the Shrek Academy and cannot be considered carefully. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing an admission invitation from Shrek Academy. This option is an important option. Please choose carefully among the following options. Option 1, refuse to join Shrek Academy, and join the Hall of Souls later, get rewards. Tang San, Xiao Wu's favorability is -20%, the position of Bishop of Soul Hall, Spirit Power level +3. Option 2, refuse to join Shrek Academy, and join the Empire afterwards, get rewards, City Lord position, Shrek Academy favorability -10%, Golden Soul Coins +10,000. Option 3, refuse to join any forces and get a reward, a soul bone or a soul ring. Option 4, join Shrek Academy, become a student of Shrek Academy, and get rewards, Shrek Academy favorability +10%, God level technique, 9-turn true dragon art. The system selection task this time reminded Qiling that this is an important option, which means that Qiling's choice will greatly affect the subsequent plot trend. After all, joining a force is indeed a choice that needs to be carefully considered, and even the choice itself is more important than reward. Chapter 29, 9-turn true dragon technique. I have to say that the rewards for the 4 options are very generous. It can be said that choosing which one is not a loss, but for Qiling, he has to choose option 4 because of this set of 9-turn true dragon art. Although Qiling has practiced Xian Tiangong for 6 years, he has always felt that although this Xian Tiangong is magical, it may not be suitable for him. Because this Xiantian technique was originally a technique specially prepared for Tang sect disciples, and the Tang sect disciples' best was not a frontal attack, it was a hidden weapon. Qiling's character is destined to be his favorite, which is to separate the front and the enemy, which is contrary to the cultivation purpose of Xiantian Gong. So Qiling has been looking for a cultivation method that suits him. And now, this set of 9 ranks true dragon art is a cultivation technique tailored for oneself. Therefore, Qiling chose the 4th option without hesitation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 4, join Shrek Academy and get system rewards, Shrek Academy favorability plus 10%, God level technique, 9-turn true dragon technique. Several other people quickly made their own choices. After all, those who came here were mentally prepared, and naturally no one would shrink back. Seeing that no one had chosen to quit, Flender was also very pleased. Very well, each of you will hand in 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li in a moment, even if you have completed enrollment. Mubai. Here. Dai Mubai responded, seeming to respect Flanders very much, even with a trace of admiration. Today's course starts in the evening. You can take the other people down to rest first, and get your condition back. Flanders said, Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you two stay. Ning Rong Rong and Oscar were the auxiliary spirit masters, and Flanders let them stay because of the special training for them, which was also expected by Qiling. After returning from the big playground, Qiling didn't take a break like everyone else, but began to concentrate on studying the 9-turn true dragon art. As a god-level technique, this thing can't be mastered by casual practice. 9 ranks true dragon Ju, all the foundation of cultivation, cannot do without this 9 character. Like Xiantian Gong, the 9-ranked true dragon Ju is also divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of the soul master. Every time a realm rises, the 9-ranked true dragon Ju will perform a thorough exercise on the host's body, remove impurities, and refine itself. After the last 9 exercises, the host can obtain a perfect true dragon body, with the body of a mortal, comparable to the gods, and the strength of the body is not lost to any existence in the world. On the inner side, each level of cultivation level of the 9th-ranked true dragon Ju will form a true chi-formed dragon in the body, which will circulate the whole body, broaden its meridians and increase its cultivation. It can be said that in terms of precipitating oneself and accelerating the cultivation base, there is no more domineering technique than this 9 ranks true dragon art. With such a magical technique, cultivation is naturally even more difficult. The requirements for talents are extremely high, and it requires unparalleled patience. Fortunately, Qiling has both the conditions. So on this afternoon, Qiling officially started the first level of the 9 ranks true dragon art. This first step was to thoroughly temper himself for the first time. This was an extremely painful and extremely long process. Qiling had to baptize and regenerate all his muscles, bones, meridians, and organs in order to complete the first physical exercise. Even with Qiling's willpower, he had been fainted 19 times by the pain, and he could survive the first exercise comparable to before he truly started the cultivation of this technique. From morning to night, it took Qiling 5 hours to complete the first physical exercise. And when he woke up, his body was covered with black and dirt, which was the impurity part that was extracted from his body. But at this time, Qiling felt that his physical condition had never been better. The physical quality has risen by more than 1 level, and he is totally different from the self 1 day ago. The 9 ranks true dragon art, it is really amazing. Qiling said, looking at his perfect body, go on practicing and become a god. Naturally, completing the first physical exercise is just the beginning. Now Qiling can feel that there is a vague existence in his body, walking in the meridians of his body. This is the embryonic form of the first true dragon. As Qiling cultivates this technique, the figure of this dragon will become clearer and clearer, and the technique will become more refined. What Qiling has to do is to exercise this dragon all the time and let it grow continuously. The more diligent he is, the more obvious his progress will be. After getting up from the bed, Qiling looked at the dirt on his body, frowned, and hurried to the bathroom for a wash. After washing properly, Qiling came to the cafeteria of the college. It was the meal at this time, and all the students of the college were eating here. Ah! Brother Qi, you are here. Xiao Wu saw Qiling coming and immediately pounced on him. You haven't appeared for a day, where did you go? It's okay, just practice in the room. It's you, are your injuries healed? Qiling asked. It's already good, my physical fitness is good. Xiao Wu said, and suddenly looked at Qiling's face carefully, and said, Brother Qi, you don't see you for a day, you seem to be more handsome. Puff. Ma Hongjun, who was eating, suddenly spit out, Xiao Wu, we know that your brother Qi is the most handsome, but you don't want to be such a idiot, okay? It's true. Brother Qi is completely different from the morning. Don't believe me. Xiao Wu said proudly. 9-turn True Dragon Ju performs all-round training on the body, and naturally it will slightly change the appearance of the characters and develop in a more perfect direction. This kind of change is hard to find if you don't pay attention, but Xiao Wu can see it at a glance. She can only say that she is too familiar with everything about Qiling, and even the slightest change cannot escape her. Under Xiao Wu's prompt, everyone really noticed Qiling's changes. Dai Mubai said thoughtfully, I can't feel Qiling's other changes, but his temperament has become sharper. This is indeed true. Now if you let me fight again, I'm afraid I won't even have the courage to stand in front of you. Tang San looked at Qiling's body and said, Big Brother's body seems to have changed too. It's like the pig iron has become fine iron after tempering, it's really amazing. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and said, Damn, you guy has become more handsome, is there still a place for me to live? It's really unfair. As for Zhu Zuqing, he just said coldly, very strong. Stop. I'm not here to do an exhibition for you. I want to learn anthropology and go to the teacher to learn it. Qiling said helplessly. Let's finish our meal quickly and go to the big playground together. The time Principal Flanders said is almost coming. Chapter 30, The Witch Character. When everyone came to the playground, what they saw was an amazing scene. Oscar was still running desperately, but Ning Rongrong, who was originally gentle and considerate, was confronted with Flanders at this time. Ning Rongrong, I asked you to run 20 laps around the school, but you went to Soto City alone, had a lot of food and fun, and let Oscar lie for you. You are so comfortable. Franda said with a grim expression. Oscar's mistakes are excusable, but the mistakes you committed are unforgivable. If this is on the battlefield, there is only one result waiting for you, and that is military law disposal, just death. The gentle look on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. His expression turned a bit of contempt and disdain, but this is not a battlefield, it's just an academy. Yes, this is indeed just an academy, but this is my Shrek Academy in Flanders. Flanders said without letting go. Now I give you 2 ways, one is to take your things and leave here immediately. Another way, stay here, never make this mistake again. Flander, who do you think you are? A little soul saint? Want to drive me away? It's not that easy. Ning Rongrong sneered. I advise you to leave me alone, otherwise, Flanders, the consequences are not something you can bear. As soon as Ning Rongrong said this, Tang San and the others suddenly turned pale with shock. They never thought that Ning Rongrong was so arrogant and domineering inside. Only Qiling looked unsurprisingly at the scene. This was what Ning Rongrong really looked like. He was the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Ning Rongrong, who had been spoiled since childhood, was the most natural. Flanders smiled indifferently, this is my academy, I have the final say, it is the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and I can't control it here. What's more, in my eyes, Every student here is better than you. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is indeed one of the most powerful auxiliary martial arts, but unfortunately, you will only put it to shame. You bullshit! Ning Rongrong was angry, her chest undulating violently. She is the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, the most talented disciple in history, but Flanders said that she is useless, so proud as she can accept it. I'm talking nonsense? Humph! Daimyo Bai, Wuhan Beihu, 37th level Soul Sovereign, Shrek Academy has ever been. Tang San, a 29th level Great Spirit Master, has been able to cultivate with blue silver grass so far, with amazing talent, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuking. Not to mention Qiling, his talent, I am the most terrifying student I have ever seen. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, I dare to say that he has never surpassed his genius. Flender praised the merits of all the students, and everyone discovered that he was so outstanding. Why didn't you find it before? Listening to these words, Ning Rongrong clenched his lower lip. She is not reconciled, really not reconciled, but she grew up in praise, how could it be here that she became the worst? What about Oscar? A small food martial arts soul, he can't match me. Ning Rongrong said unwillingly. Hearing these words, Qiling couldn't help covering his eyes. Miss, are you looking for abuse by yourself? Sure enough, when he heard Ning Rongrong mentioning Oscar, Flender smiled without a trace. The reason why he didn't mention Oscar was even for Ning Rongrong to take the initiative to mention it, which would give her a greater blow. You are wrong, Oscar's talent is definitely much higher than yours. Have you ever seen a food-type spirit master with innate soul power? Flender smiled triumphantly. This is impossible. Ning Rongrong said in surprise. When she awakens, she only has level 9 spirit power. Nothing is impossible, Oscar is an unprecedented existence, his martial soul. Finally, Flander concluded, Ning Rongrong, think about it carefully, what on earth are you proud of? If you are still obsessed like this, the glory of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. At this time, Ning Rongrong's face was already pale, and suddenly he cried out with a wow, turned his head and ran to his dormitory. Flanders' face showed a triumphant smile, so I can't even deal with a movie about your little girl, so what kind of director am I? Dean, do we just ignore Ning Rongrong? Daimyo Bai said with pity, what if she can't think about it? No, Ning Rongrong is not such a fragile person. Flender said, but in fact, his psychology was a little unfounded. After all, even though he got permission from Ning Fengzi, the supreme master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, if something really happened to Ning Rongrong, then he really couldn't eat it. After thinking about it, Flanders suddenly had an idea and couldn't help showing a more smug smile. Qiling, get out. Here. Qiling took a step forward and replied. Since he has chosen to join Shrek Academy, it is natural to follow the command. I give you a task. This is your lesson today. Flender smiled, go comfort Ning Rongrong and forbid her to do stupid things. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing the choice proposed by Flanders, please choose from the following options. Option 1, reject Flanders, refuse to comfort Ning Rongrong, get a reward, soul power level +1, Ning Rongrong leaves the possibility of 20%. Option 2, accept the task, go to comfort Ning Rongrong, and get rewards, pupil, Fire Eye Golden Eye Realm +1, Ning Rongrong favorability +20%, martial spirit affinity +5%. Qiling never thought that Flanders would let himself comfort Ning Rongrong. I thought it was because he had the most mature mind and was the most confident of doing this. And even for this reward, I had to comfort her. After all, my spirit power had been stagnant for many years, and before I got the spirit ring, the upgrade was meaningless. But the golden eye is different. As a god-level pupil technique, every level of improvement is a huge enhancement, which can be said to be infinitely wonderful. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, accept the task and get rewards. Pupil technique, Fire Eye Golden Eye Realm +1, Ning Rong Rong Favorability +20%, Wuhan Affinity +5%. President Flender, are you really planning to let me comfort Ning Rong Rong? Qiling asked. That's natural, Qiling, this is a teaching task, you can't refuse. Flanders smiled cunningly, seeming to be proud of his wonderful idea. Well, I'll go to comfort Ning Rong Rong, but... Before leaving, Qiling suddenly smiled evilly, Dean Flander, as for how I can comfort me, what kind of comfort is that, then there is no guarantee. Seeing Qiling's departure, Flender couldn't help but shudder. Wouldn't he have done something stupid? Chapter 31, Spiritual Teacher Qiling. In the female dormitory of Shrek Academy, Ning Rong Rong was lying on the bed, crying with his head covered. Until a while later, she suddenly raised her head and said loudly, "Hey! You fellow, what are you doing here?" On the other side of the room, Qiling sat there with his eyes closed, and said casually, "Practice, otherwise." Ning Rong Rong suddenly became angry. According to the routine of the romantic drama, shouldn't you come to comfort me? What the is practicing here? Damn it, if you want to practice, you can go out to practice. I don't want to see anyone now. Ning Rong Rong shouted angrily. Hey, girls, you can't talk like this. Qiling said, besides, what can you wronged? Is there one thing that Flanders said is wrong? I'm going to be off by you. Ning Rong Rong shouted, where do you freaks come from? Why are you all so strong? I don't know this anymore, maybe it's God's will. You see, as the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, didn't you also come? Who can think of this? Qiling said. Hey! Want me to go? It's not that simple. Ning Rong Rong said suddenly, I want to prove that Ning Rong Rong is no worse than any of you. I am better than anyone. Oh, it doesn't matter, anyway, no matter how strong you are, you can't be better than me. After all, I'm on it. Qiling said indifferently. Although Qiling was telling the truth, in Ning Rong Rong's view, he was just pretending to be compelling, so she pouted and said, Hey! Shameless! Hey, although I have a good temper, but if you scold me like this, I will be angry too. Qiling said, I get angry, but it's terrifying. How terrible! I'm the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. My 7 treasure glazed glass sect has 2 titled Douluo sitting in town. My disciple is powerful, and I have established cooperative relationships with multiple sects, even the royal family. When Ning Rong Rong was talking about the 7 treasure glazed tile sect proudly, Qiling suddenly interrupted her, then what do you have left after leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Ning Rong Rong suddenly became speechless, and Qiling continued, if you want others to recognize you, you must rely on your own strength, not on others. No matter how great your father is, there will always be a day of old age. Then who should you rely on? Everything that is not obtained by your own hands is always illusory. Sooner or later there will be a day of collapse. Hearing Qiling's words, Ning Rong Rong suddenly said, Qiling, you and my dad seem to be He often said this to me. Qiling said angrily, I don't have a naughty daughter like you. Ning Rong Rong said unwillingly to show weakness, Hey! I don't have a nasty dad like you. So, did you figure it out? Don't you plan to leave? Qiling asked. That's right, I won't leave until I step on you all. Ning Rong Rong said, seemingly not being aggressive enough, she then added, I do what I say. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm waiting for the day you stepped on it. Qiling smiled, well, now that you have figured it out, then my task is complete. Let's go to the great arena of souls in Soto City, maybe at this point, we can still make it to the morning and night scene. Hey! I'm not going. I'm going now, don't you let you treat me as a clown. Ning Rongrong said, if you want to go by yourself, I will wait in the academy. Qiling was helpless, and Ning Rongrong's arrogant character might still take some time to change, so he had to go to the great arena of souls in Soto City by himself. As soon as he arrived at the great fighting soul arena, before he even walked in, Qiling saw Dai Mubai in a rage and walked out quickly. Mubai, why did you come out? Where are the others? Qiling asked. I don't know. Dai Mubai seemed to be in a bad mood. After answering such a sentence, he didn't stop and continued to walk outside. Confused Qiling continued to walk inside, but soon ran into a few other people. Xiao Wu and Tang San walked out carrying Zhu Zuqing, as if Zhu Zuqing was seriously injured. Xiao Wu, Xiao San, what is going on? How could Zhu Qing hurt so badly? Qiling said in surprise. Brother Qi. You are here. Xiao Wu said, Zhu Zuqing was injured in the martial arts competition. Teacher Flanders has gone to see a doctor. We must send her back first. Then what happened to Dai Mubai? Why did he leave first? Qiling asked. It's okay if Qiling didn't say it. When he talked about Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu suddenly became angry. Don't mention that scumbag, I really hate it. Then Xiao Wu explained that after Zhu Zuqing was injured, Dai Mubai once wanted to help her, but Zhu Zuqing threw his hand away and coldly expressed disgust. However, Dai Mubai seemed to lose face in such a place and couldn't help it. After saying a few ruthless words to Zhu Zuqing, he gave up on her and went back alone. That's why Tang San and Xiao Wu supported Zhu Zuqing. Hearing that Dai Mubai had returned to Shrek Academy by herself, Qiling secretly said that Ning Rongrong was still in the academy. If she met Dai Mubai in this state, she would have to pinch it. After all, the identities of these two individuals are more special, the personalities are worse than the other, and the mouths are more unforgiving. If they can get along with each other in peace, Qiling would find it strange. So Qiling and Tang San rushed to Shrek Academy immediately, but because they had to take care of the injured Zhu Zuqing, they definitely couldn't keep up with Dai Muabai's speed. The result of this was that when a few people came outside the academy, they immediately heard the voices of Ning Rongrong and Dai Muabai, the two tit for tat, and Dai Muabai seemed to have possessed a martial soul. Dai Muabai, let me tell you, don't think you can use me as an inflator if you get angry. Zhu Zuqing doesn't choose you, that's the most correct choice for her, because you are not worthy. Ning Rongrong faced Behu possessed Dai Muabai said without flinching. What are you talking about? Ning Rongrong, don't irritate me. This is not your home. Others are afraid of you. I am not afraid of you. Be careful when I you first and then kill you. Dai Muabai's eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously angry. Humph, I'm so scared, come here if you have the ability. Ning Rongrong sneered, but you are young and go to places like Gulan every day. Wouldn't it be a long time ago? Listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Qiling felt the cold sweat remained. This chick is so fierce, I dare to say anything. Don't know if this is what men care about most? Sure enough, Dai Muabai was ridiculed by Ning Rongrong, and finally couldn't suppress his anger. The soul power of the 37th level soul erupted instantly, and Ning Rongrong's body was shaken out almost instantly. Looking at Ning Rongrong who was lying on the ground, Dai Muabai seemed to feel that it was not enough to relieve his anger, and with a roar, he raised his tiger paw and was about to shoot at Ning Rongrong. Chapter 32, I'll help you. As an auxiliary spirit master with almost no combat effectiveness, Ning Rongrong was absolutely impossible to block this catch. If he was hit, he would be injured either. In a furious Dai Muabai, he didn't even think about the consequences. He just wanted to get rid of the person who insulted him without hesitation. But his catch was unable to fall after all, because his arm was caught by someone alone. Qiling didn't know when he appeared behind Dai Muabai, and firmly grasped Dai Muabai's arm with one hand, and said, Mubai, enough, everyone is a classmate, and Ning Rongrong has been injured. Let go of me, this stinky woman, she actually dared to insult me like this, I have to deal with her. Even if you are Qiling today. Dai Mubai seemed to forget about Qiling angrily. Stop it and dismiss it. Oh? What about me? A cold and murderous word came. Qiling squinted a little, his eyes flashing with terrible light. With this killing intent, Dai Mubai felt like falling into an ice cellar, and the beast-like instinct of the white tiger martial spirit told him that he would probably be killed if he kept moving. But when Dai Mubai calmed down, he realized that when Qiling stopped him, he didn't use martial arts. Being able to prevent the use of martial spirits, but still in a rage state, but not using spirit power, this undoubtedly shows that Qiling is not a little bit stronger than himself, this is a realm suppression at all. Reluctantly letting go of Dai Mubai, he felt that he could say today that he had lost his face since he was born. First he did not care about Zhu Zuqing, and then he acted on the girls, saying that he was scumbag. Ma Hongjun, are you there? Dai Mubai said defiantly, I'm going to Honghua Street, can you go? Ma Hongjun hesitated, and finally did not resist the temptation, and said, Mubai, wait for me, I'll come right away. After Dai Mubai left, Xiao Wu took Zhu Zuqing to rest, and the others came to check Ning Rongrong's injuries. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit has strong and domineering attributes. Even if he didn't directly attack, the shock of his spirit power would hurt people. Ning Rongrong was hurt inside and couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. But this was not what made Ning Rongrong the most angry. She was angry that when she faced Dai Mubai, there was nothing she could do. After leaving the family, he was really so vulnerable. Also, Dai Mu's vernacular is full of disrespect for women. As a well-tutored eldest lady, when did Ning Rongrong be scolded like this? Maybe people like Dai Mubai who often lingered about hooks would not care about such swearing, and might even think that it was a good medicine to help, but for Ning Rongrong, this was an intolerable humiliation. Tang San, help me kill him. Use your special weapons. Ning Rongrong shouted fiercely, as long as you help me do it, you will be the guest of my 7 treasure glazed tile sect from now on, and you will get unconditional. Stand by. I can still give you money, and everything you want, even soul bone. As long as you help me kill him. Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong. Because of his previous impression, he said, Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for money and power. Seeing Tang San's refusal to agree to him, Ning Rongrong turned his head and said to Oscar on the side, Oscar, would you like to help me? As long as you can help me, I can give you those conditions. Oscar sighed and said, although I am poor and white, and just a small civilian, I still have a bit of backbone. Ning Rongrong, you can do it yourself. I thought you were my goddess, because when I first saw you, you were so kind and lovely, gentle and beautiful, but it turns out that I was wrong. All I like is your appearance. You are clearly just a demon inside. Then Tang San and Oscar left here, Ning Rongrong bit his lower lip, and after a long silence, Qiling suddenly said, are you looking down on me too? You think I was wrong? No, I don't think you are wrong. Qiling said to Ning Rongrong's surprise. This incident is obviously Dai Mubai's fault. It's just that Xiao San and the others have a prejudice against you, so they can't understand the essence of this incident. But, without waiting for Ning Rongrong to speak, Qiling continued, Rongrong, you are at fault. You shouldn't use the 7 treasure glass sect as capital. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you want to get something, you have to get it on your own. But, Ning Rongrong said, teardrops rolled out of his eyes suddenly like a broken thread, but what else do I have besides this? Rong crying so sad, Qiling couldn't bear it. The child was not bad in nature, but was spoiled since childhood. Now let her change and save him. Don't cry, although I can't help you kill Dai Mubai, but I can teach him a lesson. Qiling touched Ning Rongrong's head and said. Really? Ning Rongrong paused and said, did you lie to me? Really? You know my strength. It's easy to teach Dai Mubai. It just so happens to let him know that respecting women is a very important thing. Qiling said. Haha, let's just say it, you can't go back. Ning Rongrong suddenly raised his head and said, there was no way of crying on his face. Looking at Ning Rongrong like this, Qiling couldn't help being stunned. This girl was worthy of being a little witch, and actually cheated herself too. You girl, it's not a loss to say that you are a little witch. Qiling said helplessly, but although I promised you, I have conditions. Oh? What conditions? Ning Rongrong asked. It's very simple, I can avenge you, I can't get paid at all, right? My request is also simple, 100 gold soul coins. Qiling smiled. It's simple, let alone 100, even if it's 10,000, I will. Ning Rongrong was talking, but Qiling interrupted. Rongrong, I should have said, don't let you rely on your family, but on yourself. Qiling said, I only want the money you earn for these 100 gold soul coins. Me? But I haven't done anything. I don't know how to make money. Ning Rongrong said aggrievedly, and she discovered that she had no advantage compared to the others in Shrek Academy. Haha, don't worry, I will naturally tell you how to make money. You only need to follow me tomorrow, and that's it. Qiling smiled. Now all you need to do is go back and adjust your body to the best condition. Well, the blood in your body is unstable, so don't run too much today. Qiling said, taking out a pair of medicine and said, go back and take this medicine, and go to bed early. Seeing Qiling's leaving figure, Ning Rongrong couldn't help making a grimace at him, and muttered in a low voice, a fortune lover. I didn't even let go of even 100 gold soul coins. Isn't it worth it? 100 gold soul coins. But while holding the medicine in his hand, Ning Rongrong felt his own psychology. He clearly felt an indescribable feeling, and a slight smile climbed up to the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Chapter 33, Huatuoji Shijing. After separating from Ning Rongrong, Qiling came to the Shrek Academy's healing room, and Zhu Zuqing, who was injured, was taken here, and Tang San and the others were also anxiously waiting for Flanders at this time. How is it? Does Zhu Zuqing's injury matter? Qiling asked Tang Sandao after he arrived. Tang San said solemnly, the situation is not optimistic. Qiling raised his eyebrows. As a poisonous hand, Tang San's ability to heal diseases is also very high. Even he can't help it. It seems that Zhu Zuqing's injury is really serious. Zhu Zuqing was injured when he was competing against others. That person used a very vicious palm technique, I have never seen it before. Tang San said. The current method is to wait for Dean Flanders to bring back a master who can cure the disease. Otherwise, Zhu Zuqing's injury may be difficult to heal. While several people were talking, Zhu Zuqing suddenly coughed violently, and vomited bright red blood, looking shocking. How could this happen? Zuqing, you have to hold on. Xiaowu couldn't help but said anxiously, looking at Zhu Zuqing's appearance. Although Qiling was also very anxious, but helpless, he didn't know much about medical skills yet, so he was helpless at this time. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a choice, please choose from the following options. Option 1, do nothing, wait for Flanders to bring the doctor back to treat Zhu Zuqing, get reward, soul power level -1, Zhu Zuqing may be cured 30%. Option 2, take action to treat Zhu Zuqing, get rewards, Zhu Zuqing's favorability degree plus 20%, Wuhan affinity degree 5%, God level medical skill, Huatuoji Shijing. Looking at the two options this time, Qiling feels that he really wants to become a full-scale talent, and now he can even treat illnesses and save people. Choosing option 2 is affirmative. As a god-level medical skill, Huatuoji Shijing can be said to cover almost all the intractable diseases, so Zhu Zuqing should be cured. It's just that among these rewards, Qiling can understand the favorability, that is, the favorability of the selected object will increase, but what is this martial arts affinity? Before he could think about it, the system had already responded, and Qiling had to wait and think again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, has chosen option 2, rescue Zhu Zuqing, get rewards, Zhu Zuqing favorability degree plus 20%, Wuhan affinity degree 5%, god level medical skill, Huatuoji Shijing. I seem to have seen Zhu Zuqing's injury before, maybe I can save her. Qiling said casually. Brother, what are you saying is true? Tang San said in surprise, this kind of injury, with my many years of experience, I have no clue. Brother, you can actually heal it. Yes, this kind of injury, I just saw it in an ancient book, and I just know the cure. Qiling simply swallowed it, and directly opened the river. It's just that if you treat this kind of injury, you can't be disturbed by others, otherwise both sides will have life worry. You all go out first, and I will notify you when Zhu Zuqing is cured. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar looked at each other when they were kicked out of the room. Oscar couldn't help but guess, Boss Qi and Zhu Zuqing are alone. Isn't it because you want to do something inappropriate for children? Oh! Oscar, do you think Brother Qi is the same person as you? Xiao Wu said angrily. Don't use your dirty ideas to imagine Brother Qi. Brother Qi must have done this to save Zhu Zuqing. But, Xiao Wu, think about it, Zhu Zuqing's development is not ordinary spectacular, and the injury is in that part. Boss Qi will heal her, and she will inevitably take off her clothes. Oscar was thinking about it, it seems that a man is in this regard. The imagination is always very rich. If Boss Qi really takes off and sees it again, I think he can hardly bear it. No, it should be said that with Zhu Zuqing's surging, no man can bear it. Damn, you're going to die. You wretched sausage man, see if I don't tear your mouth. Xiao Wu was angry and wanted to teach Oscar, scared Oscar called for help. After the fight, Xiao Wu secretly covered her chest, flat her mouth and whispered, "My, should not be that small, right?" In fact, Oscar is right. The reason why Qiling wants to close is really because his treatment methods are not suitable for children. Zhu Zuqing's is a very insidious palm technique. If she is not treated for treatment after being hit, it will eat her life and eventually become weak and die. According to the records in the Huatuoji Shijing, if you want to treat this kind of injury, you must use a more powerful exercise to achieve the effect of expelling, and Qiling's practice of the 9 turns true dragon technique just meets the requirements. Seeing Zhu Zuqing who was in a coma in front of him, Qiling felt extremely hesitant. Wouldn't he be a little bit at the risk of doing this now? Now, Zuqing, I did this, but it's all to save you, not to take advantage of you. Qiling said with a guilty conscience. If you agree, keep silent. If you don't agree, just turn around. If Zhu Zuqing was not in a coma, he would have to give Qiling a backflip whatever he said. But it's a pity that she now can't even move a finger. So Qiling Zin calmly started to untie Zhu Zuqing's clothes, and then he saw a blood-red palm print on Zhu Zuqing's chest. Looking at this palm print, Qiling frowned. He couldn't imagine that someone would use such a vicious effort, simply because he wanted to kill him. Well, this injury is really serious. No, this blood is really white. Nor, this handprint is really round. No. What am I looking at? Qiling wiped off his nosebleed and said, I have to heal Zuqing as soon as possible. Putting his hand on Zhu Zuqing's injury, Qiling used a lot of perseverance to control himself without a pinch, and then ran the 9 revolutions true dragon art, and began to heal Zhu Zuqing. The process of healing is very simple. The incurable disease that is incurable for others, after the true air current of the 9 turns true dragon art passes through, it will immediately disappear like ice melted by water. And as Qi Ling guided his true dragon Qi to Zhu Zuqing's meridians and began to heal her injuries, Zhu Zuqing's complexion soon became rosy and gradually became bloody. It wasn't until an hour later that Qi Ling had completely cured Zhu Zuqing's injury, and the terrible fingerprints were gone, replaced by Zhu Zuqing's original white skin. After feeling nostalgic again, Qi Ling immediately put Zhu Zuqing's clothes on her after this amazing feel. It is estimated that she will wake up soon. And what I have to do now is to get away quickly before she wakes up. Otherwise, with Zhu Zuqing's character, seeing what he did to her, it is estimated that he will have to fight himself on the spot. Chapter 34, Soto Arena. Pushing open the door of the medical room, Qi Ling walked out of it. Tang San and the others saw Qi Ling and immediately asked, "How is it, brother? Is Zhu Zuqing's injury better?" "Haha, if I took the shot, wouldn't it be possible to catch it?" Qi Ling smiled, "She is almost all right now, and she will be able to wake up soon." Hearing that Zhu Zuqing was no longer in serious trouble, everyone was relieved, and Oscar gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss Qi deserves to be Boss Qi. With such amazing medical skills, I don't think even the famous doctors in the city can do it." "Brother Qi, can I go in and see the green bamboo now?" Xiao Wu asked with concern at this time. "It can be, but she should be very weak now. It's better to rest as soon as possible." Qi Ling said, "Oscar, make a few of your sausages and let Zhu Zuqing eat it later." "No problem. I have a big sausage." Oscar turned into a sausage and said, "Nothing else, enough sausage." "What about you, Brother Qi? Didn't you go in with us?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "Well, I'll forget it. I've consumed a lot of energy just now, so I'll go back and rest first," Qi Ling said, leaving here quickly. Seeing Qi Ling's hurried footsteps when he left, how could it not look like fatigue? But Xiao Wu worried about Zhu Zuqing, so he didn't take it seriously. When Flender returned with the doctor, what he saw was Zhu Zuqing, who had recovered and recovered. Not only did she not feel any discomfort, she even felt better than before. "Zhu Zuqing? Your injury has healed?" Flender asked in surprise. He clearly remembered that before he left, Zhu Zuqing was already injured and unconscious. How could he be as good as ever after so much effort? "President. It was Brother Qi who healed the bamboo green injury," Xiao Wu said happily. Brother Qi didn't know what method he used. It took only 1 hour to heal the bamboo green. An hour? Not only Flanders, but even the doctor who came with him was surprised. According to what old friend Flanders just said, the girl in this girl should be a kind of blood madra, which is extremely vicious. The doctor nodded lightly. "This kind of injury, even for me, takes at least 1 day to heal. Who is so powerful that it only takes an hour to heal?" Flender was also very surprised by this. This doctor is a well-known genius doctor. Not only is his art superb, he is also a 69-level Soul Emperor. Even he praises and wonders. When did Qi Ling have this ability? "Xiao Wu, Tang San, are you sure that Qi Ling really cured Zhu Zuqing?" Flender asked. Xiao Wu nodded sharply from the side, and Tang San also said, "President Flanders, it is true, it is indeed the eldest brother who cured Zhu Zuqing. It seems that my Shrek Academy really has a peerless genius this time." Flender said with emotion, "Sorry, old friend, let you go for nothing." "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, since there is such a magical little baby, I will have to meet one another someday, so how could it be for nothing?" The doctor said with a smile. In any case, it is a good thing for Zhu Zuqing to recover from his injuries, and everyone feels sincerely happy. Only Zhu Zuqing, she was covering her chest with her hand, always feeling an indescribable touch on it. "Qi Ling, How did he heal himself? Overnight, Zhu Zuqing recovered from her injuries. What is even more surprising is that her spirit power level has actually risen by 1 level, reaching 28. It seems that the injury has awakened Zhu Zuqing's potential and allowed her to improve her cultivation further. It's really gratifying, Flender said with a smile. But Zhu Zuqing felt that this was not the case. Somehow, she always felt that the rise of her cultivation level was inseparable from Qiling. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing subconsciously looked at Qiling, only to find that his eyes were also quietly looking at himself. But after being discovered by himself, he immediately turned his attention away, and whistled as a cover, clearly showing a guilty conscience. Weird, Zhu Zuqing thought in his heart. At this time, everyone in Shrek Academy, except for Ning Rongrong, gathered on the playground. For Ning Rongrong, Qiling was also not sure about how much his remarks yesterday could have played a role, and now he can only watch the changes. Today our course is very simple, that is to continue to the Soto arena for actual combat training, Flanders said. Although we had an accident yesterday and Zhu Zuqing was seriously injured, but I have no regrets taking you there. Because this is the life of a soul master, not only love and romance, but also pain and blood. If you experience a failure and dare not move forward, you will never be able to break through yourself. Zhu Zuqing, Flender suddenly shouted. Yes. Zhu Zuqing stepped forward. Are you afraid of letting you play again? Not afraid. If you could die, are you afraid? Not afraid. Very good. Flender said with satisfaction, you really didn't let me down. But I'm Shrek Academy, it's not just for people to bully. Qiling, Flender continued. Ah? What are you doing? Qiling was distracted when he was called out and replied subconsciously. Give you a task. Can you finish it? Flender laughed. Can you tell me first, what is the task? Qiling hesitated, the dean is very cheating. Relax, this task couldn't be easier for you. And I believe you will accomplish it very well. Flander said mysteriously. When he came to the Great Fighting Soul Arena in Soto City again, Qiling couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. He didn't come and showed his skills yesterday, but today he has to live the addiction. The Arena of Souls in Soto City has a height of nearly 100 meters and covers a huge area. It is one of the most luxurious buildings in Soto City. The huge ceiling looks extremely huge in the night, giving people a feeling of vigor and grandeur. It was the second time that Tang San and the others came here, and at this time those who were familiar with the road walked inside. Qiling and Zhu Zuqing lag behind slightly, falling a distance. Yet, who am I? Isn't this my defeat yesterday? Just as Zhu Zuqing and Qiling were about to enter the great fighting arena, a very gloomy voice suddenly came from the side. Afterwards, a man with red hair and an arrogant expression walked over with his hands in his pockets and an expression of beating. Why, did the palm yesterday not kill you? Could it be that you came here today? Did you come here to die? Ha ha ha! The red-haired man arrogantly said to Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing bit her silver teeth and clenched his fist. He was about to fight back, but Qiling suddenly held his shoulders. Chapter 35, A Battle That Ended in 3 Seconds. You are Zhu Qing's opponent yesterday, Zhonglei, right? Qiling said to Zhonglei, protecting Zhu Zuqing behind him. You took care of Zuqing a lot yesterday, but it took me a lot of work to heal her. Zhonglei looked at Qiling, who appeared suddenly, but didn't care, but continued, hey, so what? She was injured by me and almost killed by me. What can you do with me? Bite me? Ha ha ha. And you said you cured her? Who do you think you are? How can my Madra be so curable? She wouldn't have survived 3 nights without me personally collecting power. If you don't want her to eat away, hee, let her sleep with me for 1 night, I will naturally help her heal her injuries. Zhonglei laughed obscenely. Slapped her in the palm before, it really made me ecstasy. I have never seen such a good touch before, and it is a shame not to be able to play well. Ha ha ha. Whether you believe it or not, I have healed the injury of the bamboo green. And Qi Ling said, his eyes suddenly turned golden, a terrible pressure. It radiated from him. Today, let me play with you. Be prepared. It wasn't until Qi Ling left that Zhang Lei recovered from Qi Ling's coercion. He couldn't believe it. How could he exude such a terrifying aura when he was obviously younger than himself? Hey! No matter how powerful it is, my handprints are invincible. Zhang Lei said, seemingly confident in his magic. After Zhu Zuqing and Qi Ling walked away, Zhu Zuqing suddenly said to Qi Ling, "You really healed me yesterday." When Qi Ling heard it, he was immediately embarrassed, and it was really hard not to be discovered. I'm all here to save you, so I have to do that. You know, I must. Just as Qi Ling froze, Zhu Zuqing suddenly continued, I know what you want to say. If you beat him, I will forgive you. Qi Ling was taken aback, then smiled, don't worry, this is very simple. But, I have one more request. Zhu Zuqing turned and looked into Qi Ling's eyes and said, no matter how you win, I hope you don't kill him. It's best not to damage his strength. Hey? Why is this? Qi Ling asked halfway, and felt that he didn't need to ask any more, because from Zhu Zuqing's eyes, he already knew everything. In those clear eyes, filled with a strong dedication to becoming stronger, a strong desire for victory. Qi Ling has never seen such a strong woman. I am afraid that as long as she can become strong, even if she suffers from the extreme suffering in the world, she will be happy. Don't let yourself kill Zhang Lei, or even hope that Zhang Lei's strength will be damaged, naturally in order to defeat him by himself under fair conditions. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing Zhu Zuqing's request. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, reject Zhu Zuqing, directly kill Zhang Lei in today's competition, and get rewards. Zhu Zuqing's favorability is 0, the level of the badge of the Great Arena is +1, and the gold soul coin is +10. Option 2, promise Zhu Zuqing to win this battle without damaging Zhang Lei's strength, and get rewards. Zhu Zuqing's favorability +20%, Wuhan affinity +10%, the first level of the 9 ranks True Dragon Art Dzogchen, martial arts, bones and palms. The level of the badge of the Great Arena, this thing is of no use to him. With his own strength, there is no need to consider the problem of insufficient points. Regardless of any consideration, option 2 is the best choice, not to mention that you can obtain a martial skill to greatly increase your strength. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, promise Zhu Zuqing, get rewards. Zhu Zuqing's favorability degree +20%, martial arts affinity +10%, the first level of the 9-turn True Dragon Jude Dzogchen, martial skill, bones and palms. Too eager girl, but it's hard to get married. Qi Ling smiled, however, this is also your cuteness. Seeing Qi Ling walking towards the registration office of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help showing a strange expression. Yes, cute? This is the first time someone said that to me. The badge of the Great Arena is a symbol of honor here. Only after winning the battle and gaining certain points, can the level of the badge be upgraded. All the badges are divided into 8 grades: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The goal that Flanders set for Shrek is to get at least the badge of Silver Fighting Soul before graduation. If you want to get the premium badge faster, the best way is of course to win streak. 4 wins or more can get 10 times points, and 9 wins or more can get 100 times points. Naturally, with the improvement of the Fighting Spirit badge, one's own opponents will become stronger and stronger, and there will even be more battles. It depends on everyone's own choice. Except for Qi Ling, everyone on the scene had already signed up yesterday. Except for Dai Mubai, everyone was a great spirit master, and they were divided into one area. After Qi Ling finished the registration, some of them had already been arranged for the competition, and it was Xiao Wu who had long been eager to try. Xiao Wu, who walked to the ring, happily shouted to him when he saw Qi Ling coming over, "Hey! Brother Qi! You have to cheer for me. Okay. Concentrate, don't be distracted, and play seriously." Qi Ling said to Xiao Wu, "Brother, I won, I will take you to a big meal." Wow! One word is for sure. No regrets. Xiao Wu said happily. Xiao Wu's opponent in this match is not weak, his name is Qi Dongsheng, a 28-level assault-type spirit war master, a spirit grey wolf. After seeing Xiao Wu's martial spirit, a cute little white rabbit, Qi Dongsheng smiled and said, "Hey, little sister, you're little rabbit, aren't you afraid of uncle's big bad wolf? Be careful that your uncle treats you, eat it in one bite." Xiao Wu looked at Qi Dongsheng's wretched appearance, and when she rolled her eyes, she immediately moved her heart, and immediately put on a pitiful look and said, "Oh! Uncle, your martial spirit is terrible. It's the first time that I have come to the game today. I don't know anything. It's really scary here. Uncle, can you just let me go?" Looking at Xiao Wu's cute appearance, Qi Dongsheng almost left his saliva, and said quickly, "Okay, little sister, uncle will definitely be gentle." "Well, thank you uncle then," Xiao Wu said sweetly with her signature smile. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience couldn't help covering their eyes, and Oscar said, "It's over, it seems that there is another lost uncle who is about to be attacked by the mighty and domineering sister Xiao Wu." Ma Hongjun on the side said, "Oh. Guess, how many seconds can Xiao Wu's opponent last? I guess at most 20 seconds. 20 seconds? You are underestimating Sister Xiao. I think it takes 15 seconds at most." Oscar said, "What do you think of Xiaosan? The opponent's spirit is not weak, but he underestimates the enemy and is fooled by Xiao Wu. In my opinion, Xiao Wu can end the battle in only 10 seconds. Tang San said confidently. The three of them all expressed their guesses, and looked at Qi Ling one after another, wanting to hear his opinion. "Your guesses are too conservative. In my estimation, Xiao Wu will be able to end this battle in less than 3 seconds." Qi Ling smiled. 3 seconds? So short? Oscar asked in surprise. 3 seconds is only enough for one move, right? That's right, Xiao Wu will end this battle with just one move. Qi Ling said. Chapter 36, Qi Ling First Fight. After both sides were ready, the referee stepped onto the ring and signaled both sides to be ready for battle, waved to announce the start of the game. After Wuhan possessed his body, Qi Dongsheng held his chest with both hands. Instead of taking the initiative to attack, he was confidently waiting for Xiao Wu to attack. In his opinion, Xiao Wu is just a girl, how strong can he attack? Even if he defended and counterattacked, it was enough to defeat her. But unfortunately, his judgment was completely wrong. It was a general idea of this opening, and the game was over. Xiao Wu's figure leaped directly into the air, just in the blind spot of Qi Dongsheng's line of sight. Without waiting for him to find Xiao Wu's figure, Xiao Wu had already rushed towards Qi Dongsheng from the air, and directly clamped his head with his legs, and then escallion-headed his head into the floor of the ring. This set of actions can be described as fluent and smooth. Physical skill is exactly where Xiao Wu is strongest. The whole battle, from when the referee announced the start of the game, to when Qi Dongsheng lost consciousness, took less than 3 seconds. Many people even turned their heads, and when they watched again, they found that the game was over. Including the referee, who was also dumbfounded at this time. He had just announced the start of the game. He took a glass of water in his hand before taking a sip, and it was over? Competition, the game is over, contestant Xiao Wu wins. No matter how shocked, the referee announced Xiao Wu's victory, and Xiao Wu immediately jumped up happily. Yeah! Great, I won! Happy Xiao Wu jumped off the ring directly, and jumped into Qi Ling's arms. Brother Qi, remember you want to treat me to delicious food. Well, I promised you, when will I regret it? Qi Ling reluctantly put down Xiao Wu and said. At this moment, the broadcast in the Great Fighting Arena suddenly heard the news of the next competition. In the next game, the Iron Fighting Spirits will be together to fight against the Silver Fighting Spirit Zhonglei. Please do your best. Ready. Qi Ling was not surprised at all about this battle situation. After all, his 30th level spirit power was already the peak among the great spirit masters, so naturally he had to assign a stronger opponent. And coupled with what Flanders said before, Qi Ling has reason to believe that this is something he has done. It is not that easy to take advantage of the four-eyed cat and eagle. Hey? Isn't this Zhonglei the opponent of Zhu Zuqing yesterday? Oscar said, and everyone looked at Zhu Zuqing together. To this, Zhu Zuqing didn't react much. Instead, he looked at Qi Ling, his eyes conveying information that only they understood. Okay, I get it. Qi Ling said as he walked towards preparing, don't worry, you won't get hurt. Everyone thought that Qi Ling said that he would not be hurt, he was talking about himself, but only Zhu Zuqing knew that what he said would not hurt Zhonglei. To defeat the opponent without hurting him, what exactly does Qi Ling do? Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but also became curious. Just as Qi Ling went to the lounge to prepare, Oscar suddenly shouted, "Ah! That's right! Boss Qi is still on the court for a while, everyone, do we take the opportunity to make a fortune?" Make a fortune? You mean? Tang San said. Yes. That's it, we can bet to buy Qi Ling to win, isn't it a steady profit? Oscar said excitedly. Before the game, it is possible to place a bet on the result of the game. Although Qi Ling is strong, it is the first time he has played. No one thinks he will win. Because of this, most people will win if Zhonglei is pressed. Few people choose Qi Ling, so the proportion of Qi Ling is terrible. Of course, not without it, everyone in Shrek Academy took out all their wealth and bought Qi Ling to win. Ha ha ha, now we are going to make a big fortune. We have to thank Boss Qi. After Oscar finished buying, he immediately began to imagine what he would be like after winning. The staff in charge of placing the bets, seeing that they are all children, couldn't bear to say, "Hey, you guys, although Qi Ling's odds are indeed high, it's his first time to play. Are you sure he can win?" Of course. Tang San said with a smile, I can't even imagine how Big Brother lost. Several other people agreed, and even Zhao Waoqi suffered a loss under Qi Ling, and how could the Great Soul Master benefit from Qi Ling? Hey? You guys, what are you doing here? At this moment, Flanders suddenly appeared behind a few people. Ah, Dean, Boss Qi is about to play, we are placing a bet. Oscar said, do you want the principal to make a few bets? You won't lose money. Flender heard this and immediately angrily said, Hey! At a young age, he didn't want to make progress, and he did such opportunistic things. What, this beauty, give me a few bets too. Before, Flanders didn't let a few people bet, because 10 bets and 9 loses. There is no winning bet, and no one can say that he will win. But now God put the winning game down in front of him. If he doesn't cherish it anymore, it would be a violent thing. At this time, Qi Ling didn't know that he had been regarded as a shortcut to get rich. If he knew it, he might regret why he didn't buy a few bets. After a short wait in the lounge, Qi Ling walked to the ring, and Zhonglei had already been waiting for him. Zhonglei watched Qi Ling slowly walk into the ring, and couldn't help but smile. Hey! I didn't expect my opponent today to be you. This is really great. I will let you know that my handprints are not so easy to deal with. Qi Ling smiled indifferently, okay, I just want to play with you too. Seeing that the two were present, the referee immediately began to introduce their identities. When Zhonglei was introduced, the audience stage, which was originally not lively, suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers, as if welcoming a star. This is also because Zhang has accumulated a lot of popularity through his own winning streak these days. These people made a lot of money by squeezing thunder to win, so they naturally want to cheer for him. In the deafening cheers, Zhang said triumphantly, "Did you see it? This is the gap between you and me. When I solve you later, the cheers to me will be even more enthusiastic. I'll tell you right away, although everyone is level 30, the physique of a person cannot be generalized," Zhang said while moving his body. "When I was extremely angry, I faced the attack of a soul lord and avoided it all, and made him surrender with one palm. You are nothing to me." Qiling said helplessly, "Ah, is it? Then you are pretty good, do you want another slippery shovel?" "What? It's nothing, it's on stage." Qiling said, "Okay, let's start the game quickly." Chapter 37, Winning with Great Ease. Following the referee's announcement of the start of the game, Zhang directly summoned his martial soul and carried out possession. In a burst of red light, Zhang body changed abnormally, his face became hideous and terrifying, his eyes became manic and terrifying, and his whole person became terrifying. He, this is my spirit, Blood Demon. It's a very rare special spirit, you can't see it at all." Zhang said triumphantly. "How is it? Did you scare you? He, if you give up now, I can let you go." Zhang Blood Demon martial soul has a very special power. It can corrode the opponent's soul power during an attack, making the opponent weaker and weaker. It is precisely based on the power of his martial soul that Zhang can practice the insidious Kung Fu of blood handprints, and those who are hit will lose their soul power until they lose their lives. But unfortunately, he just met Qiling this time. Speaking of evil, is there anything more evil than the Emperor among the demons and the Blood Emperor? So Qiling smiled helplessly, and said, "Did you defeat Zhu Zuqing like this? If only this is the case, it really disappointed me." Blood Demon Emperor, Possession. In the light, the Blood Demon Emperor once again descended into the world. Qiling also restored that noble and mysterious temperament, as if looking at a defective product, looking at Zhang in front of him. The audience who were originally excited to cheer on Zhang directly turned off the fire. A fool can also tell that Qiling's martial arts spirit is much more advanced than Zhang. This is not only seen from the aura of the two sides, but more importantly, since Qiling completed the possession of the martial soul, Zhang has seen the appearance of a natural enemy, his legs trembling constantly, and the big beads of sweat on his forehead stop rolling off. Zhang naturally didn't want this, but it was an instinctive sense of fear that was deep in his soul. It was a demon's innate surrender to his own higher existence. "You, what kind of spirit are you? How could you restrain me so much?" Zhang said painfully. "The brilliance of the spark, dare to win the glory of the sun and the moon." "Zhang, didn't you say that you want me to see your handprints? Just use it." Qiling clasped his arms around his chest, as if looking at low-level creatures. Looking at Zhang and said. Facing Qiling, Zhang panted, knowing that the more he procrastinated, the smaller his chances would be. At this moment, I was just standing in front of Qiling, and a sense of despair naturally appeared in my heart, as if the person in front of me was an existence that I could never defeat. Without a fight, the intent to fight was defeated. Impossible. My handprint is invincible in the world, no one can stop it, how could I just lose to you like this? As Zhang spoke, he began to circulate the spirit power in his body, and a yellow century-old spirit ring lit up on his body. First soul ability, soul power increase. Zhang first spirit ability, amplification of spirit power, which can forcibly increase his spirit power, thus reaching the standard of using blood handprints. After the increase in spirit power, Zhang right hand began to gradually turn red, and soon became a blood-like color, exuding bursts of strange auras. Second spirit ability, Blood Demon walks fast. Zhang Lei's second spirit ability can improve his agility in a short time, so that his attack can hit the opponent. Both of his soul abilities serve his evil power blood handprint, and the purpose is to use his evil power to determine the victory or defeat with one blow. In fact, Zhang Lei's move was indeed unprofitable. As long as the opponents in the past were hit, there was no one who did not surrender. Therefore, Zhang Lei also has reason to believe that even if the opponent's martial arts spirit is noble, as long as he hits his own blood handprint, he will definitely surrender immediately as before. Look at the move, handprint. Zhang Lei quickly walked around behind Qi Ling, slapped his palm on his vest. He felt good with this palm, and showed his full strength. But when Zhang Lei backed away contentedly, ready to wait for Qi Ling to suffer unbearable pain, and begged for mercy, he found that Qi Ling didn't seem to be injured at all, and even the smile on his face had not changed. "Go on, Zhang Lei, how did you retreat?" Qi Ling smiled, "I didn't deliberately defend, just want to experience your handprints." "Why did you pat me lightly and ran away?" "Ah, didn't you just make a move?" "Hey? No." Looking at the angry expression on Qi Ling's face, coupled with his dismissive tone, even the dead would be brought back to life by him. Zhang Lei didn't understand why he obviously hit him, but the blood handprint didn't work, so he continued to attack Qi Ling. Blood handprint. This time, the situation remained the same, and Qi Ling said without pain or itch, "Go on, I don't have the strength to beat people, and I still say that he is a social mess." "Damn, I don't believe it, my handprints can't be invalid," Zhang Lei said, and patted Qi Ling 3 more palms. "Blood madra! Blood madra! Blood madra!" Zhang Lei was exhausted after hitting the 3 palms. After all, the blood madra required a lot of soul power, which was already his limit. But what made him desperate was that Qi Ling didn't seem to have changed, as if he hadn't played Qi Ling just now, which made Zhang Lei doubt whether his blood handprints were pirated. In fact, Zhang Lei's handprints are of course genuine, and Qi Ling is not unresponsive, but it is not an injury, but a boost of energy. Zhang Lei's blood handprint, to his blood demon emperor's martial soul, is like a tonic at all, hitting him, it is instantly absorbed by himself, instead it replenishes his soul power. What can cause harm to him is the power directly used by Zhang Lei, but for him who has practiced the 9 ranks true dragon art, it is really the same as tickle. "Are you finished?" "It's really hard work, the blood handprint is indeed a well-deserved reputation, powerful." Qi Ling looked at Zhang Lei in front of him, and continued angrily. "Well, it's powerful, even more powerful than the uncle of the bathhouse. It can't be better for taking a bath. I think you could just change your name to Bathing Palm." Zhang Lei felt that he was about to vomit out a mouthful of blood. He had never seen such a poisonous snake. He hadn't taken a shot yet, and he couldn't bear a mouth. "You, what effort did you use, and why my handprint has no effect on you?" Zhang Lei asked unwillingly. "It's very simple. I didn't do anything. It's just your handprint, which is too low level." Qi Ling smiled. "I will let you see what it feels like to truly extract soul power." The first soul ability, Blood Demon 100 Claws. The sky full of claw shadows enveloped the space in front of Zhang Lei, making him unable to avoid it at all, but when the claw shadow fell on him, he found that he was not seriously injured. But before Zhang Leizong breathed a sigh of relief, his face immediately changed, because he noticed that every time he suffered an attack, a trace of soul power would be drawn out of his body. Although the soul power drawn each time is not much, but he has to face hundreds of attacks. Even Zhao Waoqi couldn't bear such an attack several times, let alone him. Coupled with the excessive use of blood handprints, the soul power is already in a state of near exhaustion, and if it is drawn down, I am afraid that my life will not be saved. After hundreds of claw attacks, before halfway through, Zhang Lei had already rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Even his cheeks seemed to be sunken and almost drained. Zhang Lei at this time, just want to say, I really don't have any more, there is not a drop left. Chapter 38, Bone and Cotton Palm. One move was settled, Qiling had already secured the victory, but he didn't want to end the game like this. There is no other reason. If it ended like this, it would be too cheap. Zhang Lei. Although I don't know if it was because of Zhu Zuking's weak physique, she suffered a serious crime yesterday, and even now, she probably hasn't fully recovered. Therefore, Qiling is bound to make Zhang Lei pay the price, and more importantly, he has to let Zhang Lei compete with Zhu Zuking afterwards to ensure that he will not run away. So after Zhang Lei stood up trembling again, Qiling said with a smile, "You just slapped me 5 palms. As the saying goes, I will give you back a palm." As he said, Qiling stretched out his right hand, and his soul power condensed on it. The palm of his hand seemed to have no bones, and he twisted like a snake, exuding bursts of strange aura. Martial skill, Bone and Cotton Palm. A palm hit Zhang Lei in the air, scaring him to death. He screamed and stepped back, only to find that he didn't feel any pain or even the feeling of being hit. But with the experience just now, Zhang Lei knew that the more such a seemingly casual attack, the more deadly it is. Sure enough, in the next second, Zhang Lei felt that his soul power could not be mobilized. All the power seems to be sealed in his own body, even the martial soul cannot be summoned. "You, what did you do to me?" Zhang Lei said in horror. For a spirit master, if he loses his martial soul, it is more unacceptable than death. "It's nothing, it's just that you temporarily sealed your martial spirit. And if you look at your arm, is there a red line?" Qiling said. Zhang Lei checked his arm and found a red line on his right arm. "After 10 days, when this red line extends to your shoulders, you will be tragically dead." Qiling said, "If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. If you still want to survive, just 10 days later, fight with the person I designate. If you win, I will relieve you. If you lose, I will blame your bad life." After listening to Qiling's words, what people did not expect was that Zhang Lei was so scared that he fainted. How arrogant he is when threatening the lives of others, how cowardly he is when facing life threats. The ugliness of human nature is just that. No one thought that Zhang Lei, the undefeated demon of the great fighting soul arena, would lose so badly. There was almost no power to fight back. This, Boss Chi is too strong, right? This is simply crushing." Oscar sitting down the court said in shock. This is also taken for granted. Qiling's martial arts completely suppressed Zhang Lei's martial arts, giving him no room for display at all. Flender said. "However, it is true that he is very strong. And he is a strong one beyond the ranks. In the same level, it is impossible for anyone to be his opponent." "Haha, Dean, you just know that this will happen, so you will all in for the boss, right?" Oscar laughed. Flanders stroked his beard, and said with a proud look, "That's natural. Who will refuse a business that makes no money?" After Qiling walked off the ring, Xiao Wu gave him a warm hug as usual, but to everyone's surprise, Zhu Zuking, who had always been a colorless person, opened his mouth very rarely. "Congratulations, A&D. Thank you." Zhu Zuking's face was a little red, and instantly returned to its original state. Everyone thought that Zhu Zuking thanked him because Qiling avenged herself, but Qiling knew that she left Zhang Lei to her for herself and gave her the opportunity to avenge herself, and thanked herself. "Well, since Qiling has finished the match, let's go to the 2-on-2 arena first," Flanders said. "I also want you to see what a real Soul Master game is like." After a few people came to the 2-on-2 competition area, they found that not only the venue was bigger, but the audience was also larger. The 2-on-2 game is more enjoyable, so there are more spectators buying tickets, Flanders said. Because of the tacit cooperation between Soul Masters, one can often achieve an effect of 1 + 1, greater than 2. "Oh? So, do I have a chance to play?" Oscar suddenly excited. No, because of the characteristics of the 2-on-2 game, the auxiliary system spirit masters still have few chances to play. Flender said, after all, the auxiliary system spirit masters are not as powerful as one more. The stage of the auxiliary system spirit master is still in the team battle. That is the time to truly reflect the value of the auxiliary system spirit master. Hearing what Flanders said, Oscar's expression instantly went lonely, but what Flanders said next made him cheer up again. Of course, in a 2-on-2 match, the assistant auxiliary soul master is not necessarily not allowed to play. Flender smiled, you only need to find a strong teammate who can be 1 against 2, that's it. Hearing this sentence, I don't know why, everyone's eyes turned to Qi-Ling unconsciously. With one enemy too, it is not difficult for Qi-Ling. Everyone even thinks that Qi-Ling should go with the enemy 10. Boss Qi. Oscar suddenly swooped, hugged Qi-Ling's thigh tightly and said, it's for the sake of my brother's loyalty and honesty. Take my brother to fly once. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing an Oscar request, please select from the following options. Option 1, form a 2-on-2 team with Oscar, and get at least 1 victory. Get rewards, Soul Power Recovery Potion, small, Oscar favorability plus 10%. Option 2, form a 2-on-2 team with other people on the scene, and get at least 1 victory, and get a reward, a Soul Guide, Level 3, Goodwill Degree plus 10%. Option 3, form a 2-on-2 team with Ning Rongrong and win at least 1 victory. Get rewards, Ning Rongrong's favorability plus 10%, Martial Arts Affinity plus 5%, True Dragon Martial Arts, Dragon Breath. Of the 3 choices, the third reward is undoubtedly the best. Although the Soul Guidance device is also a good reward, the Level 3 Soul Guidance device has limited functions and has little meaning for Qi-Ling. And the third reward, True Dragon Martial Skill, Dragon Breath, is exactly how the 9 turns True Dragon Art can be used. It must be based on Zhulang Zhenkai before it can be used. Its importance is self-evident. What's more, even without this option, Qi-Ling had already made an appointment with Ning Rongrong. He came here today to form a team with Ning Rongrong. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, team up with Ning Rongrong, and get rewards, Ning Rongrong's favorability plus 10%, Martial Arts Affinity plus 5%, True Dragon Martial Arts, Dragon Breath. Oscar, it's not that I don't want to pretend to take you to fly, but because of the 2-on-2 match, I have already made an appointment with someone. Qi-Ling said helplessly. Ah? I made an appointment with someone? Who did I make an appointment with? Is it Fatty or Xiao Wu, me? Oscar said, they are so strong, you don't need you to fly. Boss, you are the only one who can take the auxiliary spirit master to fly. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You have to take responsibility. Unfortunately, Oscar, the one I want to fly is also an auxiliary soul master. Qi-Ling smiled. Ah? Auxiliary spirit master? Oscar asked in confusion, apart from me, where is there any auxiliary spirit master? Now, she's here. Qi-Ling said, reaching out to the backs of several people. Chapter 39, Qi-Le Rongrong Combination. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Qi-Ling, but was surprised to find that Ning Rongrong, who hadn't appeared before, actually walked towards a few people. Boss, the person you are talking about is Ning Rongrong. Oscar asked in surprise. Yes, it's her. I know you have a lot of questions, but after those, I will take Rongrong to register first. Then Qi-Ling stepped forward with Ning Rongrong in the surprised eyes of everyone. Registration desk. Several people watched Qi-Ling and Ning Rongrong leave, and they all fell into a sluggish state. They never expected that Qi-Ling could actually let Ning Rongrong come to participate in the competition. Boss Qi, he is indeed very human. It is like a lover is alive. Oscar couldn't help sighing. On the other side, Ning Rongrong didn't know why she came here obediently listening to Qi Ling's words, so she had to attribute the reason to her wanting to make money as soon as possible and then take revenge. Hey! Don't you say you want to teach me how to make money? Why do you want me to come here? Ning Rongrong asked Qi Lingdao as he walked. That's right, am I just teaching you how to make money? Qi Ling smiled. Look, when a soul master participates in the competition, he can get 10 gold soul coins as long as he wins one game. This is more profitable than any part-time job. Ning Rongrong pursed his lips and raised his delicate little nose and said, Don't think I don't know. Auxiliary spirit masters are not so popular here. If you want to win, you can only participate in team battles. How can I win 10 games? What? Don't worry, isn't it me? I'll take you to a 2-on-2 match, and you will win and fly. Qi Ling said, the labor fee, every game counts you 5 gold soul coins. Don't think about it. The 10 golden soul coins I won are all mine. I won't give it to you. Ning Rongrong said. Well, it's all yours. Anyway, you didn't want to give it to me in the end. Qi Ling smiled indifferently. For some reason, Ning Rongrong suddenly regretted agreeing to Qi Ling when he heard Qi Ling's words. This guy is really annoying. When I came to the registration desk, after paying the registration fee, the staff asked, You are going to participate in a 2-on-2 combination match. Please give your combination a name. Qi Ling looked at Ning Rongrong, What do you want to be called? Ning Rongrong pursed his lips and said, Humph. You can see for yourself. Well, the combination of Qi Ling and Ning Rongrong is called, the combination of Qi Le Rongrong. Wow! So bad name taste. You want to take care of it. I have decided, so I'll call it this name. After a period of processing by the staff, the words Qi Le Rongrong combination were added to the 2 iron fighting spirit badges, indicating that the 2 people's combination was officially registered. Afterwards, the 2 returned to the 2-on-2 battle arena. When Xiaowu and Tang San registered yesterday, they had already formed their 3-5 combination and won 1 victory. They also signed up at this time and were waiting. Play his own game. After seeing Qi Ling and Ning Rongrong return, everyone was still surprised at Ning Rongrong's sudden arrival, but they also knew that Ning Rongrong's return must be related to Qi Ling. So Xiaowu secretly pulled Ning Rongrong aside, not knowing what she had asked her, until she blushed. On the boys' side, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, with a feeling of admiration, said Qi Ling, Boss Qi, we are taken. Unexpectedly, not only will you fight unmatched, but even pick-up girls will also be a sweeping existence. Can you always show compassion and teach us a few hands so that we can also solve the old problem? Qi Ling said helplessly, You too, don't just think about these things in a day. Think about how to improve your strength and do business. At this moment, the broadcast began to announce that the next game is the 3-5 combination, and the strong combination will be played against, depending on the name, it should be a strong offensive combination. After seeing both sides of the match, Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I'm still worried, what if you meet Brother Qi and your combination? Then let's go first, Brother Qi, remember cheer me up. Tang San and Xiaowu were already outstanding people, so even though their opponents cooperated fairly well, they were defeated very quickly. After Tang San and Xiaowu won, the broadcast came again, the next duel, the 7th game of 2-on-2, will be combined by Qi Le Rongrong and the killer combination. Please prepare for both players. Killer combination? It's really an unfriendly name, but from their names, Qi Ling can roughly guess the style of each other, which saves himself some trouble. So Qi Ling took Ning Rongrong and walked to the lounge, ready to play the game. And Oscar and others are also looking forward to it. Can Qi Ling break the rule that the auxiliary spirit master cannot play? After coming to the ring, Qi Ling saw his opponent, who was unexpectedly 2 young girls, and they seemed to be in good development. The two girls are generally the same no matter how they look, they are rare twin sisters, but unfortunately, the two girls have black gauze on their faces, which makes it impossible to see the beauty. Although they seem to be young, when the twins came on the field, they received enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Most of them were male audiences, and everyone knew the reason. After all, a pair of mysterious and powerful twins, and more importantly, the turbulent twins, how can anyone resist this temptation? More importantly, the twins have won 4 consecutive victories in the previous games. It can be said that they are strong and can definitely bring a wonderful game. As the fighting spirit is about to begin, the audience's enthusiasm has reached its zenith. After judging that the time is ripe, the host immediately came on stage to announce the start of the game. Dear viewers, I announce that the 7th game of the 2-on-2 combination of soul fighting, with the killer combination Yemingzu, Yeminjiu, and the Qi Li Rong Rong combination Qi Ling, Ning Rong Rong, the game has officially started. At the beginning of the battle, Yemingzu and Yeminjiu immediately entered the fighting state, without any unnecessary movements and nonsense, they directly summoned their own martial arts, showing extremely high fighting qualities. After seeing the martial arts of the two people, the audience on the court burst into exclamations, followed by even more enthusiastic cheers. Because the spirits of the two people are both weapon spirits with the appearance of daggers, this is undoubtedly the most suitable spirit for the killer. And more importantly, when the 2 soul rings light up, they are actually exactly the same, 1 yellow and 1 purple match. Generally speaking, the limit of the 2nd spirit ring of a spirit master cannot exceed 1,000 years. Those who can absorb 1,000-year spirit ring in the 2nd spirit ring either have a special opportunity, or are gifted with extraordinary talents. The 2 young girls in front of him, although Qi Ling didn't know their details, it was certain that they must also belong to a certain force's key training target, and they came here to train themselves. After all, even in Shrek Academy, which is famous for its monsters, it is far lost to the opponent in spirit ring matching, not to mention the opponent's age is similar to his own, and the spirit power level has reached 30. Chapter 40, The Genius Killer Sister Flower. Everyone in Shrek under the stage showed a shocked look when they saw the killer sister's spirit ring, and Flender himself had a heavy expression because the other party was really too strong. How come, the 1,000-year spirit ring, and it is still 2 people? How is this possible? Flander said to himself. Then, is Brother Qi in danger? Xiao Wu said worriedly. God, I thought we were abnormal enough. I didn't expect a mountain to be higher than a mountain, and there are people out there who are even more abnormal than us. Ma Hongjun said, covering his head. Even if Boss Qi is better, he can't deal with 2 perverts alone. Oscar asked directly, Dean, look, is it possible for Boss Qi to win? Flander said while stroking his beard, with the combination of the spirit rings of these 2 girls, plus their spirit powers that have reached level 30, it can be said that they are the most powerful team in the realm of the great spirit masters here. People. Any other great soul master teams in the great fighting arena, including you, are impossible to defeat them. The gap brought by the 1,000-year spirit ring is really too big. Hearing Flander's words, everyone was depressed, but then, Flanders continued, but if anyone here can defeat them, then Qi Ling is the only one. Because the strength of this kid is far from being estimated by an order of magnitude. Even if the opponent is a combination of geniuses that have been seen in a century, your Boss Qi, that is a peerless evildoer. Hearing this, everyone immediately became happy again. Xiao Wu cheered and said, I know. Brother Qi is the most powerful person in the world. It's just that the only thing I worry about is that there is another person on the court now. Flanders worried. She may be the key to determining the outcome of this game. Another person? Ah, Dean, you mean Ning Rong Rong. Oscar suddenly realized, so, with the help of the auxiliary soul master, Qi Boss will be stronger and more hopeful to win, right? Hearing this, several people showed hopeful expressions, but Flanders poured cold water on them again. No, Oscar, I mean, Ning Rong Rong is probably the reason why Qiling couldn't win. Flanders said. What? Dean, what do you mean? Even if the auxiliary system spirit master is limited, it won't be a drag on Boss Chi? Are two people better than one person? Oscar said in surprise. Yes, if it is Qiling alone, in my estimation, his odds of winning are at least 80%. Flanders said, but with Ning Rong Rong added, his odds of winning are only 50%. But, why is this? Not only Oscar, others are also very curious. Because the opponent's spirit type is precisely the worst type. Flanders said to several people, the so-called killer is naturally a one-shot killer. If you fail, you will retreat. If it is of other types, Qiling can still deal with the opponent, but when encountering such a killer, Ning Rong Rong will definitely become the opponent's target, but it will become a burden. And more importantly, the cause of Qiling's disadvantage is. Flanders paused and faced several people. As you understand, Qiling will not care about the life and death of his companions and only care about his own victory. Person. The few people looked at each other and immediately understood what Flanders meant. Indeed, Qiling couldn't let Ning Rong Rong be attacked. Although he didn't seem so serious, Qiling was the one who valued his companions most. Because of this, even though he had only known each other for a few days, Oscar and others were willing to call him the boss of Qi, because Qiling was worthy of this title in any respect. Brother Qi, you have to come on. Xiao Wu looked at Qiling on the ring, worried. Anyway, it must be safe. In the arena, when Qiling saw the opponent's spirit and spirit ring, his thoughts were similar to Flanders. The opponent's spirit was indeed quite unfavorable to the auxiliary spirit master. Both Qiling and Flanders could see how Ning Rong Rong, who had received elite education from an early age, could not see it. Rather, as an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rong Rong was the one who knew this best. Qiling, after I give you the status blessing later, you don't care about me. Ning Rong Rong resolutely said, if you take care of me, you can only restrain yourself and you can't win. Qiling couldn't help being surprised when Ning Rong Rong could say such a thing. After all, this meant that she had begun to consider for others, and for the victory of the team, she could disregard personal safety and had a spirit of self-dedication. This was unimaginable to Ning Rong Rong before. Although it was not obvious, Ning Rong Rong did change in the past few days. Seeing Qiling's surprised expression, Ning Rong Rong blushed and said, you, don't get me wrong. I did this, not for you. I just want to make enough money early. Ha ha ha, I know. Qiling smiled, don't worry, Rong Rong, I won't let you have anything to do with me. Indeed, everything is just like what Ning Rong Rong and Flanders said, but they missed one point, that is, Qiling's strength. Since mastering the 9th rank True Dragon Art, Qiling's strength has far exceeded their imagination. Even if the opponent's attributes are difficult to deal with, when the strength gap between the two sides is too large, all restraint will no longer exist. Dragon Emperor, Possession. Because he wasn't sure about the opponent's moves, Qiling adopted a more conservative method of possessing the Dragon Emperor. After all, he was forced to stun, and for any situation, he would have the power to fight. 7 treasures have colored glaze, and Qi treasures are famous. One said, strength, and the other said, speed. The yellow spirit ring lit up, and Ning Rong Rong activated his martial soul Kai Bao Liulai Pagoda to bless Qiling. I have to say that the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is worthy of being the top-level auxiliary martial arts spirit. Qiling immediately felt his own strength. At this time, he rose to another level, which was quite amazing. It's just that Ning Rong Rong's expression changed at this time. Why is it so difficult for her to assist Qiling? It seems that he is not assisting a great soul master, but rather like assisting a soul king. Sisters Yamingzu and Yaminjia saw that since there were auxiliary spirit masters present, their thinking became clearer. After all, everyone knew the importance of auxiliary spirit masters. So the two looked at each other, and years of tacit understanding gave them an immediate decision, and then took the initiative to launch an offensive, took out a smoke bomb from their bodies, and immediately fell to the ground. In principle, the Great Fighting Soul Arena will not prohibit people from using tools, which is undoubtedly more advantageous for people like Tang San and others who rely on props. Thick smoke gradually began to spread on the court and covered the two sisters. This kind of smoke is specially made with a certain material, condensed but not scattered, directly changed the environment of the battlefield, and became more suitable for the two sisters to attack. Qiling was not disturbed by the smoke, and stood in front of Ning Rongrong, unchanging to cope with all changes. After all, the opponent has created such an environment, and he must launch an offense. You only need to seize the opportunity when they attack. The situation was just as Qiling thought. When the smoke filled halfway, the two sisters immediately launched an attack, and they shot from two directions at the same time. The target was Ning Rongrong behind Qiling. But such an attack was clearly expected by Qiling. He took a step back unhurriedly, responding to the attacks of both sides with both hands at the same time, flipping his wrists, easily missed their daggers, and then slapped them on the chest. For Qiling, who has the second most intense eyes, it doesn't make sense to split the soldiers in two ways. The ability to predict the attack has already made him make the best judgment. The chest was wounded, Yamingzu and Yaminjiao groaned, and immediately backed into the smoke. If you fail, you will retreat, and you will never love war. This is the basic quality of being a killer. Chapter 41, The reality is the imaginary is the real. After this brief match, the two also learned about Qiling's strength. The simple summary is that from the front, there is no chance of winning at all. If you want to win, you must find another way. The best breakthrough point is naturally Ning Rongrong behind him. So in Qiling's perception, the figure that was originally in the smoke suddenly added 1. From 2 people to 3 people. After a little analysis, Qiling immediately judged that this should be the sole ability of one of them, but I don't know whether the added clone is just a ghost or has attacking ability. After a short pause, the 3 figures immediately began to move. The soldiers were divided into 3 groups, smoke rushed out from 3 directions, and Qiling launched an attack. Qiling didn't do what he thought, even if the opponent increased to 3 people, for himself, it was just 1 more shot, and he immediately blocked the attack of the 3. As soon as he fought, Qiling frowned and cried out secretly. He seemed to have been tricked by the other party. Among the 3 figures who fought with him, only 1 was an entity, and the other 2 were phantoms. This means that only 1 person is fighting with him at this time, and the figure of the other person has disappeared. Even Qiling couldn't help but stunned at this moment. And this short moment was the opportunity the 2 sisters were looking for. Qiling felt that Yamingzu in front of him seemed to smile, and then the 2 clones disappeared. At the same time, Yaminjia's figure unexpectedly appeared behind her out of thin air, using her dagger to attack the defenseless Ning Rongrong with all her strength. As a killer, Qiling had no doubts about Yaminjia's offensive ability. If the attack succeeded, Ning Rongrong would not be spared. The 2 sisters cooperated tacitly, and even seized the flaws in their soul abilities that they had never seen before, and successfully created such an opportunity. At the critical moment, Qiling laughed. It's a small example, with you 2 little girls, dare to design me? I have never seen your spirit ability, do you know my spirit ability again? At the moment, a long and loud voice of dragon chant came from Qiling's mouth, and immediately caused the 2 sisters around him into a state of dizziness. Qiling's 9 Heavens Dragon Song is undoubtedly a magical skill of controlling the field, the effect of forcing dizziness, and even the victory of a battle. However, this 9 Heavens Dragon Yin can only act on the same target once in a short time. Qiling must also choose the right time to use it, but now is undoubtedly the best time. Facing the dizzy 2 sisters, Qiling didn't have the idea of pity for Xianjiu, and immediately turned around and attacked Ye Mingjiu. After all, the opponent is not simply a weak woman, but a really well-trained killer, who is soft-hearted to them, and may fall to himself. Although he didn't use his second spirit ability, Qiling was confident that his own punch was enough to make Ye Mingjiu lose his fighting ability, and at the same time it would not kill her. But when his fist touched Ye Mingjiu, Qiling's brows wrinkled again, because there was something on her body that blocked her attack and protected Ye Mingjiu. This thing is undoubtedly a treasure for body protection, which can resist an attack for the owner. With such a gap, Ye Mingjiu also recovered from the dizziness, immediately gave up and continued to attack, and together with Ye Mingzu, returned to the smoke. The reason why he didn't continue his attack was because Ye Mingjiu knew that even if he killed Ning Rongrong, if he was also killed by Qiling, everything would be meaningless. Ye Mingzu alone is by no means Qiling's opponent. Together, there is a glimmer of hope of victory. It is precisely with this judgment that the two will return to the smoke, regain their strength, and make plans again. After several offenses and defenses, both sides showed their excellent strength, which attracted cheers from the audience and lamented the true value of today's ticket purchase. Shrek Academy and the others were even more surprised at this fierce battle. Oscar stammered, this, are they really great spirit masters like us? This is too exaggerated. Flanders said earnestly, let's take a good look, all of you, both of them, are undoubtedly the most outstanding geniuses, both your goal and your opponent. It's no exaggeration to say that this is your realm, the highest end battle. You should study hard. Such opportunities are not common. A few people listened and immediately watched the game with all their attention, for fear of missing a little detail. Qiling watched the two retreat into the smoke, and couldn't help frowning. After such a long time, the smoke not only did not dissipate, but became thicker and thicker, and there was a tendency to spread the audience. If the arena is completely covered by smoke, then one of them will undoubtedly become passive, and the other side is obviously used to fighting in the smoke. Even if Qiling possesses dazzling eyes, he cannot beat them. True dragon martial skill, dragon breath. Qiling ran infuriating energy with both hands, using the martial arts he had just learned, and suddenly a strong wind blew from his hands to blow away the smoke on the court. After the smoke dissipated, the people inside appeared, but there should have been two people, but at this time only Ye Mingzu was left. Seeing this scene, Qiling immediately increased his vigilance, because it was exactly the same as the situation just now. Ye Mingjiu suddenly appeared from behind her just now, not using any teleporting skills, but hiding her figure and sneaking behind Qiling. Although he didn't know if this was their spirit ability, since the other party took action, Qiling had to take precautions and firmly guarded Ning Rongrong behind him. Then, Ye Mingzu, who was left on the field, moved. Holding a dagger in one hand, she rushed up to fight Qiling. The offensive was simply sophisticated, obviously after years of hard training. However, it is a pity that there is no way for a player like Mian Xiling, even if her skills are sophisticated. At the moment Ye Mingzu took the shot, Qiling had mastered the trajectory of her attack, so he could evade and counterattack. While responding to Ye Mingzu's offensive, Qiling was also guarding against the appearance of Ye Mingjiu. This was almost foreseeable, and the two sisters would definitely consider Ning Rongrong as their target. Sure enough, just after Qiling's movements revealed a flaw, a figure suddenly appeared next to Qiling, and then swiftly stabbed the dagger in his hand at Ning Rongrong. Good come! Qiling secretly said in his heart, the flaw was naturally exposed by him deliberately, the purpose is to draw the snake out of the hole, let Ye Mingjiu take action. At this moment, Qiling would naturally not let go of this opportunity, and immediately abandon the Ye Mingzu in front of him, and attacked the emerging Ye Mingjiu. The attack process went smoothly, Qiling's fist successfully hit the figure's body. But the moment his fist touched the opponent, Qiling's face changed. The figure in front of me disappeared without a trace under my fist. Of course, this was not caused by Qiling, but because of that figure, which was just a phantom created from the beginning. Chapter 42, Combine Attack, Blood Cross. Because of the previous battle, Qiling took it for granted that only Ye Mingzhu could use the clone skill, and that Ye Minjiu should master the stealth skill. Unexpectedly, this is a trap deliberately set by the two sisters. The purpose is to make Qiling have such an illusion, thus creating the present opportunity. But at this moment, from another direction, Ye Minjiu appeared, quickly attacking Ning Rongrong. Qiling helplessly changed his body shape and launched an offensive towards Ye Minjiu. Fortunately, his response was timely, and he had time to attack Ye Minjiu and rescue Ning Rongrong. But, for the second time, when Qiling attacked Ye Minjiu's figure turned into a phantom and disappeared. The second figure that appeared was actually a clone. The reality is the imaginary, and the imaginary is the real. The two sisters have fully calculated all aspects of the operation, which can be said to be seamless. They told everyone present what a real genius is. At this moment, Qiling instantly understood what kind of game the two sisters set up, but it was too late. In order to rescue Ning Rongrong, Qiling forcibly changed his trajectory. At this time, he was in a state of exhaustion and defenselessness. And this situation is obviously the result of the two sisters, carefully designed. They pretended to attack Ning Rongrong, but the actual target was Qiling. Killing Ning Rongrong can certainly increase the winning rate, but the two sisters discovered through the battle just now that keeping her is the biggest constraint for Qiling. Otherwise, once Qiling had no restraint, with the explosive power he had just shown, the two sisters still had no certainty of victory. And more importantly, even though Ning Rongrong has excellent support abilities, he does not have the ability to recover. In other words, if Qiling was injured, he would not get treatment. Therefore, the two talents had such a calculation, using Ning Rongrong as the bait, let Qiling be fooled, and strive to hit him hard. Now that the two sisters have finally obtained such an opportunity, the two sisters will naturally not miss it. Ye Minjiu's figure appeared beside Ye Mingzhu. The two reached out with a dagger in a tacit understanding, and attacked Qiling's defenseless back. Combined attack, blood cross slash. Two daggers, with a light, drawn across behind Qiling. This is the strongest combined attack that the two have honed since childhood. The person who was hit has never been able to retreat. Ah! Ning Rongrong let out a scream, but as an auxiliary spirit master, she had no choice but to watch the attacks of the two fall on Qiling. Facing the attacks of the two sisters, Qiling had no way to evade, and could only use his body to coerce the move. Anyone changed, if they were hit by the two sisters' combined attack, they would definitely lose the ability to resist and be seriously injured and retired. But Qiling is different. After practicing the 9 ranks true dragon art, his physical fitness is different from ordinary people, and he blocked the full blow of the two sisters ready to go. Although he avoided the result of being seriously injured and losing his fighting ability, Qiling still left 2 eye-catching scars on his back. At the same time, blood was constantly flowing out, staining the ground red. But Qiling didn't check his injury for the first time, instead he immediately turned around and stood in front of Ning Rongrong, preventing the two of them from continuing to pursue them. Ye Mingzhu and Ye Minjiu did have this plan. If Qiling made a mistake, it would be a good choice whether to continue chasing Qiling or attack Ning Rongrong instead. Regardless of the pain, Qiling made the preparations for a defensive counterattack in the first place, but the two lost the opportunity to pursue the attack. Ning Rongrong, who was staying behind Qiling, watched the shocking injury on Qiling's back at this time, tremblingly stretched out his hand to touch, but was afraid of hurting Qiling, and finally resisted not making a move. For the first time, she began to hate her weakness. Because of her burden, Qiling became passive and suffered such a severe injury. "Qiling, your injury," Ning Rongrong said anxiously, "I am all to blame. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't." "It's not to blame you, Rongrong, it's just that the opponent is too powerful," Qiling said. "Besides, if I didn't have your support, I might have lost early. Of course, Ning Rongrong could hear that Qi Ling was comforting himself. On the one hand, he thanked Qi Ling for his gentleness, but on the other hand, he felt more guilty. Qi Ling, how about us? Before Ning Rongrong offered to admit defeat, Qi Ling had already interrupted her. Rongrong, be prepared, no matter what happens later, don't be afraid. Qi Ling laughed, get ready for your first victory. Ning Rongrong didn't understand why it was clearly that his side was driven into desperation, but Qi Ling was still confident and even made a victory declaration. What she didn't understand was why as long as the man said something, she would not doubt it, and even chose to believe it in the first place. Sisters Ye Mingzu and Ye Minjiu made some adjustments, before Qi Ling attacked again. They knew that they couldn't give Qi Ling time to recover. The tighter they pressed him, the greater their chances of winning. And Qi Ling, at this moment, made a move that was unexpected to everyone. He changed his passive defensive style before, and directly stretched out his left hand, took Ning Rongrong into his arms, and then embraced Ning Rongrong, and launched a confrontation with the two sisters. What is even more surprising is that even with only one hand, Qi Ling actually perfectly took the attack of the two sisters. This is not only because of Qi Ling's brilliant eyes, which can predict the opponent's attack route, so that Qi Ling can choose the best corresponding method. More importantly, he allowed the two sisters to influence each other through his own position, and could not attack him at the same time. For the two sisters who are tacitly like the same person, the attacks of the two will affect each other, which is impossible at all, but Qi Ling just did it. He used his actions to tell everyone that it is not only you two sisters who are geniuses, I am Qi Ling, and even more so. When the attacks of the two repelled each other and even nearly hurt each other, Ye Minjiu and Ye Mingzu finally stopped. If this continues, it is not that they are forcing Qi Ling, but Qi Ling is forcing them. After leaving the battle circle with Qi Ling, the two sisters began to move quickly in the field, bewildering Qi Ling with their unique positions, and then when they staggered, they threw out a smoke bomb again, and at the same time entered stealth together. Stealth state. Seeing that there was no one in the smoke, Qi Ling secretly said in his heart, sure enough, that these two sisters not only know how to do avatar, but also do stealth. And now that they are entering stealth at the same time, the next thing they have to launch against themselves should be their decisive killer. Who wins and loses is in the next confrontation. Chapter 43, Tyrannosaurus Fist, Double Dragon Club. Flanders, who was watching the game in the audience, frowned at this time and made the same judgment as Qi Ling, it seems that this game should be over soon. Whoever wins or loses will be there soon. One result. Xiao Wu asked anxiously, President, who will win Brother Qi and them? This is hard to say, I can only say that both sides have a chance to win. Flanders said strictly. Then why do you know that this game will soon have a result? Xiao Wu asked. It's very simple, because all dagger-type martial arts, they all have one characteristic in common. Flanders said, that is their first spirit ability, they are all surprisingly similar. Similar? How could it be? Could it be that if they absorbed the spirit rings of different spirit beasts, would they also obtain the same spirit ability? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Yes, that's the case. Their first spirit ability is almost unaffected by the spirit ring. They are all one skill, a fatal blow. Flanders said. This is the most important skill for an assassin. You can concentrate all your soul power in the next attack, thereby greatly improving the speed, strength, accuracy, and lethality of the next attack. However, this trick often has a big side effect, so they will not use it easily until the critical moment when the victory or defeat can be determined. Whether you can judge the correct timing of the fatal blow is whether an assassin is qualified. Standards. Then, will Brother Qi be in danger? Can he block such an attack? Xiao Wu worried. It depends on his own choice, whether he chooses to protect his companions or to win. Flanders looked at Qi Ling on the ring and said with deep meaning. Is it to choose a companion or to win? Qi Ling smiled softly. For this question, he has only one choice: I want it all. The two sisters all entered a stealth state, waiting for the opportunity to prepare for Qi Ling to launch their ultimate attack, but they did not know that their actions were just what Qi Ling meant. If one person interferes and one person sneaks, it is difficult for Qi Ling to spot them, but when both of them enter the sneak, Qi Ling's bright eyes can judge their location through the slight changes in the surrounding environment. Although the two sisters are killers, there is almost no trace in their actions, but Qi Ling's eyes are golden, but even the slight tremor of the air can be seen, and the sneaking of the two is in his eyes, like a virtual reality. In the end, the two of them thought they had found the best angle, and at the same time they shot the first spirit ability. The fatal blow was launched, and the extremely powerful spirit power was poured into the dagger, planning to decide the victory or defeat with one blow. The target of the attack was also carefully planned by the two, and that is to save what they attacked. Bring Ning Rongrong and Qi Ling into the attack range at the same time to see how Qi Ling chooses. Faced with such a deliberate attack, Qi Ling suddenly laughed and said to Ning Rongrong, "Get ready, Rongrong, it will be over soon." "Ah? What do you want me to prepare?" Before Ning Rongrong finished speaking, he suddenly let out a scream, because she was thrown into the air by Qi Ling's hands. Everyone present did not expect Qi Ling to actually come this hand, including the two sisters who had already launched an attack. And after throwing Ning Rongrong into the air, Qi Ling smiled and said, "You have pressed me for a long time, right? It's also time, let you fist." Second soul skill, Tyrannical Fist, Double Dragon Club. This time, Qi Ling's Tyrannical Fist was different from the past. His soul power was condensed on his two fists at the same time. This is the method he learned to use power after practicing the 9-ranking True Dragon art. Although the power is not as powerful as a single fist, it also has 70% power. Two fists, with a whistling sound, respectively shook the two who came over. Although Ye Mingzu and Ye Minjiao were surprised and didn't understand why Qi Ling could find them in a stealth state, they had no room to retreat at this time and could only bite the bullet and attack them. The two of them didn't believe it. Could it be that they were also the 1000-year spirit ring, and the strongest attack they had hit together, wasn't Qi Ling's opponent alone? But the fact is like this. After the two contacted Qi Ling's fist, they immediately opened their eyes. The surging power from the fist almost crushed them, and it was impossible to resist. Puff! The two spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their bodies flew backwards, while the person was still in the air. The dagger spirit in his hand had disappeared and could no longer be maintained. When everyone in the audience saw this scene, they all felt a painful expression. Oscar said with a helpless look, "What's wrong? I have to compare the destructive power with Boss Qi. This is not a lantern in the toilet, is it to die?" Qi Ling, who had repelled the two, stretched out his arms again, firmly caught Ning Rongrong who had fallen from the air, and hugged her sideways into his arms. Ning Rongrong, who was still in shock, said angrily, You hateful fellow, why don't you talk to me first? I told you first, they won't be ready, so how can I force them to confront me head-on?" Qi Ling smiled, "If you want to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive yourself." "What? You already got rid of them?" Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Qi Ling was able to solve such a difficult opponent at once? Qi Ling smiled and said, "Of course, you can't ask the referee." The referee on the side looked like he was waking up from a dream, because this game was so exciting that even he was completely addicted to it. The killer combination loses the ability to fight again. The 7th game of the 2-on-2 match was won by Qi Le Rongrong, the referee announced at this time. As the referee announced the victory, warm applause erupted from the audience. Shrek! Everyone in the audience cheered and screamed, happy for Qi Ling's victory. "Haha, that's true, I'll say we can definitely win." Qi Ling smiled at Ning Rongrong, "I never break my word." "Well, I know you are amazing. But, Can you put me down first? Ning Rongrong blushed and said, or you plan to hold me like this end? Qiling only then remembered that she was still holding Ning Rongrong as the princess. With so many people watching, it was no wonder she was shy. So he put Ning Rongrong down and walked out of the ring with her. But after being put down by Qiling, Ning Rongrong didn't know why, but at this moment suddenly felt a loss. It seems that the feeling of being held by him is not bad. What Qiling didn't see was that in the audience, two people did not cheer. After he won, they kept watching him. There seems to be a strange ambiguity in the space around these two people, which makes it impossible for people to see their looks. They can only be judged from their body shapes. They should be two women. One of them said at this time, I didn't expect Mingzhu and Minjiu to lose. It's incredible. They are the most outstanding geniuses among us. Another person said, there is nothing incredible, there are people outside the world, there are heaven outside, but this Qiling is indeed worthy of our attention. Young master, what do you mean? Find someone and stare at him secretly, but never be discovered by him, said the person known as the young master. I have a hunch that my clan's great cause must have a lot to do with him. Hearing what young master said, the man was shocked and said, he? But young master, no matter how powerful he is just a great spirit master. What role can he play? Humph, although he is a great soul master, he is not just a great soul master. The young master seemed to smile. In short, give my order, no one can be an enemy of him. Even if necessary, you can give him provide help. Yes. Young master, the man replied. After that, the two suddenly disappeared from their seats, as if they had never appeared before. Chapter 44, Go to the Stardo Great Forest. After getting off the court, Qiling accepted the congratulations from everyone in Shrek and enjoyed a hug from Xiaowu as usual. And Zhu Zuqing, who had always been very indifferent to everything, actually stepped forward to congratulate Qiling at this time, but what Qiling saw from her eyes was a strong will to fight. This girl, this is taking herself as her goal. After all, the two people just now have similar attributes to her, but they are obviously stronger than her. She seems to be thinking about how to defeat Qiling. Qiling, you did a good job. You protected your comrades and won the victory. It really impressed me. Flender said with satisfaction. As for you, Ning Rongrong, have you learned what a companion is in this battle? Ning Rongrong blushed and said, Hey! Who is a companion with him? I was just drawn by him, and I am not his companion. I'm going back first, so I won't waste time with you. Ning Rongrong said, leaving first by himself. The others shook their heads helplessly. They didn't expect Ning Rongrong to still have this attitude. Only Qiling said with a smile, Rongrong is just shy. In fact, she has already changed her mind. Flender nodded and said, indeed, she surprised me just because she was willing to play today. Qiling did a good job, keep working hard. After that, everyone's game went smoothly. Except for Ma Hongjun, who encountered a difficult defense spirit master, and lost the game, everyone won. When everyone finished the game, everyone walked towards Shrek Academy together. Flender also announced that that's all for today's training content. It is enough for everyone to go back and rest separately, and gather on time tomorrow morning. But when everyone came to the entrance of the college, they all stopped with a look of surprise, because Ning Rongrong was standing there at this time, still carrying a bag in his hand, and didn't know what was in it. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Why didn't you come back with us? Qiling asked. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, blushing, and pushed the bag in his hand to Qiling's chest and said, Hey! This is a medicine for healing. The injury on your back must be treated in time. This time even Qiling was a little surprised, but Ning Rongrong had just left early, actually to buy medicine for Qiling. As for the others, not to mention, Xiao Wu's mouth grew in surprise, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun whistled frivolously. Seeing the reaction of other people, Ning Rongrong's face blushed, and then proudly said, "What? Don't get me wrong, you are injured because of me, so I will buy you medicine." "Okay, what are you doing there? Go back quickly and let me rub your medicine. I will gather tomorrow, right?" Seeing the two leaving together, Oscar suddenly shouted from behind, "Boss Chi! Pay attention to your health, don't make it too late, you will be late tomorrow." Chi Ling stumbled and almost fell. Oscar is not too big to watch the excitement, so how can I say it? "Oscar, you kid, how can you say that? What do Chi Ling and Rongrong think about you?" Flander frowned and reprimanded. Chi Ling is feeling that he is still the dean, and when he is steady and mature, he listens to him continue to say, "Chi Ling, don't worry. If you are really late, I won't blame you. It's just that you have to take protective measures. You know, you can't have children at your age." This time Chi Ling really fell. He only regrets now, how did he know such a group of hurtful people? This night, of course, nothing happened. After Ning Rongrong gave Chi Ling the medicine, his face was red like a cooked prawn, and he ran back to his own with his head down. The dormitory can't say a word. After all, for her identity, let alone drugging a man, even the back of a man is the first contact. When Chi Ling took off his shirt and showed off his generous back muscles, Ning Rongrong was already in a crash state, and the rest of the matter was basically done by his own instinct. Early the next morning, when Chi Ling hurriedly finished eating early and rushed to the big playground, the others were almost there, but only Oscar did not come. "Hey? Xiao-san, isn't Oscar here yet?" Chi Ling asked Tang San, who was in the dormitory with Oscar. "Not yet, Xiao Ao seemed to be still cultivating when I left," Tang San said. "So hard work? This kid, isn't it going to make a breakthrough?" Chi Ling smiled, "Maybe we will set off tomorrow to find the spirit ring for Oscar." When Ning Rongrong heard it, he pouted and said, "Hey! Do you think you are a fortune teller? What do you say? I don't believe it." "Oh? Then do you want to make a bet with me?" Chi Ling smiled, "Just bet on what I just said, for sure." "What to bet on?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. "If you win, that 100 gold soul coins will be forgotten." "If I win?" Chi Ling smiled, "How about you give me a kiss?" You hate it." Ning Rongrong groaned, "Could it be that my kiss is only worth 100 gold soul coins?" "Haha, do you gamble or not?" Ning Rongrong thought about it secretly, it was impossible to be so coincidental, right? "Humph! Am I still afraid that you won't succeed? This lady bet with you," Ning Rongrong said. Therefore, when Oscar was late and announced to everyone with a proud face that he had broken through the 30th level, Ning Rongrong's cherry mouth was open enough to lay an egg. "No, no!" Ning Rongrong said to himself in disbelief, couldn't he be right? Hearing this news, Flender immediately said happily, "Oh? You actually broke through to level 30, Oscar? It's really gratifying, gratifying. In that case, we will change the content of today's training. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Zhao Waoqi will lead you to get your third spirit ring for Oscar." Ning Rongrong. Chi Ling looked at the tangled Ning Rongrong with a smile, comparing himself to him, not to fortune-telling, but he is a traveler, and no one knows what will happen to you in the future. "Ahem, who said just now that you want to bet with me?" Chi Ling said with a smile, it seems to say, "If you lose, what are you going to do?" Ning Rongrong's face was blushing, but the people around them had already heard the gambling game between the two of them just now, making her regret it again, because her character couldn't do it. "Damn it! Isn't it just a kiss?" Ning Rongrong said, quickly kissed Chi Ling's face, and then rushed back to his dormitory at a distance of 100 meters. "Oh? Brother Chi, why does Rong Rong kiss you? Xiao Wu said dissatisfied, damn it. I wanted to. Xiao Wu was much warmer than Ning Rong Rong. It was almost a swoop and hit Qi Ling. It took Qi Ling a lot of effort to catch the little rabbit from him. Chapter 45, The Second True Dragon Body. Flender said that he was going to get the spirit ring for Oscar, and he was going to the Stardo Great Forest. After all, there is the entire Douluo continent, one of the areas with the most abundant soul beast resources, and a large number of soul masters go there to find soul rings every day. And this is also an opportunity for Qi Ling. The third spirit ring that he had been unable to find could be achieved in the Stardo Great Forest. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a choice. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to go to the Stardo Great Forest, practice alone in Shrek Academy, and receive a reward, the title of Lonely Ghost, a 10-year spirit ring. Option 2, go to the Stardo Great Forest with everyone from Shrek Academy, and assist Oscar to obtain the spirit ring and get the reward, Wheel of Fortune. Looking at the rewards of the system, Qi Ling felt that the system was getting stingy. I used to give myself a 1000-year spirit ring directly, but how come I have changed it for 10 years now? The shrinkage is too serious. And this roulette of fortune, you don't want to be a pirate, what's the use of roulette? Do I need to watch roulette when driving a bullock cart? But when Qi Ling checked the effect of the Wheel of Fortune, he immediately changed his opinion. This system is not only not stingy, it is simply extremely generous. The Wheel of Fortune, after the host uses it, automatically finds what he wants most for the host and indicates the location. At the same time, when the target enters 10 kilometers around the host, remind the host. With this thing, Qi Ling no longer needs to be melancholy for his spirit ring. This is better than any reward. Congratulations to the host, you have chosen option 2, go to the Stardo Great Forest and get a reward, Wheel of Fortune. With the completion of the task, Qi Ling obtained a very delicate roulette, with the pointer on it shaking slightly, constantly changing direction. And then Qi Ling followed the instructions of the system. In his mind, the appearance of his spirit and spirit ring appeared, the pointer of the roulette began to rotate, and finally stopped in a fixed direction. This is... Qi Ling looked at the direction of the roulette pointer, seeming to be in the same direction as the Stardo Forest where he and others were going. In this way, it means that the third spirit ring Qi Ling is looking for is in the Stardo Great Forest. He will definitely get something from his trip. Upon receiving this news, Qi Ling couldn't help feeling very happy. His soul power, which he had not made progress for more than 2 years, could finally grow again. After all, this is a world dominated by spirit power in the final analysis, and the increase of spirit power is the most fundamental way to become stronger. Stardo Great Forest? It's a great place, and there are many strong people. Qi Lingxi said, before going, let's make some preparations. It is very difficult to become stronger in a short period of time, but Qi Ling is lucky to have such a method, that is, the 9 ranks true dragon art he has cultivated. Because I have now cultivated the first level of the 9 ranks true dragon art to the perfect state, so I can perform the second physical exercise. As long as you complete this step, you can take your own strength one step further. So Qi Ling in his dormitory again began to exercise his body, further remove the impurities in his body, and exercise every part of his body. Although the exercise had been done once before, it did not alleviate Qi Ling's pain this time. After all, it was not a simple matter to cultivate the true dragon body recorded in the 9 ranks true dragon art. Therefore, Qi Ling also experienced this time, the tempering of life is better than death, for a whole day and night. The next day, the people gathered on the big playground waited from the left to the right. Unable to wait for Qi Ling, Flender had no choice but to say, "This Qi Ling, did you overslept? Ning Rong Rong, go and take a look. What is Qi Ling doing?" Without thinking about it, Ning Rong Rong went straight to Qi Ling's dormitory, only to find that the door was locked and he couldn't get in at all. Hey, is it rare to live with this young lady? I want to see, what are you doing when you locked yourself in the house? Ning Rong Rong said proudly, wait until I grab your handle and see what you do. Bully me. The door locks of Shrek Academy are the simplest snap locks, and anyone who knows a little can easily open them. After all, no one would bother to steal things in such a poor school. After easily prying Qi Ling's door open, Ning Rong Rong took a deep breath, and with a nervous heart, slowly opened Qi Ling's door. For a lady like her, it was the first time in her life to sneak into a boy's room. Facts have proved that Ning Rong Rong's move is definitely worth the fare, even far beyond the estimate. Because of his previous experience, Qi Ling knew that when he cultivated a true dragon body, his body would get rid of impurities, so this time, he didn't wear any clothes except for his underwear. As a result, Ning Rong Rong was completely unprepared and appreciated Qi Ling's whole body muscles. The solid and smooth lines made her stare at it for a while. It turns out that the human body can really be so perfect that it can be called a work of art. This was the first sentence Ning Rong Rong thought of at that moment. And then, Ning Rong Rong reacted, screamed immediately, and ran out. Fortunately, at this time, Qi Ling had already completed the second level of real dragon body training, otherwise, under the bombing of Ning Rong Rong at such a high decibel level, he would definitely get into trouble. But after Ning Rong Rong ran out, his brain went blank, and he ran back to the big playground. Everyone else looked at her and asked what happened. Of course, Ning Rong Rong could not say that he sneaked into Qi Ling's room and saw that he was not wearing any clothes. Then he must be ashamed to death. Just when she was panicked, her face flushed and she didn't know what to say, Qi Ling actually packed up and came here. Facing everyone's questions, he smiled and said, "Oh, Rong Rong came to me just now and saw a cockroach. I was probably scared." Ning Rong Rong had a pretty nose, and said, "Humph, I did see a cockroach, or a cockroach without clothes." Tang San and the others were suddenly confused. There are cockroaches still wearing clothes? Flender looked at Qi Ling's appearance, but suddenly said in surprise, "Qi Ling, are you stronger again?" Qi Ling couldn't help but give his thumbs up secretly. As expected, he was a four-eyed cat and eagle, and he immediately discovered the fact of his breakthrough. The completion of the second true dragon body is quite obvious to Qi Ling's physical strengthening, even no less than a soul power breakthrough. The current Qi Ling's physique was no less than that of most soul beasts, and it could be said that it was a real human-shaped beast. After getting an affirmative answer, Flender said with emotion, "You guy, how strong are you going to become? It seems that as long as you don't see you for a day, you can immediately reach another height. If this continues, I don't think it will take long. Even if you don't use your ring sealing technique, you can hang your teacher Zhao Waoqi." Zhao Waoqi snorted in disdain, but he was also embarrassed. The speed at which this kid became stronger was too unbelievable. What Flanders said was not impossible. Chapter 46, The Youth is Not Arrogant. After a short rest, everyone in Shrek began to set off toward the Star-Do Great Forest. Because the academy did not have a carriage, they all set off on foot. Except for Zhao Waoqi, the 8 people advanced in a fusiform formation. Dai Mubai opened the way. Tang San and Ma Hongjun were centered to take care of the audience. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing swept the flanks. Oscar and Ning Rong Rong were protected in the middle. As for Qi Ling, the strongest of the team, he did his part to be in the rear of the most dangerous team. After all, when moving forward, everyone's attention was focused on the front, and the rearmost position was the most dangerous position. Not long after the beginning of the journey, everyone felt the importance of the auxiliary system Spirit Master. In order to reach the Star-Do Great Forest as soon as possible, everyone naturally ran forward, and the consumption of soul power was amazing. And with Oscar's sausage providing soul power, everyone's pressure is much less, and they can keep full of energy at all times and maintain the formation. As for the other auxiliary soul master in the team, Ning Rong Rong, because there was still a gap with everyone, he didn't use his own soul ability. In other words, it wasn't that she didn't want to use it, but that she couldn't find the right time to use her soul abilities. Seeing Oscar getting along with everyone so harmoniously, she was a little envious. Looking at this scene, Qiling sighed helplessly, and said, Wrong, you also use your spirit abilities to help everyone speed up. Otherwise, at this speed, we will probably be sleeping outdoors. Why should I use spirit abilities for you? Humph. Ning Rongrong said duplicity. Haha, then treat it as if I hired you, every hour, 5 gold soul coins. How about, is it a high price? Qiling smiled. Hey! I don't care about your money. Even though Ning Rongrong said so, he summoned his 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda and used his accelerated spirit ability. As soon as the Kaibao glazed tile pagoda came out, several people suddenly felt their bodies lighter and their speed increased a lot. Everyone's attitude towards Ning Rongrong also changed a lot. Rongrong, thank you. Oscar said at this time, I feel better. But Ning Rongrong pursed his lips and whispered to himself, what is the use of thanking me? I am not using the spirit ability for you. Although everyone's speed has increased a lot, but at the same time speeding up 8 people, even with Oscar's sausage to replenish soul power, it is a huge burden for Ning Rongrong, not to mention that she still needs to maintain her own speed. In the end, after 7 hours of persistence, Ning Rongrong finally reached the limit, and his feet were soft and he was about to fall. At this moment, a pair of powerful arms picked her up and carried her into his arms. While continuing to run, Qiling hugged Ning Rongrong, and at the same time said in her ear, you have done a very good job. You have worked hard. When Ning Rongrong heard these words, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A burst of sleepiness hit him, and he fell asleep in Qiling's arms. Until nightfall, the people who had been on their way for a day stopped in a small town not far from the Stardo Great Forest, ready to rest for a night before moving on. Panting, Ma Hongjun and the others looked at Qiling, who was holding Ning Rongrong all the way, but didn't even breathe, and said depressedly, Boss Qi, are you still a human? Are you too strong? Qiling shrugged helplessly, and said the classic line again, people and human physique cannot be generalized. After discussion, everyone decided to rest in the hotel in the town for one night, and then set off the next day. Qiling awakened Ning Rongrong who was still asleep. After she stretched her waist in Qiling's arms, she said in a daze, is it dawn? Where is this? If you don't get up again, it will be dark soon. Qiling smiled. Ning Rongrong realized that he was actually lying in Qiling's arms. He immediately screamed, jumped up, and then sat next to Xiao Wu. After a few people started to order food, Zhao Waoqi walked upstairs alone. Ma Hongjun said that this is the school's rules. Teachers will not charge students any benefits, and of course they will not pay any fees for them. Oh? There are such rules. Qiling smiled, this is a novelty. It is the first time I have seen such a school. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, that's natural, how can our Shrek Academy be like other academies? I like this anyway, everything is clear and unpretentious. Qiling nodded and said, it is clear, but it lacks a little human touch. You eat first, I'll go to Teacher Zhao for a drink. After walking up the second floor, Qiling sat straight at Zhao Waoqi's table. Zhao Waoqi looked at him and said angrily, boy, what are you doing? Fatty should have told you the rules of the academy. Nothing, I'm not a Shrek student now, just a man who wants to drink. Qiling said, taking out a jar of century-old wine from his storage space and patted it on the table. Zhao Waoqi was about to reprimand Qiling, but when Qiling slapped the wine jar with a pop, he couldn't speak anymore. This wine is too fragrant. After swallowing quietly, Zhao Waoqi still pretended to be serious. Humph, I want to drink, why don't you drink with them, but come to me to drink? Nothing, they are still children, but they can't drink such strong wine. Qi Ling smiled, besides, do men still need a reason to drink? Ha ha ha, okay, you stinky boy, what you say is to my appetite. Zhao Waoqi smiled, come on, pour me the wine, I want to see how strong your wine is. Seeing Qi Ling and Zhao Waoqi actually drink strong wine, the others downstairs couldn't help but admire deeply. For this teacher Zhao, they actually still feel a little scared, and they are far from being able to retract and unwind as freely as Qi Ling. Brother Qi is indeed very human. This is the first time I have seen someone who can treat teacher Zhao like this. Dai Mubai said admiringly, you know, I still dare not drink with teacher Zhao. Hearing someone praise her eldest brother, Xiao Wu immediately said happily, of course, brother Qi is very powerful. What he often says, people are not arrogant, telling us that we should be young and enjoy the waves. The crowd laughed, and Ma Heng-jun said, Boss Qi and our dean are really alike. The dean often says something. It's mediocre who doesn't dare to cause trouble. Tell us if you are timid, you don't want to be a soul master. Oscar shook his head and said, well, like Boss Qi, you can live a happy life. I think we can never do it. Tang San also nodded and said, Big Brother's actions are indeed elusive. Among the people I have met, there is no one more unruly than him. Seeing everyone praising Qi Ling, Ning Rongrong pursed his lips and said, hey, how can he be so good, he will bully people. Hey, Rongrong, we all know it, you guys call it flirting, right? Ma Heng-jun said with a malicious smile, Boss Qi hugged you all the way, how about it, uncomfortable? Damn, fat man, you are going to die. Ning Rongrong was so ashamed that he immediately chased Ma Heng-jun reluctantly, but was flexibly avoided by him. The few people who were originally slightly separated, but in the process of talking about Qi Ling, made the relationship a lot more harmonious, which may also be one of Qi Ling's charms. Chapter 47, The Hapless Kanghui College. When the crowds were full of food and drink, a group of 8 people suddenly walked in outside, led by a middle-aged man, wearing a moon-white robe, very elegant, with the word Kanghui embroidered on it. Behind the middle-aged were 6 men and 1 woman, young men, who looked like they were in their early 20s, and they also wore moon-white spirit master robes, belonging to the same academy. Seeing these people, Qi Ling smiled. They should be the hapless guys of Kanghui Academy. It was thought that he and the others arrived here early and would not meet them. Who knows if they still meet by chance, it seems that this is fate. Sure enough, not long after the people at Kanghui Academy sat down, Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun couldn't help it, and began to point to each other's female students, wanting to kiss fangs. Being so despised by others, the people at Kanghui Academy naturally refused to give up. Seeing that Tang San and others were all children, they couldn't help but want to teach them a lesson. But after several secret fights, the people of Kanghui Academy not only did not take advantage, but were humiliated severely by a few people and suffered a great loss. In this way, how could the people of Kanghui Academy still bear it? The 7 students stood up together, glared at the Shrek Academy table, and wanted to rush over, but they were stopped by their teacher. You kids from that college? You are so ignorant of etiquette, so you still don't call your teacher out, said the middle-aged man pretendingly. You ugly monster, what a lot of nonsense, isn't it just a fight, just let the horse come. Xiao Wu jumped up from her seat excitedly, and said as if the world would not be chaotic. The people at Kanghui Academy were furious, except for the teacher and 1 girl, they rushed towards this side. On the Shrek Academy side, there were no fuel-efficient lamps either. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, Ma Heng-jun rushed directly, Zhu Zuqing and Tang San were in the rear, protecting Ning Rongrong and Oscar at the same time. Seeing the 2 groups of people downstairs fighting, Zhao Waoqi asked Qi Ling nonchalantly, why, your companions are fighting, can't you, the boss, go and help? What's the point of bullying a bunch of kids? Depending on their level, I think Xiao San alone is enough to kill them. Qi Ling said indifferently. After all, Even though the opponent is much older, he doesn't even have a three-ringed soul venerable, and his talent is far from being compared to everyone in Shrek. This was not a fair fight from the beginning. As Qiling expected, the people of Kanghui Academy didn't last long under the hands of Tang San and the others. They were beaten into an army and completely lost their will to fight. Seeing his student defeated, the teacher couldn't sit still, and said, "Stop! You all get back!" Although the students of Kanghui Academy were dissatisfied, they also understood that they were definitely not the opponents of Shrek and they had no choice but to retreat. "I'm Yeshikyu, Director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui College. Which sect are you from?" Yeshikyu stepped forward and said. "We are from Shrek Academy, not a sect." Ma Hongjun said triumphantly. "Shrek Academy? I don't seem to have heard of it." Knowing that the other party is not a sect, Yeshikyu relaxed, and said with confidence. Daimyo Bai snorted coldly at this time, and said, "Humph, that's you ignorant. Even Shrek Academy has never heard of it. I think you Kanghui Academy is nothing more than that." Yeshikyu frowned, his eyes flashed, and his martial soul was released, Suangi, possession. Accompanied by the black soul mark, Yeshikyu carried out the spirit possession, his limbs shortened at the same time, and a huge tortoise shell protruded behind his back. At the same time, 5 spirit rings rose from the solace of his feet, showing his identity as the Soul King, and immediately suppressed the aura of everyone in Shrek. "You kids who don't know the heights of the sky, don't think that you have some strength, you can do whatever you want." Yeshikyu said, "If you ask your college teacher to come out, I will tell him." Ma Hongjun cried out strangely, "You want to see our teacher because of you old bastard? With a few of us, that's enough." Yeshikyu hated others for calling himself the bachelor the most in his life, and immediately said, "Good boy, I don't know how high the world is. I will teach you a lesson for your teacher today. Let's go outside." Seeing everyone in Shrek and going outside with Yeshikyu, Zhao Waoqi said to the spirit, "Although these boys are powerful, they should not be the opponent of the Soul King." Qiling nodded and said, "Indeed, Daimyo Bai, who has the highest spirit power, is just a soul lord. The gap is too big. Then, you or me?" Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a battle choice. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, refuse to play, let Zhao Waoqi come forward to solve the battle, and get rewards, a pot of wine and a 10-year spirit ring. Option 2, play in person and defeat the Soul King Yeshikyu to get reward, Soul Guidance Device, Black Demon Cloak, Level 5. It was another Soul Guidance Device. It seemed that this should be a defensive Soul Guidance Device. Naturally Qiling couldn't miss it. The more such things, the better. Moreover, this is a level 5 defensive soul guidance device, which means that it can defend against attacks from the Soul King realm, which is sufficient for now. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, play in person and get rewards, Soul Guidance Device, Black Demon Cloak, Level 5. Let me come. I just want to relax. Qiling stood up, moved his body and said, "But before that, let them experience the feeling of fighting the Soul King." Zhao Waoqi looked at Qiling with a relaxed face, and smiled helplessly. He didn't put a Soul King in his eyes at all while talking. Who could imagine that he was just a great soul master? But by the way, when this word came out of Qiling's mouth, no one would feel it violated. Zhao Waoqi didn't know when he started, he also felt that Qiling, this kid, should be invincible. Maybe it's like Flanders said, before long, this kid will be able to beat himself with his bare hands. For that time, do you want to make a good relationship with him first? Facing a master of the Soul King level, Tang San and the others no longer kept it, and they all took out their best conditions, ready to head, try how hard the old turtle's shell is. Fortunately, the opponent is a spirit master of the defense system. Tang San and others have the possibility to compete with the opponent. If the opponent is a spirit master of the strong attack or sensitive attack system, then Tang San and others have no chance at all. May engage with the other party. The formations used by several people were still Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hung Jun, Xiao Wu's main attack, Zhu Zuking's raiding formation, and Tang San's control. Facing Yes Haikyu, Ma Hung Jun's flames can restrain the opponent, but the effect is very limited. As for the others, the situation is rather miserable. The mysterious turtle is an ice attribute martial soul, and under the influence of the ice attribute, even their speed is affected. And more importantly, Yes Haikyu is not a spirit master who is completely dedicated to defense. Among his spirit skills, there are also spirit skills that can carry out long-range attacks. Chapter 48, Super, Tyrannical Fist. After a fight, everyone in Shrek was more or less hurt by Frost, and Yes Haikyu was even more surprised. This group of young people are not only powerful, but they also cooperate with each other. Where is the academy that has produced so many talents? Although he was scrupulous, if he was defeated by a few students like this, Yes Haikyu's face would have no place to let go. As he rolled his eyes, he immediately got his mind. Tang San used his blue-silver grass to assist Xiao Wu and Dai Mu Bai to launch a fierce attack on Yes Haikyu again, and Zhu Zuking also took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him from behind. But after the three of them came to him, Yes Haikyu suddenly tried to control the three of them. Tang San had prepared for this move, and Lan Yinko mobilized and immediately pulled the three of them back to a safe position. As everyone knew, this was exactly what Yes Haikyu wanted to achieve. Hey! Little devil, you are far behind me in actual combat experience. Yes Haikyu said, suddenly spitting out a black cold current in his mouth, which was his fourth spirit ability Xian Shui Stirring. And Yes Haikyu's goal was not Tang San and others, but Ning Rongrong, who was protected by a few people. It's better to cut one of his fingers to hurt his 10 fingers. Yes Haikyu's plan was to let the opponent reduce the number of personnel and then break them one by one. Seeing that Yes Haikyu's profound water was about to hit Ning Rongrong, Tang San and the others were too late to rescue, but Qi Ling suddenly appeared from the sky and protected Ning Rongrong in his arms. Then he waved the cloak behind him. Yes Haikyu's profound water slammed on it, and was actually blocked. Then Qi Ling took off the cloak behind him, put it on Ning Rongrong, came to Yes Haikyu and said, "Okay, Xiaosan, you should go back to eat first. Give me this old turtle." As soon as Ma Hongjun saw Qi Ling coming, he immediately said happily, "Woohoo! Boss Qi, you are finally willing to take action, great, now we can rest." Tang San cautiously said to Qi Ling, "Brother, his martial spirit is very special, you have to be careful." Qi Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry, no matter how special, can I be special?" Right now everyone in Shrek Academy returned to the restaurant, planning to see how Qi Ling taught Yes Haikyu. Before Ning Rongrong left, he gave Qi Ling his own spirit ability. Yes Haikyu looked at the young man who easily blocked his spirit ability and said, "Who are you? Are you also a student of Shrek Academy?" "That's right, but I still have an identity." Qi Ling said with a smile, "I'm here to break your turtle shell." Yes Haikyu is furious, these little ghosts have repeatedly violated his own taboos, it is really tolerable, who is intolerable? Hey! Little devil, don't talk big, just relying on you, a little big soul master, what can you do to me? Yes Haikyu sneered. The back armor of my mysterious turtle is where the spirit of the martial soul lies. Not to mention you, even a soul king of the power attack system can't break it. Oh? So powerful! Qi Ling said indifferently, how do you know if you don't try it? Hey! Overestimate. If that's the case, then you come. Yes Haikyu said, the whole person retracted into the tortoise shell, fully demonstrating what is called a tortoise. Soul abilities, mysterious tortoise armor, ice barrier. Yes Haikyu used 2 defensive soul abilities in a row, admitting that he had reached the most perfect state. Boy, don't be afraid to freeze your hands, Just come on. Really, there is such a person, asking someone to beat him, there is no way. Qi Ling smiled and summoned his martial soul, Shenlong Emperor, possession. If Yezhaiki used his own characteristics of cold ice to start a game with himself, Qi Ling would not be able to deal with him by virtue of his control ability. But now, relying on his tortoise shell, he dares to stand still and let Qi Ling fight, that is undoubtedly he is seeking his own death. The reason for this was that after Qi Ling's true dragon body broke through the second layer, he had mastered a very terrifying attribute. After combining with his soul skill Tyranno Fist, he could achieve a very amazing effect. Right now, the 1000-year spirit ring on Qi Ling's body lit up. He clenched his right fist tightly, but didn't immediately throw it out. Instead, he concentrated all his attention on the right fist, continuously gathering his spirit power. And as the spirit power on his right fist gathered more and more, everyone around him was attracted by him. Ma Hongjun swallowed and said, "Boss Qi, what is this doing? Are you planning to destroy the world?" Zhao Waoqi carefully wiped his cold sweat on his face and said to himself, "I don't know if I can catch this punch." That's right, Qi Ling's ability is to accumulate energy. The longer you accumulate power, the more power you can exert. This so-called energy accumulation is not simply gathering the strength of his own body, but also allows Qi Ling to gather a lot of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, further increasing the power of his own punch. With the increase in power storage, Qi Ling's punch will become more and more powerful, 45 times, 50 times, 55 times. When the power storage limit is reached, this punch can even perform 100 times the destructive power. This is my new ability, I call it Super Tyrannical Fist. Qi Ling said, "I feel honored, old turtle, you are the first person to have tasted this fist." In the next second, the punch that shocked everyone was already slammed by Qi Ling and hit Yezhaiki's tortoise shell. The mighty power even caused a temporary stagnation in the surrounding space. Yezhaiki's ice barrier, like paper, didn't play any role. This punch hit his tortoise shell firmly. Ka, ka. A slight, crisp sound came out, and everyone looked intently. It turned out that it was the tortoise shell behind Yezhaikiu, which cracked into pieces at this time. And Yezhaikiu's whole person, at this moment, fell forward suddenly, without making any response. Under the impact of Qi Ling's punch, he was already fainted. Teacher! Teacher! The students of Kanghui College were shocked, and hurriedly stepped forward to float Yezhaikiu, only to find that he had already released his martial spirit possession. They never expected that their teacher, a 5-ringed Soul King, could not even hold up a move under Qi Ling. Who was he? "I'm sorry, the start is a bit heavy, don't you mind?" Qi Ling smiled, "If there are still people who are dissatisfied, I will be waiting anytime." How dare several students from Kanghui Academy have this courage? They just want to escape from this place as soon as possible. The person in front of them is clearly more terrifying than the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. After everyone in Kanghui Academy ran away desperately, Qi Ling stretched out his right hand and sucked in the air and said, "The shell of this old tortoise is really hard." Although Qi Ling's move was indeed very powerful just now, it was too powerful, and it was already beyond the limit he could bear. In addition to Yezhaiki's ice attribute damage, he could no longer punch his fist again. But victory is victory, and you have to pretend to be full. After all, if you just screamed and screamed with your right hand, you would have dropped more than one level. Chapter 49, Anchovy Coxcomb. After Qi Ling returned to the hotel, Ma Hongjun rushed up first and said admiringly, "Wow! Boss Qi, you are simply my idol. The 7 of us spent a long time and didn't get any benefit from that old tortoise. You solved him with one punch. Isn't this too exaggerated?" "Of course, Brother Qi is omnipotent," Xiao Wu also said excitedly at this time. "A bunch of brats, you are so excited." Zhao Waoqi walked down from the stairs at this moment and said, hurry up and go to bed for me. I have to get up early tomorrow. Xiao Wu spit out her tongue and said, Teacher Zhao, Brother Qi was so prestigious just now. Wouldn't you praise him? Is he still using me to praise? You guys will lift him to the sky. Zhao Waoqi said without annoyance, that old tortoise is also unlucky. It's not good to provoke anyone, and it provokes such a little monster like you. Wrong, Teacher Zhao, not only Boss Qi is a monster, but people in Shrek Academy are all monsters. Ma Hongjun said, it's just that Boss Qi is the king of monsters among us. The king of monsters? It's majestic enough. Zhao Waoqi smiled, well, you guys, rest early, don't be late tomorrow. Then everyone went back to their room to rest. When Qiling was about to leave, he was caught by Ning Rongrong and handed him the cloak before. Qiling smiled and took the cloak, but Ning Rongrong didn't let it go. Instead, he smiled slyly, why don't you take it with your right hand? Qiling smiled helplessly, you still found it. Hey! You can hide from them, how can you hide from me? Ning Rongrong said with a little pride, I am Ning Rongrong. Yes, yes, you are the smartest. Qiling said helplessly, and then stretched out his right hand, keep it secret for me. Looking at Qiling's right hand, Ning Rongrong frowned and said, you boys, why are you so aggressive? How long will it take for such a serious injury to heal? Haha, no way, it's a boy's nature to be handsome. Qiling smiled, but with such a little injury, tomorrow will be better. Hey, bragging! Ning Rongrong said in disbelief. Afterwards, Ning Rongrong carefully bandaged Qiling's injuries, and the two went back to their rooms to sleep. But what Ning Rongrong didn't know was that Qiling was really not bragging. Qiling, who cultivated the 9-turn true dragon art, wanted to be incredible in his body repair ability. In just one night, the injury on his right hand had recovered. The next day, Ning Rongrong looked at Qiling's right hand as it was before, blinked, wondering if he had hallucinations yesterday. When everyone was there, Zhao Waoqi led everyone and began to march towards the Star Do Great Forest. From here, they can already enter the scope of the Star Do Great Forest. What they need to guard against is not only the ferocious soul beasts, but also those soul masters who are more ferocious than the soul beasts. Unlike the soul hunting forest run by the Empire, the Star Do Great Forest is a real soul beast paradise, where you can find almost any soul beast, and the closer to the depths of the forest, the stronger the strength of the soul beast. As he progressed, Qiling opened the wheel of fortune on his body, and the pointer of the wheel still pointed in the direction of the Star Do Forest. It seemed that he could indeed gain something from this trip. After another long time, everyone finally entered the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest. Looking at the lush, towering old trees in front of them, everyone felt anxious about what they would encounter during this trip. Okay. Stop it. Zhao Waoqi motioned everyone to stop and said, after this, our family will enter the Star Do Great Forest. Do you remember the things that should be noted? After getting everyone's affirmative answer, Zhao Waoqi nodded and said, very good. Remember, after entering the forest, don't provoke unnecessary soul beasts. If you encounter any situation, you must first discuss with everyone. What we are looking for Oscar is naturally a spirit beast that is more than 1,000 years old. Once we find a suitable target, we will fight for it. Without my order, no one can easily attack the spirit beast. Do you understand? Understand. Afterwards, everyone maintained the basic formation and began to look for suitable soul beasts, but the Star Do Forest was far beyond everyone's imagination. It was so simple to find the right soul beasts all the time. An hour later, although Qiling and the others encountered a lot of spirit beasts, among them there were even spirit beasts more than a few thousand years old, their attributes were not suitable for Oscar. Seeing everyone exhausted by the forest environment and torment, Zhao Waoqi had to give an order to let everyone rest in place for an hour. After all, this place still belongs to the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest. If you continue to deepen, you may not encounter any danger. It is necessary to adjust the state to the best. To say that the happiest person in this Stardo Great Forest is naturally Xiao Wu, and Qiling also knows the reason, because this is where she has lived since childhood. Just after everyone was resting for half an hour, Qiling suddenly raised his head and said silently in his heart, "Here comes." In his fiery eyes, a few kilometers away from them, a flying snake was flying towards them at high speed. This snake has a fleshy crown on its head and a fan-shaped tail. It is the sole beast that Oscar should get, the Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Attention everyone! Something is coming! Qiling stood up and said to everyone. Southeast, a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for about 1,000 years is flying towards us. Oscar, your spirit ring is here. Everyone was shocked at this time, including Zhao Waoqi. As a soul saint, he has not noticed any sign of that snake at this time. Qiling actually already knows its year. Is this still a human? But in any case, as Qiling said, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, in any respect, is the most suitable choice for Oscars, and it makes no sense to miss it. So under the command of Zhao Waoqi, everyone in Shrek successfully pushed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb into a desperate situation. After all, even though it is a 1,000-year spirit beast, apart from its own speed, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is really nothing worth noting, and with Zhao Waoqi's gravity increase and positioning tracking, speed is useless. Ha ha ha, it's done. With one hand, Zhao Waoqi firmly grasped the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and at the same time took out a knife and handed it to Oscar. Ye Chongmeng Duo, Oscar, hurry up. Start from under the snake's fleshy crown. With a stab, you can destroy its brain and obtain its spirit ring. Oscar took the dagger excitedly, and then came to the coxcomb snake. His excitement was beyond words. After all, he is only a 14-year-old boy, and he is about to become the youngest food soul in history. How can such an achievement not surprise people? Brother Snake, I'm sorry, but I really need your spirit ring. Oscar was heartbroken, raised the dagger in his hand, and plunged towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Chapter 50, Simple Meng Still. Just when Oscar was about to take action, suddenly, a hoarse stern shout, "Stop!" Afterwards, two human figures appeared from the direction of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb and stood in front of everyone. The two are women, one old and one young. The old woman looked like 60 or 70 years old, with white hair, but ruddy complexion, vigorous posture, a snake head crutches in her hand, accompanied by 6 spirit rings. And the girl next to the old woman, who looked only about 16 years old, had a neat and strong outfit, wrapped her well-developed figure, and outlined a thrilling curve, especially the water snake waist, which was really eye-opening. Although the girl is not stunning, but there is a charm between her eyebrows, her brown eyes are staring at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in Zhao Waoqi's hand, and she also holds a snake head crutch in her hand. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, everyone in Shrek felt tight. In the Stardo Great Forest, stealing soul beasts is nothing new, and for this reason, killings have happened from time to time. However, the old woman had only 6 spirit rings. Obviously she was just a 6-ringed spirit emperor, and Zhao Waoqi was a 7-ringed spirit sage, possessing a full advantage. "What's the matter with you?" Zhao Waoqi said with an unkind expression. He didn't move Mingwang Zhao Waoqi, but he was never good. The old woman looked at the spirit ring on Zhao Wuqi's body, secretly shocked, knowing that she couldn't be hard at this time, otherwise she might not be able to get the spirit ring, but instead took her own life. The old woman had no choice but to say, "This old man, the old man is scented, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, but my granddaughter and I have been tracking it all the way, but it already belongs to us. Please raise your hand and return it to us." When Zhao Waoqi heard Chao Tianxiang's name, he was shocked, and he naturally recognized her as the snake woman among the dragons and snakes in the world. Since she is here, Duke Long should not be far away. Once the two meet, he will never get any benefits. But it is not easy for him to let Zhao Waoqi just spit out what he ate, so he started to talk with Chao Tianxiang right now. Cao Shengxiang was apprehensive of Zhao Waoqi's strength, and was shocked by the potential of everyone in Shrek Academy. After a while, he said, "Brother Zhao, let's not talk about those imaginary ones. How about directly following the rules of the Spirit Master world?" "Oh? The rules of the Soul Master realm? Seniors, please speak clearly," said Zhao Waoqi. "It's very simple. Since your student also needs this spirit ring, let them fight by strength, how about?" Chao Tianxiang said. "Haha, senior, this is not possible, because my student is an auxiliary soul master, how can he fight?" Zhao Waoqi smiled. "Why not? I'll change you to another person, he is also in the realm of a great soul master, how do you compare with him?" Chao Tianxiang frowned and looked at Meng Xuan, who seemed to be asking her what she meant. Meng still raised his head and said crisply, "No. If you want to compare with me, of course your opponent will let me pick." This time he changed to Zhao Waoqi and hesitated. He said, "Then who do you want to compare with?" Meng still watched everyone in Shrek in turn, and finally fixed his gaze on Qiling. This little white face is so handsome, it must be an undesirable display. Of course, the persimmon has to be squeezed softly. I want to compare with him. Meng still stretched out his hand and pointed at Qiling, and said triumphantly. Meng still thought that everyone in Shrek Academy must have a disappointed and nervous expression at this time, after all, they were defeated. But who knows, seeing that he picked Qiling, the expressions of everyone in Shrek became very weird, and even the fat man could not help laughing. Zhao Waoqi also resisted his smile and said, "Do you really want to compare with him? Don't regret it." "Hey, what can I regret? I don't believe that I will be inferior to you." Meng still said proudly. No, you have to talk about other people, whoever wins is really two to say, but you picked him." Zhao Waoqi said with a helpless expression, "Ah, Qiling, you have to be lighter." "Don't worry, Teacher Zhao, I have a sense of measure." Qiling easily jumped in front of Meng Wei and said, "Let's talk, chick, how would you like to compare?" "Little girl." Meng still widened his eyes, and said angrily, "You rude fellow, I am older than you, you should call my sister. If you win, I'll call your sister." Qiling smiled, "Well, hurry up and talk about it." Meng still proudly said, "Humph. Since you are also a great soul master, then I will not bully you, we will compare soul power to see who has stronger soul power." Puff ha ha ha. Before Meng still said what he said, Ma Heng-jun suddenly laughed out, then soul power? Compare soul power with Boss Chi? Ha ha ha. The others also looked like they wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh, making Meng still confused. "What are you laughing at? Are you crazy?" No, but girl, I suggest you don't compare my spirit power with me," Qiling said helplessly, "otherwise you will lose miserably." "I don't believe it. You only have 2 spirit rings, how much stronger than me?" Meng still didn't believe. Helpless, Qiling directly chose to possess the martial spirit, and in order to be more convincing, this time he appeared to be the Blood Demon Emperor martial spirit. When the 2 dazzling purple spirit rings lighted up, Chao Tianxiang and Meng still did the same action together. They wiped their eyes at the same time, wondering if they were mistaken. How is this possible? How can you get 2,000-year spirit rings?" Chao Tianxiang said in disbelief. As for Meng Yuran, she was even more shocked, because there were still those 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings floating on her snake stick martial arts spirit. Compared with Qiling's 1,000-year spirit ring, she was very faceless. "I told you everything. If you don't compare with you, I don't want to bully you." Qiling said helplessly, you should compare with me. Then we are better than eyesight. Meng still said. She is usually good at using hidden weapons and is quite confident in her eyesight. But who knows that Qiling shook his head again and said, you little girl, I feel like I'm bullying you more than anything else. On the color phoenix tree 5 kilometers to the southeast, on the 36th leaf of the 48th branch, there are 3 insects, 2 red and 1 yellow. The red is the species of lacewing and the yellow is the giant foot. Qiling said casually. Senior Kao Shengxiang, please confirm, am I right? Chao Tianxiang went to the direction Qiling said suspiciously, but his heart was full of unbelief. It is impossible for humans to achieve such vision. Isn't this kid bluffing me? But when Chao Tianxiang came back, the expression on her face had become shocked. Meng still said in disbelief, how about Grandma? How about? Chao Tianxiang nodded, it's the same as what he said. Qiling with fiery eyes and golden eyes, his eyesight is not what a normal person can imagine, even if Tang San exerts his purple magic pupil to the extreme, it is impossible to reach Qiling's level. Meng still didn't expect that 2 of his most proud of abilities would not even have the qualifications to compete with Qiling. This could not help causing a serious blow to her. Ma Hongjun, who was watching the battle, said to Oscar next to him in gleeful misfortune at this time, it's too miserable. Since she chose to play with Boss Chi, I knew she was going to lose, but I didn't expect to lose so badly. Oscar said, hush. Keep it quiet, if she hears it, it would be shameless. What if she doesn't compare with Chi Boss? Chapter 51, Kidnapping Meng Still. How is it, what exactly did you decide to compare with me? Qiling smiled, I am willing to accompany you. Seeing Qiling's triumphant expression, Meng still couldn't help but feel helpless. Compare strength with him? His spirit power is higher than himself, and his power is even more unlikely to lose to himself. Comparing speed with him? I am a soul master, and my speed is also my weakness. This is not looking for abuse. More resourceful than him? But it seems that Grandpa said he was a kid since he was a child, and he has no brains to do things, like a stupid kid. In the end, Meng still found that he did not have a project that could compete with Qiling, and seemed to be a better loser than himself. Even Ning Rongrong, who was on the side, couldn't see it anymore, and said, this girl, maybe you and Qiling compare female workers. He definitely won't. Meng still raised his head aggrievedly and said, how could I be like that? Qiling breathed a sigh of relief. If Meng was still better than a female worker, he would really have to admit defeat. Seeing that her granddaughter was nothing better than Qiling, Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but feel anxious in her heart. As she rolled her eyes, she made another plan in her heart. Brother Zhao, your student is really a dragon and phoenix among the people, and you are so talented. Chao Tianxiang said with a smile on her face, it seems that my granddaughter is not your opponent. This spirit ring has to be given to you. Seeing Chao Tianxiang admit defeat, Zhao Waoqi couldn't help being happy, and said, well, I would also like to thank seniors for their generosity, and don't care about us juniors. Then since senior has given up, we will. But Chao Tianxiang waved his hand and interrupted Zhao Waoqi, oh, Brother Zhao, don't worry, there are many famous coxcomb snakes. Before your students can absorb it, of course you should find out. Immediately, Chao Tianxiang began to introduce the characteristics of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, including what characteristics will appear in how many years, what abilities it possesses, and what spirit abilities can be obtained by obtaining a spirit ring. It has to be said that Chao Tianxiang is called the Snake Woman, and the research on snakes is indeed quite thorough. Adding this to the Oscar's spirit ring, everyone was fascinated for a while. Only Qiling frowned, feeling something was wrong, and whispered to Tang San next to him quietly, Little San, this old witch is dragging time. I'm afraid Duke Long is nearby, and he is coming over here. Tang San was clever when he heard Qiling's words. Chao Tianxiang had no reason to be so kind, and the real purpose could only be as the elder brother said. Brother, what shall we do? Do you want to remind teacher Zhao? Tang San asked carefully. No, her attention is all on teacher Zhao. Once we speak out, we will surely startle the snake. Qiling smiled, little San, don't be surprised what I do later, everything will happen by chance. Before Tang San could react, Qiling had quietly stepped forward, and the goal was Meng Yan. Kao Shengxiang thought that there was only one person threatening Zhao Waoqi. After all, Zhao Waoqi's old fried dough sticks could do anything. But she never expected that Qiling would take a lot of bad water compared to bad things, and would not care about so much. Therefore, when Qiling held Meng Wei in a very fast manner, and then returned to his side, Chao Tianxiang still looked blank and did not react to what had happened. Mr. Zhao, she is delaying time. Duke Long should not be far away from us. Qiling put Meng Yi's hand behind her back and put her hand on her neck. If you don't go anymore, it's too late. After listening to Qiling's words, Zhao Waoqi suddenly reacted. This kind of thing, I should have thought of it a long time ago, but it was about Oscar, and he was careless for a while. Everyone, retreat right away. Zhao Waoqi immediately ordered, and then grabbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and quickly left with everyone. Qiling held the Queen Meng still in charge, and said to Chao Tianxiang, Senior, please stay. In order to remain well, you and Duke Long, you should not chase us. You have already understood my strength just now, so please don't take a chance. After all, you have only seen my strength and don't understand my personality. Seeing Qiling and others escape from his field of vision, Chao Tianxiang stomped his snake stick fiercely, but Qiling was also shocked. With superb strength, carefulness, courage, and strategy, and thunderous means, he acts fiercely and decisively. This young man will surely have some earth-shattering achievements. The crowd ran away for half an hour before stopping in a hidden place, and then each rested, while Zhao Waoqi stayed beside Oscar, ready to let him absorb the spirit ring. Meng was still held hostage by Qiling all the way. At this time, he finally got a chance to breathe, and he immediately protested, let go. You despicable villain, where do you put your hands? Just now, Qiling had been holding Meng Wei's waist for the sake of ease, and at the same time, in order to prevent her from escaping, it was inevitable that there would be some intimacy between her actions. Now that it is safe for the time being, Qiling immediately put Meng still down, and said, I'm sorry, we can't do anything about it, so we made this move, so you can do it. Meng still said angrily, hey! You are safe now, should you let me go? Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a request still made by Meng, please choose from the following options. Option 1, release Meng Yi and get a reward. The title of Flower Protector has a 50% chance of being caught by the dragon snake, and a 20% chance of annihilation. Option 2, continue to detain Meng still until he is out of danger and get a reward, artifact, tied immortal rope, incomplete state, repair completion rate 20%. Yes, Qiling doesn't even have to think about it now. If you let her go, she might be overtaken by the dragon and snake, so why bother looking for this excitement? Moreover, this bundle of fairy ropes aroused Qiling's great interest. Although it showed a state of incompleteness, it was the first artifact-level equipment Qiling obtained. As far as Qiling knows, the equipment in this world is divided into 9 levels, the strength of which corresponds to the 9 levels of Spirit Masters. And above the 9 levels is the artifact level. In other words, if this immortal rope is in perfect condition, it will be an artifact that can produce great power against title Douluo. Qiling had no reason not to choose it because of emotion and reason. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, continue to detain Meng still, get a reward, artifact, tied fairy rope, incomplete state. I'm sorry, girl, you can't leave now, Qiling said, at least until we leave the forest safely, we can't let you go. You rascal! Meng still said, then what should I do with my spirit ring? I also need to hunt for a spirit ring suitable for my age. Well, don't worry about this problem, it's just a 1,000-year spirit ring, I'll help you solve it. Qiling said. You? Meng still looked at Qiling up and down. Even my grandfather, it was hard to find this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, can you do it? Hey, you little girl, men can't say no, don't you know? Qiling said, don't worry, my eyesight is much better than your grandfather. Chapter 52, Artifact, Tied Immortal Rope. Oscar's absorption of the spirit ring went smoothly, and within half an hour, he obtained his third spirit ring and at the same time the flying mushroom spirit ability. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. Perhaps it was a long journey that stimulated Tang San's spirit power, and he actually broke through to level 30 at this time. Ha ha ha, this is really good one after another. Tang San, you are breaking through now, should you be the first young soul venerable in the academy? Zhao Wudi said with a smile. Tang San smiled and said, no, the time for Big Brother to break through is much earlier than me. He was already level 32 years ago. Zhao Waoqi patted his forehead and said, yes, forget him. This kid said he is only level 30, who believes this? In short, if this is the case, let's continue to search for suitable spirit rings in the Stardo Great Forest. Zhao Waoqi said, Tang San's, plus Qiling's, too. There is one more, Teacher Zhao. Qiling said at this time, I have just promised Meng Wei, and we will find her spirit ring. Zhao Waoqi raised his eyebrows and said, what? I have to find a spirit ring for her? I said Qiling, you are too bad and good. That's it. Xiao Wu said from the side, Big Brother Qi, you just won by your strength, and you don't owe her anything. Who said he doesn't owe me any more? Meng still looked at Shrek and said with a sharp nose, he kidnapped me and did such an excessive thing to me. Of course he must be responsible for me. Responsible? This time, not only Xiao Wu screamed, but even Ning Rongrong couldn't help but scream. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Ning Rongrong blushed, but continued, responsibility, what responsibility? The big deal, we just put you back. How simple it is. Meng still said proudly, this guy just hugged me all the way, which took me a lot of money. You said you want to let me go, but I didn't plan to leave. Ah, damn, Brother Qi, your vision is too bad. Xiao Wu said non-compliant, if you want to take advantage, you can come to Xiao Wu. Why look for this snake woman? Yes, Qiling, you. Ning Rongrong blushed, am I not as good as her? You two don't make trouble, I didn't do anything. Qiling said without tears, Miss Meng, if you are great, I will let you go. Now think of it, let me go? It's too late. Qiling, let me tell you, you got into trouble. Meng still looked at Qiling's deflated appearance, and seemed very happy. Demo, dare to mess with me? I wonder if it's terrifying for a woman to get angry? Meng still said proudly. Watching this scene, Oscar and Ma Hongjun on the side almost shed tears of envy. Oh! This is really the death of drought and the death of waterlogging. Ma Hongjun sighed, oh heaven, when will my spring come? Oscar patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said, don't be afraid of the fat man, isn't there a brother to accompany you? Oh, no, there should be me, Boss Dai, Xiaosan, all of us accompany you. In desperation, Qiling had to agree to find the spirit ring for Meng first, but Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong strongly opposed, and Qiling continued to watch Meng still. Qiling couldn't help but feel detained by himself. Don't look at Meng, who is still very cooperative now. In case of letting her run away, it would be too late for him and others to cry. So Qiling took out the artifact he had just obtained, the immortal rope. Although this artifact is in a broken state, the effect is still very practical. It can restrain people whose strength is below the soul sect, and once they leave the host's side, or plot a bad idea, it can immediately make her unable to move, even unable to speak. Seeing Qiling took out a bunch of ropes, Meng was still not nervous, but smiled. Why, it was not enough to take advantage of me just now. Do you want to tie me with ropes now? Qiling, you are good or bad? Brother Qi. Qiling. The voices of Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong came again. Helpless Qiling explained again, this bundle of fairy rope is not a simple rope, but a soul guide with special effects. And after binding people, it will not produce any binding effect, but will disappear directly, and will only appear when it exerts its effect. It's just that while Qiling Jimen was still there, this girl kept making some noises, making people involuntarily imaginative, which caused another wave of dissatisfaction between Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. After finally packing up, everyone started looking for spirit rings again. But this time, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were like two little pets, always following Qiling and Meng Yi. Meng still seemed to enjoy Qiling's deflated appearance, so he kept creating opportunities to stick to Qiling's body. Seeing Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong being angry and jealous, she felt very happy for some reason. After searching for half an hour, everyone found nothing. After all, encountering a suitable soul beast depends on luck. If God doesn't give it to you, you can't help it. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who was walking in front, suddenly let out a scream, and Zhao Waoqi immediately stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter, fat man, what did you find?" "No, nothing." Ma Hongjun said, clutching his hand, "It just seemed to be bitten by a centipede just now, it hurts." Hearing that it was just a centipede, everyone was relieved, only Qiling and Tang San frowned. This is the Star Do Forest, and a centipede cannot be underestimated. So the two immediately came to Ma Hongjun's side and began to check his wound. At this sight, their brows became deeper. "What's the matter? Xiaosan, Boss Qi, what did you find? Don't scare me." Ma Hongjun couldn't help swallowing as he swallowed and said with a guilty conscience, "This is not an ordinary centipede, but a kind of centipede soul beast called the Black Sickle." Qiling said seriously, "More importantly, this kind of centipede is poisonous." "What? Poisonous?" Ma Hongjun was startled and said, "How bad is the poison? Will I die?" "Death can't die," Qiling said. Before Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Qiling continue to say, "It's just that if you don't detoxify within 6 hours, your lifeblood will begin to rot and then fall off." When Ma Hongjun heard the news, his whole body was down for 3 seconds, and then he cried and said, "Boss Qi, you must save me. I can't live without that thing." "Don't worry, although this kind of centipede is highly toxic, it is easy to detoxify," Qiling said, "as long as you get to the town and grab a few pills, you can detoxify immediately." Zhao Waoqi scratched his hair and said, "Oh, there is no way, it seems that I can only go back to the town outside." "You said you are fat, you won't be careful about doing things." Roar! Just as everyone discussed returning to the town, a melodious dragon chant suddenly came from a distance, interrupting everyone's thinking. Chapter 53, Golden Dragon. This dragon chant was full of energy and contained a domineering dragon aura, which made people tremble to hear. It was definitely a very difficult guy to deal with. And such a guy is exactly what Qiling is looking for. He hurriedly took out the Wheel of Fortune from himself, and found that the indicator light on the wheel had been lit, indicating that the thing he needed most was within 10 kilometers of him. Other people were all happy when they heard the sound of the dragons chanting. After all, this was Qiling, who had been looking for something for 2 years. Now that we finally have eyebrows, how can we not make people happy? But there was only one person who couldn't be happy. Ma Hongjun said weakly at this time, "Boss Qi, guys, don't say I destroy the atmosphere, can you take care of me first?" Everyone remembered that Ma Hongjun was still poisoned at this time, If he procrastinated, he would probably say goodbye to his little bird. Fatty, or you just sacrifice, Boss Chi will definitely remember your greatness. Oscar said deliberately. Fuck you. Zioao, is this what the brother said? Ma Hongzhen angrily punched Oscar, and then said miserably, Qiling, Boss Chi, you won't leave your brother alone, right? Qiling smiled and said, don't worry, I certainly won't ignore my brother for the spirit ring. Teacher Zhao, you first take Ma Hongzhen to the town for treatment. Qiling said to Zhao Waoqi, I will follow up and see what's going on. Zhao Waoqi said uneasy, you kid, don't be able to do it. Dragons are not easy to deal with, so don't lose your life. Don't worry, I have my own measures. Qiling agreed. So, except for Qiling, everyone started to retreat outside the forest. And just in case he encounters the dragon and snake, Meng still stayed with Qiling. Although Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were dissatisfied, the fact is that if they stay, they can only become a burden to Qiling. After all, Qiling would still be confident if he only ran with one person, but adding two more would be enough. After the soldiers were divided into two groups, Qiling and Meng still set off immediately and rushed to the place where the dragon's roar came from. They encountered many trembling soul beasts along the way, and they did not know how to dodge when they saw people. What's going on? Why are these soul beasts lost their souls? Meng still said curiously. It's very simple. They were shocked by the sound of dragons just now. Qiling said, dragons are the supreme things. The higher the dragon, the greater the shock to the lower creatures. It seems that what we found is a fairly pure bloodline, a real dragon. The two disappeared all the way, came to a book nearby, looked down, and saw the golden dragon all over. This dragon is more than 10 meters long, covered with a layer of golden armor, and its limbs are quite strong, and its minions are extremely sharp. It is like a terrifying melee killing machine. The appearance of this dragon can be said to be a perfect interpretation of what is called violent aesthetics. Everything on it seems to be born for battle, especially the golden armor, which makes a metallic sound between collisions, which looks extremely domineering. Unexpectedly, this is actually a golden holy dragon. This is really a great gift. Qiling thought with joy. But at this moment, Qiling suddenly discovered that this golden sacred dragon seemed to be fighting with someone, and the roar of dragons it made was exactly the roar in the battle. Meng still noticed this, and then suddenly said in surprise, Hey, isn't it my grandfather who fought with that dragon? Your grandfather? Long Duke Meng Shu. Qiling was taken aback, then looked down, only to find that the man was using a dragon head crutch with 8 dangling spirit rings floating on it. Using such a weird weapon, he is still a contra himself, and only Meng Wei's grandfather, Duke Long Meng Shu. But at this time, Meng Shu's situation was very bad. If it were an ordinary 10,000 years soul beast, a contra would naturally be able to catch it, but he was facing a golden sacred dragon. This is not a sub-dragon species, let alone a miscellaneous soul beast. It is a real golden sacred dragon with the noble blood of the dragon family, even among the dragon family. Such a 10,000 year level golden sacred dragon, except for the 100,000 year soul beast, almost rarely meets opponents. The main reason is that its defense is too abnormal. Its golden holy armor is not only good looking, but it really has a defense power comparable to a 100,000 year soul beast. Even if it is a soul ability, it has little effect when hitting it. If you want to cause real damage to it, you need at least an attack power of at least the 5th soul ability, but that kind of soul ability can perform a few times. In addition, Duke Long Meng Shu was old and weak, and the protracted battle was quite unfavorable. The longer the golden sacred dragon dragged him, the more dangerous he became. At this time, he was injured in many places and defeat was imminent. Grandpa! Grandpa! Meng still said anxiously, but with her strength, going out like this would be tantamount to death. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was not terrible to die. If Grandpa was distracted, it would be unlucky. In a hurry, Meng still had to rely on Qiling beside him. Qiling, you must have a way to save my grandpa, right? Please, save my grandpa. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a request from Meng still. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, reject Meng Yi, sit back and watch Dragon Duke Meng Shu fight the Golden Sacred Dragon, and get rewards. Meng Yi's favorability is -10%, Dragon Duke Meng Shu has a 30% chance of winning, and the host has a Spirit Ring chance of -70%. Option 2, accept Meng Yi's request, take action to fight with Long Gong Meng Shu, and get reward. Meng Yi's favorability plus 100%, God level skill, 3000 thunder. Seeing this option, Qi was in pain. It seemed that no matter what, he had to take action to deal with Meng Shu against this dragon that even had nothing to do with Contra. As expected, now that there can be a Contra to help out, it can be said that it is the best time to obtain this spirit ring. After all, he is a stronger helper than Zhao Wao Qi. Qiling couldn't imagine that if he had to face this fierce beast alone, there would be no other possibility to defeat it besides opening up. As for the 3000 thunderstorms, it is also very necessary for Qiling. This is a technique that uses the power of wind and thunder to make people move quickly. It is divided into 3 realms: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3000 Thunder. Cultivating to the highest level, you can even travel at the speed of thunder and lightning, and you can escape thousands of miles in an instant. It is a necessary weapon for murder and arson. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, accept Meng Still's request and get reward. Meng Still's favorability plus 100%, God level technique, 3000 thunder. Relax, I will take action. Qiling comforted Meng Still, this is not only for you, but also for myself. Thanks, thank you. Meng Still blushed, this guy doesn't seem to be that bad either. Chapter 54, Against the Golden Dragon. Meng Shu, who was fighting the Golden Sacred Dragon, was almost at the end of his life. In order to give his granddaughter, Meng still searched for a suitable spirit ring for a long time, but he still found nothing. Just when he was going to meet the snake woman Kaoshengxiang and search for another place, this golden sacred dragon suddenly appeared from the forest and attacked himself. That's right, it was a sneak attack. Meng Shu didn't know why, the overlord of such a soul beast, the 10,000 years golden holy dragon, deliberately ambush himself. But judging from its simple and clean attack, it is definitely a long-planned, deliberate attempt to keep itself here. After all, soul beasts will possess wisdom after 10,000 years, and dragons are born wise. Humans can count soul beasts, and soul beasts can naturally also count humans. Damn it, is it that my long Duke Meng Shu is going to die in the mouth of this evil animal today? Meng Shu gasped. Naturally, the golden sacred dragon would not show mercy to Meng Shu's subordinates. At this time, he caught Meng Shu's breathing space and suddenly launched an attack with his tail. Even though Meng Shu had picked up his dragon rod to resist, the infinitely powerful dragon tail swept him and knocked him out and hit an ancient tree heavily. Before Meng Shu stood up from the ground, the golden sacred dragon had already rushed in front of him, taking a mouthful of blood, and was about to swallow him. Damn it, old lady, still, it seems that I am destined to die today. You too must take care. Meng Shu thought desperately as he watched the golden dragon's huge bite. Seeing that a generation of Contras was about to die like this, suddenly there was a long sound of dragons from the air. When Meng Shu heard the dragon roar, he was shocked. Could it be that another evil dragon came? This old bone of oneself is not enough for 2 dragons, right? But then he discovered that the golden sacred dragon in front of him had stopped moving in the sound of the dragon's roar, and the whole dragon was in a very strange state of dizziness. Good opportunity. Meng Shu was happy, and immediately seized the opportunity to escape the attack range of the golden sacred dragon and came to a safe place. And the golden sacred dragon also woke up later, but shook his head and kept looking around, seeming to be looking for an existence that made him dizzy. "Grandpa." At this moment, a voice familiar to Meng Shu came. He raised his head and saw his granddaughter, who was being held in his arms by a teenager, jumped down from the tree. "Still? Why are you here? It's dangerous here," Meng Shu said hurriedly. "Grandpa, Qiling and I are here to save you, are you okay?" Meng still said anxiously. "I'm fine, I can hold it." "You two children, don't mess around, this is not something you can participate in," Meng Shu said. He didn't believe that Qiling at such a young age could help himself. Meng still wanted to say something, but was grabbed by Qiling, and then said with a smile, "Old man, if you deal with this dragon alone, is there a way to win?" "No." Meng Shu said very bachelor. "I know why the predecessors can't defeat it, but if I cooperate with me, I am 70% sure that I can solve it," Qiling said. Meng Shu glanced at Qiling and said, "How sure are you that you can say this?" "Senior can't solve it, it's nothing more than the only life gate of the golden sacred dragon, which is firmly guarded by itself and cannot be attacked at all," Qiling said. "I can control it for a second, and I can also provide Senior with a chance to attack it. All that is needed is Senior to use the strongest attack of Contra to solve it." Meng Shu touched his beard, still not believing Qiling. Meng still anxiously said, "Grandpa, you believe in Qiling? The 9 Heavens Dragon Yin that saved you just now was from Qiling." When Meng Shu heard this, he was shocked. From just now, he was wondering what it was that could stun the golden sacred dragon that was almost free from magic. He didn't expect it to be this kid's spirit ability. Maybe, practicing with him, you can really get through this disaster. The golden sacred dragon over there also recovered at this time. For it, there is no difference between 2 more people, not to mention the spirit power of these 2 people, there is no threat at all. Just for some reason, the breath that made his heart palpitating came from that kid, as if he had seen an upper dragon clan, which made the golden sacred dragon strange. "Roar!" The golden sacred dragon roared. No matter what, the big meal in front of him couldn't let him go. The reason why it can ambush Meng Shu is precisely because of his dragon rod spirit, which is extremely attractive to him. If he can eat Meng Shu, he will get a qualitative change in strength. Visiting the sacred dragon wants to eat Meng Shu, while Qiling wants its spirit ring. This can be said to be an endless battle of life and death, there is no retreat at all. The first thing that made the trouble was the golden sacred dragon. For its existence that is full of weapons, there is no need to consider any battle plan. It is the best plan to directly rush to the enemy. Facing the advance of the golden sacred dragon, Meng Shu shouted caution. When he was about to take his granddaughter away, he found that Qiling had already taken a step ahead of himself, and took his granddaughter away. The law of lightness, 3000 thunder. Like a flash of lightning, Qiling took Meng still and appeared in a safe place instantly, and said to her, "Stay here and don't move, pay attention to safety." Although Meng was still not reconciled, in fact, when the golden sacred dragon rushed over just now, he was afraid that he could not move at all. The natural dragon power that comes with the dragon clan is no joke. Having lost the 2 targets of attack, the golden sacred dragon naturally focused on Meng Shu's body, and the thick dragon claws grabbed towards Meng Shu. Facing the golden sacred dragon to attack, Meng Shu took his own dragon rod calmly. An invisible barrier was formed in front of him, blocking the golden sacred dragon's attack, and his whole body flew back with the help of his strength. "Roar!" The golden sacred dragon roared, his limbs exerted force at the same time, his huge body leaped into the air, borrowing his weight, and chasing Meng Shu away. But seeing Meng Shu facing the golden sacred dragon's culling, he had a contemptuous expression on his face, even carrying the dragon rod in his hand behind him, facing the attack of the golden sacred dragon. "Grandpa!" Meng still exclaimed, the golden sacred dragon's incomparable fighting ability, they are all obvious to all, with Meng Shu's weak body, facing its culling, it is tantamount to seeking death. Seeing that Meng still was about to rush forward desperately, Qi Ling stretched out his hand and stopped her, saying, don't be nervous, still, Senior Meng is fine. If it were so simple to be killed, then Meng Shu would be too embarrassed of contra. What was culled by the golden sacred dragon was nothing but a phantom of Meng Shu. The real Meng Shu appeared behind the golden sacred dragon at this time, raising the dragon rod in his hand, and at the same time a black wanyan the spirit ring floated. Naughty animal, don't take me too far. Meng Shu's eyes flashed, the 10,000 years spirit ring ability has already been activated, soul ability, trapped dragon. Chapter 55, Magical Infinite Bundle of Fairy Rope. The golden sacred dragon, who had failed to kill, turned around and was about to kill Meng Shu again, but when it got up, several golden railings suddenly appeared in the air, blocking it back. It looked around and found that a golden magic circle appeared under its feet, and countless golden railings rose up and closed in the air, forming a cage, trapping the golden holy dragon in the middle. The golden dragon tried to use its minions to break through the trapped dragon prison of Meng Shu, but its indestructible weapon lost its effect in front of the trapped dragon prison, and did not play a role. Little devil! My trapped dragon prison can be trapped in this enclosed environment for a minute, unable to move. Meng Shu's forehead was sweating coldly, as if to use this trapped dragon prison, to him now. It is already very difficult. Do you have any tricks? Just show them. Otherwise, we probably have to explain them here. Okay, Senior Meng. This golden holy dragon's life gate is under its abdomen. It is usually guarded strictly and will never be exposed easily. Qi Ling came to Meng Shu and said to him, but there is a chance, it will show flaws. Oh? When is it? Meng Shu asked. That's when it used its full attack and culled from the air. At that time, it was when it was strongest and when it was weakest. Qi Ling said, as long as the timing is right, you can hit its fate. Meng Shu recalled the posture of the golden sacred dragon just now when he slaughtered him. It was indeed the middle door wide open, showing a state of fullness. If it can maintain this posture for a second, he can use the strongest spirit ability to bombard it. Life gate. But if you want it to reveal its flaws, you must use yourself as a bait. Qi Ling continued, moreover, the golden sacred dragon has a strong defensive power. Even if it hits the gate directly, it cannot be killed instantly. Face it directly. There will be great risks. Meng Shu stroked his beard and said, unfortunately, the old man's shadow puppet can only be used once in a day, otherwise, it can be used to get it hooked. There is no need for seniors to worry about being a bait, I have my own way. Qi Ling said confidently, senior only needs to be prepared and strike the strongest blow to it. After the predecessor is released from the trapped dragon prison, I will induce it to attack from the front, and then stop it for a second. That is our only chance of winning. Meng Shu frowned and said, are you really sure? If you make a mistake, under the attack of the golden sacred dragon, you will never survive. Please don't worry, senior, I have full confidence. Qi Ling smiled. Seeing Qi Ling's spirited spirits, Meng Shu was also cruel and said, okay. My little friend is young and spirited, my old bone is too far-sighted. Not to mention, the old man will accompany you to gamble. Immediately, all 8 spirit rings on Meng Shu's body lit up, and the deepest black spirit ring floated for a while, hiding in his dragon rod. Along with the activation of his strongest spirit ring, Meng Shu's dragon rod also faintly radiated black light, and the surging spirit power fluctuations showed the astonishing cultivation level belonging to the Contra. Little friend, are you ready? I'm going to solve the trapped dragon prison. Meng Shu said. Qi Ling stepped forward, came to the front of the dragon prison, and said to the golden sacred dragon, okay, please start, senior. After speaking, the golden light of the trapped dragon prison began to fade, and finally disappeared completely. The golden sacred dragon was trapped for a long time. At this time, he was already furious. No matter who he was in front of him, he just wanted to tear all the existence in front of him. So Qiling, standing in front of it, became its best target. It roared, jumped up, and charged towards Qiling. And Qiling didn't have the slightest panic on his face when facing the fierce beast that had been slaughtered with all his strength. After confirming that the golden sacred dragon had exposed his life gate, he suddenly waved his hand and the immortal rope was already heading towards the golden sacred dragon. As an incomplete artifact, the immortal rope tied will naturally not only have that little ability, it can be said to be infinitely useful. And one of its functions is to forcibly imprison the immediate target for 1 second. To activate this ability, you need to activate all the power of the immortal rope. The price is that it will be damaged and cannot be used again until a repair method is found. But for now, 1 second is enough. The bundle of fairy ropes emitting bursts of golden light, after Qiling's hand, seemed to have life, wrapped around the whole body of the golden sacred dragon, binding it tightly. Senior Meng, it is now. Seeing that the golden sacred dragon had been restrained, Qiling no longer delayed, and the whole person lay down to give Meng Shu room to play. Naughty animal, die! Meng Shu shouted. The black light burst on the dragon rod, forming 2 black dragons, biting and killing towards the golden holy dragon. 8th soul ability, Yuan Mo Shuanglong strangling array. The 2 black dragons circling each other headed towards the gate of life exposed by the golden holy dragon. This represented Contra's strongest blow, and its power was astonishing, and Qiling, who was close at hand, was also deeply moved. After being strangled by the twin dragons, the golden sacred dragon also uttered a tragic cry, seeming to be suffering tremendously. Sure, is it done? Meng Shu said weakly, holding the dragon stick in his hand. The 8th spirit ability just now had exhausted all the spirit power in Meng Shu's body. If this trick didn't work, then they would have to wait to die. When the 2 black dragons disappeared in the air, the body of the golden sacred dragon appeared in front of several people, and a terrible blood hole appeared on its incomparable golden holy armor. Obviously, it had suffered extremely badly. Hurt. Successful, we succeeded. Meng cheered immediately after seeing this, but then she found that her grandfather's complexion had not improved, on the contrary, it had become more and more ashen. Damn, this wicked animal is so hard. Meng Shu gasped and said, I didn't expect that my full blow would only break its golden armor and failed to give it a fatal blow. Is my long gong Meng Shu destined to die here today? Just as Meng Shu was desperate, Qiling's figure suddenly stood up from the ground. He stretched out his right fist, the purple spirit ring wrapped around it, and huge spirit power began to gather on it. No, Senior Meng, we won this battle. Qiling said, swinging his right fist at the golden sacred dragon, the target being the wound that was blasted by Meng Shu. 2nd soul skill, Tyrannical Fist. The characteristics of Tyrannosaurus Fist are extremely fierce, infinitely destructive, and completely devastating to all the existence in front of you. Qiling once felt that the power of Tyrannical Fist was not enough to hit. Although the damage was high enough, the waste of power was very serious. Unexpectedly, the characteristics of Tyrannosaurus Fist were brought into full play at this time. The extremely domineering fist power was poured into its body through the wounds of the golden sacred dragon. Almost in an instant, the golden sacred dragon stopped his movements, and the violent eyes showed fear for the first time. Meaning, that is the most direct fear of death as a life. It is the last feeling that my life has disappeared, the last nostalgia for this world. Chapter 56, 3rd Spirit Ring, Wanyan Dragon Ring. Without any struggle, the huge body of the golden sacred dragon fell directly to the ground, losing all his life characteristics. Qiling's tyrannical fist caused a complete destruction to the golden sacred dragon. Even with the powerful vitality of the dragon clan, it could not even survive, let alone heal. Meng Shu came to the golden sacred dragon with Meng Yi's support. After checking the cause of its death, he said in shock, "I didn't expect that the little friend could be so destructive, it really made me amazed." Meng still looked at the miserable situation of the golden sacred dragon, and secretly said that he was lucky. He was thinking of competing with him not long ago, and he was really overwhelmed. "It's just a fluke. If you didn't break through its defenses without Senior Meng, even if I hit it 10 more punches, it would have nothing to do," Qi Ling said. At this moment, from the huge body of the golden sacred dragon, a black 10,000-year spirit ring appeared. The color was as black as ink, and it obviously contained extremely astonishing energy. Because the last blow to the golden sacred dragon was issued by Qi Ling, this spirit ring already belonged to Qi Ling. Even if he didn't absorb it, others would only stare at it and couldn't absorb it at all. It's a pity, this golden holy dragon's spirit ring is simply a treasure. If there is no 100,000-year spirit ring, even if it is used as the 9th spirit ring, it is worth it. Meng Shu regretted. Said. The quality of the spirit ring depends on the age on the one hand and the quality of the spirit beast on the other. The golden sacred dragon is undoubtedly the best among the soul beasts, enough to reach the point where people ignore the age. It's a pity that you should only have 2 spirit rings, little friend. You can't absorb these 10,000 years spirit ring, you can only let it dissipate on its own. Meng Shu said. Qi Ling smiled at this moment, and said to Meng Shu, "Senior, it's true that I will do it because of the golden holy dragon's spirit ring." "Oh? You mean, you can absorb the 10,000-year dragon ring?" Meng Shu said in surprise, "Impossible, impossible, you are the 3rd spirit ring, how can you absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring?" "It's true, Senior, I am a born twin martial soul, and I have absorbed 3,000 years of spirit ring now." Qi Ling said, "So, this 3rd spirit ring, I have enough to absorb more than 10,000 years of spirit ring." When Meng Shu heard Qi Ling say this, he nodded immediately. In this way, it seemed reasonable. "In that case, you can quickly absorb this 10,000-year spirit ring, little friend." Meng Shu said, "You and I have a life and death relationship. Needless to say, I will help you protect the law until you absorb it." 10,000 years spirit ring. Qi Ling couldn't help being overjoyed. This Meng Shu was really good. Not only did he not blame his impure purpose, but instead he enthusiastically protected himself and was worthy of friendship. Meng still said to the side at this time, "Yes, Qi Ling, hurry up and absorb this spirit ring. Don't worry, no one will disturb you with my grandfather. Then I should respect my fate." Qi Ling said, revealing his spirit of the Dragon Emperor, and began to absorb the spirit ring of the Golden Dragon. The rest of Shrek returned to the town and detoxified Ma Hung Jun, then immediately returned to the Stardo forest. They were worried that Qi Ling could not help but start after discovering his goal. After all, being strong was almost a common feature of all men. But at this time Qi Ling had finished hunting down the golden sacred dragon and began to absorb the spirit ring. Without the dragon roar as a guide, to find Qi Ling in this forest is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. As night fell, Zhao Waoqi had no choice but to bring everyone to a halt, planning to find a safe place to camp, and make plans after rectification and rest. After all, this is the Stardo forest, which belongs to the soul beast's territory. It is too dangerous to travel at night. Once an accident occurs, it is likely to cause extremely serious consequences. Several people quickly set up a tent, and after setting up a bonfire, they all sat together. "Let's not go to Qi Boss, can we?" Ma Hung-jun said worriedly at this time. Zhao Waoqi snorted coldly, and said, "That stinky boy, who has a big life, if nothing goes wrong, you should take care of yourself first. The day and night in the Stardo Great Forest are completely 2 worlds. Many ferocious soul beasts come out to hunt at night. No matter how experienced spirit masters are, they dare not explore the Stardo Great Forest at night." Oscar also said worriedly at this time, but, if you say that, isn't Boss Chi right now in danger? He will be fine, right? When Oscar said this, everyone suddenly became worried, but Xiao Wu said at this moment, "No, Brother Chi is fine now, I can feel it." Feeling? Xiao Wu, how do you feel this? Oscar wondered. You can't say that it depends on a woman's sixth sense, right? Of course it's not such a superficial thing. Brother Chi and me, the third brother, we have a deep understanding between us. Xiao Wu said with her arms folded, dissatisfied. Before, every time my third brother and I were in danger, Brother Chi could sense it, and then rush over as soon as possible. Later, I can also sense to a certain extent whether Brother Chi is in danger. This was not because Xiao Wu was bragging, but because Qiling's dragon Emperor Wuhan, as the supreme among the dragon clan, was born with the ability to understand the will of heaven, and could predict the good and bad luck of the people closest to him. Qiling has no father, no mother, no worries. Xiao Wu and Tang San, as Qiling's younger siblings, are naturally the people he cares about the most. Over time, perhaps because Xiao Wu's identity was relatively special and Qiling's spirit was closer to the soul beast, Xiao Wu actually possessed this ability, but the only person she could sense was Qiling. After listening to Xiao Wu's explanation, everyone immediately relaxed. After all, Xiao Wu could be said to be the person who knew Qiling best, and they themselves could not imagine the possibility that Qiling would be in danger. Just like Zhao Waoqi said, if they two groups, some of them will be killed, it is definitely their group. Ha ha ha, since Boss Chi is not in danger, do you think he is enjoying the blessing? Ma Hongjun is not serious at this time, after all, Boss Chi is with a great beauty. Nonsense, Brother Chi won't. Xiao Wu said firmly. Oh, that's not necessarily true, Xiao Wu, after all, the two of them are now alone in the middle of the night, lonely men and women, doing firewood, nothing can happen. Ma Hongjun continued to say deadly. When Xiao Wu saw someone say this to her brother Qi, she naturally wouldn't let Ma Hongjun go, so the two started fighting again, and the tension among the crowd was immediately dissipated a lot. Zhao Waoqi watched these guys fooling around and laughed, but in the next instant, the smile on Zhao Waoqi's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a panic with a panic expression. Chapter 57, Titan Great Ape. Everyone, be on guard immediately and prepare to meet the enemy. Zhao Wuji shouted, and at the same time he directly summoned his martial soul and carried out possession. So everyone was confused by Zhao Waoqi's sudden behavior, only Xiao Wu seemed to feel something, and there was an expression of surprise on her face. Teacher Zhao, what's going on? What happened? Dai Muebai's white tiger martial spirit was also summoned. It was no trivial matter that made Zhao Wuji so nervous. Zhao Waoqi did not answer Dai Muebai's question, because it was not necessary at all. The trees were easily separated to the two sides in the direction Zhao Waoqi was watching, and a huge figure quietly walked out. Seeing this figure, everyone was so surprised that they almost forgot to breathe. It was a huge existence like a mountain, although it was on all fours and its shoulder height was more than 7 meters. If you stand upright, I am afraid the height will exceed 15 meters. This extremely powerful appearance made Tang San recognize its identity at a glance. It was the uncrowned king in the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Facing such a terrifying behemoth, everyone lost the courage to fight against it, and even Zhao Waoqi only thought about how to escape. Dear King of the Forest, we have no intention of offending your territory. We just happened to pass here and stay here temporarily. Zhao Waoqi said extremely cautiously, if you mind, we will leave here immediately. But Zhao Waoqi's words obviously didn't play any role. The forest titan only made one move, and everyone's hearts were raised in their throats. It takes a step forward. With just one step, it has greatly shortened the distance from everyone in Shrek, and it is almost a confrontation. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Zhao Waoqi was heartbroken and rushed directly towards the Titan Great Ape, and at the same time confessed to Dai Mubai, and immediately led everyone out of here. But everyone in Shrek, how could they leave Zhao Waoqi and escape by themselves? Everyone did not choose to leave, and they used their strongest strength to fight the forest titans desperately. Dai Mubai used the White Tiger King Kong transformation, and the muscles all over his body soared, almost breaking his clothes. He and Zhao Waoqi stepped forward together, acting as the main attacker, and at the same time attracting firepower to others. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing circled to the flanks, ready to respond. Tang San summoned his blue-silver grass and directed it in the middle. Oscar and Ning Rongrong have maximized their role in assisting Soul Masters. Ma Hongzhen's Phoenix Ray has become their best long-range firepower. This is already the strongest strength that Shrek people can display. It can be said that even in the face of a Contra, they are confident that they have the power to fight. But if only in this way, it can repel the forest titan, then how can it be called the king of the forest? The exquisite cooperation of everyone, in the face of the crushing strength of the forest titan, is completely useless. After it repelled Zhao Waoqi with a palm, it shocked everyone present and disintegrated their formation with just one roar. Everyone tried their best to reduce the damage they received to the lowest level, but then the Titan Great Ape made another collision, and the huge body fell from the sky, straight to the direction where everyone concentrated and pressed it down. Fortunately, this move of the Titan Great Ape is a large-scale killing move. Although the power is amazing, everyone can protect themselves with the help of the surrounding environment. However, everyone at this time didn't have any surprises of escaping, because the forest titan had a hand in the air, and it happened to catch Xiao Wu in the air. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu fall into the hands of the Titan Great Ape, everyone screamed. Especially Tang San was even more cracked, his body changed a few times in the air, and countless hidden weapons flew towards the Titan Great Ape, shooting into its eyes. The eldest brother is not there. If something happens to Xiao Wu, how can he explain to Qiling? As an elder brother, he has no face. Zhao Wuji, who had also seen this scene, no longer had any reservations at this time. The 7 spirit rings lighted up at the same time, and the strongest spirit ability, Wuhan Real Body, was activated, vowing to take Xiao Wu back. But in the face of such a disparity in strength, the final struggle of the two did not play a big role. Tang San's hidden weapon was blocked by the Titan Great Ape, and even its fur was not pierced. The hidden weapon that shot at its eyes was also blocked by it with eyelids. As for Zhao Waoqi, who displayed his martial spirit body, although his size was more than tripled and his height increased to 5 meters, he still looked like a baby in front of a giant beast like the forest titan. Roar! Zhao Waoqi let out a roar like a real bear, with an extremely powerful Vajra palm, and patted the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape carefully collected Xiao Wu on his left hand, and then his right hand collided with Zhao Waoqi abruptly. Although this time, Zhao Waoqi was not shaken off again, but he still took 7 or 8 steps backwards before he stood firmly, and at the same time his right hand trembled slightly. He was obviously unable to fight again. But the Titan Great Ape seemed to be completely okay, roaring at everyone, and about to turn around and leave. No, Tang San let out a heart-piercing cry as he watched the Titan Great Ape leaving behind. He who never believed in gods, prayed to all gods in his heart. As long as he could save Xiao Wu, he could pay at any price. And just after Tang San prayed to the gods in his heart, suddenly, a bright golden light as bright as the sun lighted up, attracting everyone's attention, including the Titan Great Ape. Amidst this dazzling golden light, a figure that looked like a descended from the forest came out of the forest, covered with majestic golden armor, showing its majesty in every move. At that moment, Tang San really thought it was a who was clearly spiritual, and an undefeated god of war descended to the world to help him through the difficulties. But then he glanced intently, but was surprised to find that the person in front of him was his elder brother, Qiling. Not long ago, Qiling, who had completed the absorption of his 3rd spirit ring, was surprised at his soaring spirit power, but suddenly heard a roar from a distance. The experienced Qiling immediately judged that this was the voice of the forest titan, and in the entire Stardo Great Forest, there was only one forest titan, and that was the one who knew Xiaowu well and was called Erming. Even if he knew that the purpose of its coming was for Xiaowu, Qiling couldn't help but feel worried, because Erming didn't have the slightest affection for humans. After all, human beings only have the identity of an executioner for them, and the two can be said to be immortal. Because of this, even with Xiaowu's prevention, Erming almost led to the complete destruction of Shrek Academy. Qiling even worried that if it did not control its strength well, it might cause casualties to everyone in Shrek, and he would regret it at that time. So without any hesitation, Qiling had already displayed 3,000 thunders in the first time, rushing in the direction of the forest titan. Chapter 58, the third spirit ability, Golden Dragon Armor. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing combat needs. Please select from the following options. Option 1, don't face-to-face confrontation with the Titan Great Ape, let Xiaowu leave, join the Sky Blue Bull Python, and get a reward, Spirit Power Level +3. Option 2, pursue with everyone from Shrek and get a reward, a Level 7 Soul Guide. Option 3, stop the escape route of the Titan Great Ape, and go to the depths of the Stardo Great Forest alone, bring back Xiaowu, and get the reward, the top spirit bone, a piece of keel bone. Note that choosing this option will have certain side effects, please choose carefully. Looking at the three options given by the system, Qiling was confused. There is no doubt that the third reward is the richest. After all, things like top-level spirit bones are not easily available. They are comparable to the existence of 100,000 year spirit rings, and are the treasures that countless spirit masters dream of. But to achieve the third condition, it would be too harsh. Resist the Titan Great Ape, this is the master who can slap Zhao Wao Qi in his heyday, so he can resist him? Not to mention that I have to go to the depths of the forest to people from the more terrifying Azure Bull Python, which is no different from sending you to death. Another thing that puzzled him was that the third option would actually have side effects. This was something that had never happened before, and Qiling couldn't help but raise his own question to the system. The system didn't hide Qiling, and directly explained the reason to Qiling. After reading the explanation of the system, Qiling nodded and said, "That's the case, if this is the case, maybe you can give it a try." Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, challenge the Titan Great Ape head-on, and get a reward, top soul bone, a piece of keel. If he absorbs this piece of spirit bone, Qiling will undoubtedly have a greater certainty, but the absorption of any piece of spirit bone will not happen for a while, and it is obviously too late. The only thing Qiling could rely on was his newly acquired third spirit ability. After obtaining his first 10,000-year spirit ring, Qiling's greatest gain was not the huge increase in spirit power brought by the 10,000-year spirit ring, but the third spirit ability he had obtained. That's right, Qiling obtained the third spirit ability. It was the ultimate defensive artifact that caused him and Meng Shu's headaches, and even the Contra, the Golden Holy Dragon Armor. After using the third spirit ability, Golden Sacred Dragon Armor, the spirit ring will transform into a set of pure Golden Dragon Print Battle Armor, which will be worn on Qiling's body. This suit of armor fully retains its terrifying defensive power on the premise that it does not affect the activities. At the same time, while wearing the Golden Holy Dragon Armor, Qiling's spirit power will be increased by 50%. Any spirit ability used will be increased by 30%, and his physical fitness will be greatly increased, which can be said to be comprehensive. A huge amount of strengthening. Of course, for Qiling, the Golden Holy Dragon Armor that satisfies him most is neither its defensive power nor its strengthening ability, but its shape. This suit is really cool in appearance. When Qiling saw it for the first time, he was completely fascinated by it. Who can resist the charm of armor? After approaching the forest titan, Qiling activated his third spirit ability and put on this set of Golden Holy Dragon Armor. Only then did Tang San see the scene before. Facing the majestic Qi Ling, it was like Qi Ling who was descending from the of war. Even the forest titan was stunned by him for a while, and stopped involuntarily. This is also because after absorbing the golden holy dragon's spirit ring, Qi Ling's dragon might become stronger. As a spirit beast, the titan great ape feels this terrifying breath more directly. And Xiao Wu also poked her head out of the forest titan's hands at this time, peeking at the situation in front of her. When she saw Qi Ling's golden armor, Xiao Wu immediately made a nymphly voice, "So handsome!" Roar! The titan great ape shouted again, hit Xiao Wu, then leaped into the air and punched Qi Ling. Seeing this scene, Zhao Waoqi ignored his injuries and immediately shouted to Qi Ling, get away, you can't stop it. With his 76th level assault system Soul Saint's cultivation base, he also displayed his strongest Wuhan real body. Even if he couldn't even take a punch from the titan great ape, Zhao Waoqi didn't believe it, Qi Ling could catch it. Punch! But facing the full punch of the titan great ape, Qi Ling didn't retreat. Instead, he smiled and threw his fist to greet him, and took the punch with his own fist. Everyone who saw this scene was filled with despair, and Ning Rongrong even covered his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. Because in their opinion, Qi Ling actually wanted to use his power to fight the titan great ape. Undoubtedly he was hitting the rock with an egg, and there was no possibility of success. But to their surprise, what they imagined that Qi Ling was beaten into the air did not appear. Qi Ling's punch exploded with amazing power, as if a nuclear bomb exploded. The powerful spirit power that seemed to be substantial, even surpassed the terrifying sense of existence of the titan great ape, filling the entire space. Under this shocking punch, the invincible iron fist of the titan great ape seemed to have encountered an opponent for the first time, and was forced back by Qi Ling bit by bit. It's just a giant ape, do you really think you can make me retreat? Qi Ling's power continued to increase. If it hadn't been for him to break through the second layer of the real dragon, it has long been unable to support it. Lord of the forest, you can return to me. Ha! With a loud shout, Qi Ling's fist burst out again with surging soul power, like a stormy storm. However, the titan great ape finally let out a mournful cry under Qi Ling's turbulent wave of offensive, and his entire body, together with that thick fist, was repelled back. This is the first time that the titan great ape will actually lose to someone else in a power collision. Everyone looked like a fairy tale, watching this incredible scene before them, wondering if they were dreaming. Only Qi Ling knew that the reason why he was able to repel the titan great ape was of course not without a price. On the contrary, the price was still very serious. Qi Ling's spirit power had stagnated for 2 years before, but he had been accumulating silently. Originally, after breaking through today, the spirit power he accumulated could help him directly break through the level 34 spirit power. But in order to stop the titan great ape, Qi Ling gave up absorbing this huge soul power, but exploded all of them, thus gaining the power to repel the titan great ape. And this also caused Qi Ling's spirit power at this time to stagnate at level 31, which is what the system said, a side effect of option 3. With the spirit power accumulated over the past 2 years, even the forest titan can only retreat, with his right hand dangling back and forth, with a look of fear on his face. I'm not dazzled? Is that gorilla scared just now? Ma Hongjun said incredulously, so, is it also scared? The overlord in the forest, the titan great ape, would actually be scared? Everyone felt incredible for a while. But the fact is that after hesitating for a while, the titan great ape avoided the direction where Qi Ling was, and fled from another direction. Chapter 59, Tang Sen's Determination. Seeing the titan great ape fleeing away, Qi Ling didn't hesitate, and 3,000 thunders instantly launched, chasing the titan great ape in the direction of it. Although he knew that the titan great ape and the sky blue bull python had no malice towards Xiao Wu, and could even be said to be her companions, Qi Ling didn't like the feeling of entrusting fate to others. In any case, he must personally confirm Xiao Wu's safety, so that he can rest assured. By the way, he can also see how the sky blue bull python exists. Almost in an instant, Qi Ling's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision, following the Titan Great Ape, and he didn't even come to say a word to everyone. The situation presented to everyone in Shrek was that Qi Ling suddenly descended from the sky in majesty and fisted the Titan giant ape to fly 10 meters, revealing his domineering aura, making the Titan giant ape panicked. Facing the terrifying force of Qi Ling, the Titan Great Ape knew that he was invincible and immediately fled from another direction, while Qi Ling was chasing him, and he wanted to fight the Titan Great Ape for another 300 rounds. I'm not dreaming, right? Boss Qi hasn't seen him for a while. Is this already a god? Oscar touched his forehead and confirmed that he was not feverish. Ma Hongjun said affirmatively on the side, I knew that Boss Qi was not an ordinary person for a long time, but he was finally exposed today. It turns out that Boss Qi is indeed a who has come to the world to experience. Ning Rongrong glanced at the two contemptuously, and he didn't need to think that they were talking nonsense. How could Qi Ling become a god? However, recalling the look of Qi Ling's dragon print battle armor just now, and the supernatural power of Lingling, Ning Rongrong couldn't be so sure. How can normal people be so handsome? This is too much, it doesn't give other men a way to survive. Zhao Waoqi was poking his mouth with toothache. His eyesight was naturally not comparable to that of a few people, so he could see that Qi Ling's strength had not yet reached the level of fighting against the Titan Great Ape. The reason why he was able to fight the Titan Great Ape back and forth, and even suppress it, must be because he used a certain method, or even paid a certain price. But in any case, this kid repelled the Titan Great Ape from the front with a single person. Recalling the punch just now, Zhao Waoqi didn't think he could stop it. Damn it, is it really said by the Dean? But this time is too early. Zhao Waoqi said helplessly to himself. Everyone seemed to relax because of Qi Ling's arrival. It seemed to them that Qi Ling was omnipotent. As long as he appeared, he could solve all problems. But one of them didn't think so, and that was Tang San. His whole body was hurt, he struggled to stand up, and was going to look for Qi Ling. Seeing Tang San's state, Zhao Waoqi immediately stopped him and said, Little San. You look like this, even if you catch up with Qi Ling, what effect can you do? Since Qi Ling has gone after Xiao Wu, let's trust him. Otherwise, even if we all go, it will only be a drag on him. Tang San shook his head and said, Teacher Zhao, maybe the eldest brother is too omnipotent, so everyone is used to thinking that eldest brother can accomplish anything impossible. But as his younger brother, I know that the eldest brother often does those things, not because he knows he can do it, but because he knows he has to do it. He is not omnipotent, I'm just trying to force myself. Everyone remembered that no matter how strong Qi Ling was, he was only a sole sovereign cultivation base, and more importantly, he was only a 12-year-old boy. But, even so, if Qi Ling really can't come back, you are only going to die now. Zhao Wuji said. Big brother will definitely bring Xiao Wu back, and if he can't, he will definitely not come back. Tang San said firmly, if big brother can't come back, then I won't be back either. Afterwards, Tang San snatched a flying mushroom from Oscar and flew towards the forest. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also picked up a flying mushroom one after another and flew towards the forest. Mr. Zhao, what shall we do? Ma Hongjun asked. What to do? They are all gone, should we go back by ourselves? Zhao Waoqi shouted in an angry tone, Oscar, hurry up and make me your mushroom. Big deal, our Shrek Academy will not go back this time. On Qi Ling's side, even though he has a god-level body technique like electric light flint, this kind of body technique is not suitable for driving on the road after all. In addition, he is not as familiar with the situation in the forest as the Titan Great Ape, and he is gradually left behind. But Qi Ling didn't worry that he would be lost. With the huge body of the Titan Great Ape, any place he passed would leave a clear mark. As long as he was not blind, he couldn't possibly miss it. Not to mention Qiling's golden eyes, which can almost ignore the length of the distance, no matter where the Titan Great Ape runs, it seems to be close to him. Following all the way, Qiling finally came to a lake, and then stopped. It was not that Qiling didn't want to chase anymore, but because there was a huge figure blocking his way. It was a huge body of a cow-headed python with a body length of more than 100 meters. Two large lantern-like eyes shone and shone. The whole body was thicker than a water tank, hovering there, showing terrible pressure. Qiling knew that if he couldn't pass the sky-green bull python, he would never be able to bypass it and continue tracking, so he simply stopped and came to it. "Human, why did you follow my second brother all the way?" Sky Blue Bull Python opened his mouth and said in a low voice. "Not why, just to bring my sister back," Qiling said without changing his face in the face of the terrible pressure of the Sky Blue Bull Python. "You go deep into the collar of the Douluo Great Forest, just to save someone back." The Sky Green Bull Python's body twisted for a while, and the eyes flashed with gloomy light. "Then you are not afraid, do you even die here with you?" "Don't be afraid, you can't kill me." Qiling smiled confidently, "and I must take her back." "Oh? It's really arrogant, but it's really a big tone for a mere soul venerable." The Sky Green Cow Python's voice went cold. "Do you know that there are countless soul Douluos who died under my hand, and even title Douluo fell under my hand? What can you do under my hand? Indeed, I can't do anything with any of you now, but if you dare to touch Xiaowu a hair, I swear, there must be your two positions in my spirit ring." Qiling said tit for tat. "It's really unreasonable, you don't put me in your eyes, you really think I dare not kill you?" The Sky Blue Bull Python roared angrily, and the cow's head kept rising, covering the moon in the sky, as if ready to align at any time Ling launched a fatal blow. Chapter 60, The Mighty and Domineering Xiaohu's Sister. As the overlord in the Douluo Great Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python is terrifying. Needless to say, even the Titan Great Ape is not its opponent. Qiling had no doubt that under the blow of the Azure Bull Python, he was absolutely dead and not even scum left, but he was not afraid at all. Because he knew that as long as Xiaowu was there, she would never see herself in an accident. "No way, this is the advantage of the prophet, even if you pretend to be fierce, but you can't hold me holding the script." Sure enough, just as the Sky Green Cow Python continued to play up the horrible atmosphere, trying to test Qiling's distress, a clear and pleasant voice came out, "Deming. Hurry up and stop, you are not allowed to align with brother." After that, Xiaowu relied on her amazing jumping ability to jump to Qiling and looked angrily at the Sky Blue Cow Python in front of him. The Sky Blue Bull Python, who was posing a fierce look, suddenly stopped in front of Xiaowu, opening his mouth wide, not knowing whether to close it or continue to open it, and seemed a little embarrassed for a while. The Titan Great Ape also came from the side at this time, and it was obvious that Xiaowu ran away from it. The Azure Bull Python looked at it angrily, while the Titan Great Ape stretched out his hands helplessly. "Xiaowu, are you all right?" Seeing Xiaowu appear, Qiling immediately stepped forward to check her body. "That stupid gorilla, didn't you accidentally hurt you?" "I'm fine, brother Qi, Ming is very careful and didn't hurt me." Xiaowu hesitated for a while and said cautiously, "Brother Qi, I want to tell you something." "Needless to say, Xiaowu, I know that you know them and have a close relationship with them." Qiling said, "I also know your identity." "Xiaowu, you only need to know one thing, no matter who you are or what status you are my Xiaowu. You are my most important sister." Hearing Qiling's words, Xiaowu's eyes reddened suddenly, and she buried her head in Qiling's arms, and began to cry with emotion. The Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape showed mixed emotions when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that there really were human beings who could accept Xiaowu's identity so calmly. But after crying for a long time, Xiaowu finally slowed down and shrank into Qiling's arms and said, Brother Qi, I saw you wearing the golden armor just now, so handsome. But how can you block Er Ming's attack? It is very powerful, even teacher Zhao is not its opponent. It's nothing, it's just a little overdraft of strength. Qi Ling smiled, originally my spirit power should be level 34, but now it's only level 31. That's the price of that punch. Xiao Wu didn't expect that Qi Ling's punch actually paid such a high price. Of course, she didn't know that it was a systematic arrangement, and she thought Qi Ling was just trying to save herself. At the moment Xiao Wu immediately turned this distress into her own anger, and began to reprimand the Titan Great Ape, because if it hadn't appeared suddenly and had to take herself away, there wouldn't be so many things. Up! The king of the dignified forest, one of the overlords of the Star-Do Great Forest, and the Titan Giant Ape who everyone hears about the wind, under Xiao Wu's reprimand, but dare not even lift his head, aggrieved like a little boy being taught by his sister. And the sky green bull python next to it clearly and quietly pulled away from it, for fear of being encumbered by it. It meant that the deist friend would not die. However, the scolding of the sky green bull python is indispensable. After Xiao Wu said that he had enough of the Titan Giant Ape, he immediately turned his gun and said to the sky blue bull python, "Deming, and you, I just threatened Brother Qi and said that he was going to kill him. It was too much. I am afraid that in this world, there is only Xiao Wu who can slander these two fierce beasts and make them afraid to talk back." How many title Douluo dared not think about, but was easily done by Xiao Wu. Qi Ling could only sigh with emotion. She is indeed the mighty and domineering Xiao Wu's sister. Finally, after Xiao Wu was relieved, the sky green cow python cautiously said, "Ahem, human, I'm so sorry." Just as Xiao Wu said, "My second brother's reckless actions have brought you a lot of trouble. So, in order to compensate you, this dragon blood lotus is treated as an apologize for the two of us, and I will give it to you." The sky green bull python said, holding a blood-colored lotus with its huge tail, and placed it in front of Qi Ling. Although the surface of this lotus flower is nothing surprising, at most it is just a different color, but Qi Ling can feel that this thing is by no means ordinary. More importantly, when approaching this dragon blood lotus, the speed of the 9 turns true dragon art that I cultivated suddenly increased a lot, and it faintly revealed my desire for this lotus. There is no doubt that this lotus flower is very good for him, and it is likely to play an extremely important role in his cultivation of the 9 turns true dragon art. After seeing the lotus, Xiao Wu said in surprise, "Dragon blood lotus? Daming, how did you take out this thing? Isn't this your most precious thing?" "It's nothing, since I want to send something that is too bad, how can I send it?" Tianqing Niu Python looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Moreover, the most precious things in Erming and I have never been these dead things. It's you, Sister Xiao Wu." "Me?" Xiao Wu pointed to her nose unexpectedly, while the Titan Great Ape on the side nodded sharply, seeming to agree with what the sky blue bull python said. "Yes, when you go to the human world, the two of me have been worried, but I have no way to follow." Sky green bull python said, "So this time, I want to test whether this kid can protect you. Now it seems that he is indeed worthy of trust. He is a person who can protect Sister Xiao Wu. So this dragon blood lotus flower, we should give it as it should." Qi Ling nodded and said, "So, please don't worry, you two, as long as Qi Ling is still there, I will definitely protect Xiao Wu." The sky green cow python nodded and said, "Then we can rest assured." Afterwards, Qi Ling and Xiao Wu said goodbye to the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape, and drove toward the outskirts of the forest. Everyone in Shrek is still there waiting for them, so it can't be delayed too late. "Brother Qi, you said you would protect me, is it true?" On the way, Xiao Wu looked at Qi Ling's profile and couldn't help asking him. "Do you remember what I said before? It's not that I'm scaring you, what I'm facing is really the most powerful force on this continent." Qi Ling smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, what I said will not change the slightest. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step on my corpse. What's more, since to protect you, you need to face the most powerful force, then I only need to build a stronger force than it, isn't it all right? Xiao Wu looked at Qi Ling in surprise, but he didn't expect him to have such ambitions. But immediately, Xiao Wu said with a face, well, Brother Qi, I believe you can do it.